Thread your serger in a fraction of the time when you use the Jet Air threading on the Baby Lock Celebrate. With a gentle push on the lever, the upper and lower loopers are threaded, and you can do them in any order. The built-in threader makes quick work of needle threading. In no time at all, you'll be breezing through all of your projects. Setting up your serger can be easy. Let your Baby Lock retailer show you how. There are a lot of helpful features right at your fingertips on the front of the Baby Lock Brilliant. First, we have the Start-Stop button. You can touch this anytime to stitch, and it's going to let you know if you've forgotten to do something like lowering the presser foot, and it will also let you know that you have to disconnect the foot controller in order to use the Start-Stop button for sewing. Above that, we have the Reverse button. Anytime you touch the Reverse button as you are sewing, the machine is going to stitch in continuous reverse as long as you hold on to that button, and when you release, it will start stitching forward again. This button serves a second purpose. When you've programmed a lock or a thread cut at the end of a seam, it's how you're going to let the machine know that you've reached the end of the seam and you're ready for it to lock in those stitches and cut the thread. Above that, we have the Reinforcement button. When you are stitching a decorative stitch, you can touch reinforcement and a green LED light will appear, letting you know that the machine acknowledges that you want it to lock in the stitch. It's going to complete the decorative stitch, then lock in, and thread cut if you have programmed that as well. Next, you have your needle position button. Anytime you touch the needle position, it will lift or lower the needle position. Next, you have the thread cutter button. No matter where you are in a stitch, you can always cut the threads simply by touching the thread cutter button. As we move across the machine, we'll find speed control. You can program your machine to stitch at the fastest speed or the slowest speed or anywhere in between. On the front of the machine, you'll find that you've got several buttons as well. First, we have the automatic tie-off. When you program in that automatic tie-off, when you begin a seam, the Brilliant's going to lock in your stitches, and at the end of a seam, again, you'll touch your reverse button, and it's going to lock in the stitches at the end of the seam. You can also program an automatic tie-off and trim with the scissor button. And now at the end of your seam, your machine will lock in the stitch and cut the threads.
Start your creative journey to sewing and embroidery with the Baby Lock Verve. Whether you're a beginner or you're looking for a great travel machine, the Baby Lock Verve is just what you're looking for. Create beautiful projects easily with the Baby Lock Verve's large LCD color touch screen. With a simple touch, you can quickly navigate the machine. Help is a breeze with the built-in videos that can assist you at any time. With 191 utility and decorative sewing stitches, you'll always have the perfect stitch for any project. The Verve also allows you to stitch a speedy 850 stitches per minute. And thanks to the wider throat space and included extension table, you can tackle larger projects. The LED lighting, advanced needle threader, and quick set bobbin further enhance the sewing features of the Baby Lock Verve. And when you need to pack your machine, the included hard carrying case will offer extra protection. Embroidery is so easy. Embellish your projects with one of the 95 built-in embroidery designs, 140 frames, or beautiful uppercase floral alphabet. Easily import designs with the USB slot on the Verve. And one of the most exciting features on this machine is the ability to combine embroidery designs on one page. Personalize all your creations with the 10 built-in fonts, multi-line text, and font editing. Visit your local Baby Lock retailer today and see everything that the Verve can help you achieve.
Upsize your creativity with more room to design. Presenting the Innovis NQ1700E, the latest embroidery sensation from Brother. Are smaller hoop sizes cramping your style? Step up to a larger 6x10 canvas to stitch your masterpieces. The Innovis NQ1700E delivers all you need to design on a larger scale, with advanced features and smart conveniences that expand your creativity. Explore 258 built-in embroidery designs with 140 frame pattern combinations and 13 embroidery fonts. Send designs wirelessly using Design Database Transfer. A nearly 5-square-inch LCD color touchscreen with an intuitive interface simplifies on-screen editing. All with drag-and-drop convenience. And hey, you've got gifts to give and crafts to sell. Boost your productivity with embroidery speeds up to 850 stitches per minute, plus an efficient and simple color sort feature. Plus, the optional 5x7 magnetic hoop lets you manage thicker fabrics with ease. Upsize your creativity with the all-new, all-smart Innovis NQ1700E, only from your friends at Brother. Demo one at your Brother dealer today.
Janome. Burnett, for all my ideas.
Hey everyone, Blaine Austin here with Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 5 of Sew Fest. And hey, we have got a great show planned for you today, and we are going to announce our grand prize winners of our contest, and we're going to award that Dream Studio to one lucky viewer out there. So we got a lot of stuff in store for you today, and then throughout the day, we're going to give some more prizes. So great show planned, and we have Angela Wolf going to be in today to help me co-host this event, and so we're super excited. So we hope that y'all are going to be able to stick around all day. Hey, just for kicks out there right now, I want to know who has been here since day 1. Put a 5 in the comments if you've been here since day 1, and if this is your first day, put a 1. I want to see just who's new today to us and who's been out there for this entire event. hanging out with me. And so how's Kyle? Kyle, how are you doing this morning over there? You doing good? How's our chat team back there this morning? Are they doing okay? Oh, there we go. Hey, is Marina still helping us out, Deb, from Russia? So I want to say good morning to Marina. She's on vacation, but she's actually in vacationing in Russia, but she's getting on there helping us out with the chat today. And I think it's 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning right now in her time. So we sure do appreciate her. And we got Roger. Roger's on manning one of the cameras today. He's going to be at the San Marcos store and doing that. So we got a great show planned. And Nick's whole team, the sales team, are all standing by on the telephones over there this morning, so it'd help you take your orders. And then we got Laura Cook, our customer service manager. Her team is all standing there on the phones as well. I think we got about 18 people on the phones over there this morning. The warehouse crew is all ready to go to try to get all these shipments out. And so, hey, man, I'm excited too, man. This is day 5, and it's went by so fast. I can't get over how fast the week goes by. But anyway, so I see a lot of people chatting in out there. I see a lot of 5s coming through. And so, hey, we really do want to thank each and every one of y'all for joining in and helping support the show. And again, I got to thank all of our sponsors. If it wasn't for our sponsors, we wouldn't be able to do this event. And, they've been instrumental in getting some of these great educators that you've been seeing doing the demonstrations. And they're helping us with all the prizes and things. So, we just can't thank them enough. And, Janome, Handy Quilter, the Grace Company, OESD, Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Aero Cabinets, So Steady, Euro Notions, Daylight, and Juki all were our sponsors for the event. And we sure do appreciate them and love working with those companies. And so anyway, hey guys, got to tell you, if this is your first day on the show, and you probably kind of want to know a little bit what's been going on. So we started out on Monday, and we've been doing, demonstrations and educational events every day. We've been doing 2 educational events per day. And what I mean when I say educational events is 2 of these events, we don't really talk about products or anything. It's basically just helping you with some, sort of aspect of sewing. And so we went out and tried to pick the best people we could find to teach these certain classes. And like one of them was called, Let's Play Footsie, and it was talking all about the different feet that you use. We've had, some of the classes talking about hemming. So today we have Joanne Banco is going to be on the show teaching a class, tips for top stitching. And then Emily Thompson is going to be on later this afternoon, and it's going to be talking about elastic waistbands. So 2 great educational classes we're going to have today, plus a ton of demos on the machines and different things that we have specials on. Throughout the day, you're going to hear me tell you about a Google Sheets link. And if it's what's happening, our phones get so busy, we don't want to miss your call. So instead of you waiting on hold or leaving message and things like that, Kyle is just going to put a Google Sheets link up in the chat. And all you have to do is hit that link, and it'll open a Google Sheets page up, and you just put your name and phone number and the product you're interested in, and it gets updated real time in our call center. And when that happens, they'll call you. As soon as they get off the phone, they're going to make you a priority, and they'll give you a call back. And so that's kind of how that works. And that way we ensure that everybody gets the help that they're looking for today. So the other thing that we did is we had a contest that we started advertising back a few months ago. And basically the contest was 2 categories. We had a sewing contest where you could enter a garment that you made, and then the other one was that you could enter a home decor item that you made. And we put them up. We had rules that you had to follow. You submitted your pictures, and then we put the pictures up on the SewFest website, and people could vote. And so what we did is we just took whoever had the most votes, they win, and they're going to win a prize package. And then we have a second and third place that we're going to recognize in each category as well. And it's basically all the viewers, the ones who voted. And so we have that going on. We're going to announce those winners today. And then the other thing that we did was the Dream Studio package. And we got a huge package put together for you. And one of you out there are going to win that today. And you still have time to win. There, I think Kyle just pulled that up. You can see the Dream Studio package right there. It has got a great prize package put together. And, you know, right there you can see one of the items is a Grace 15R long arm. We have that Grace hoop frame. We have the Handy Quilter Capri and Insight table. We have the Janome MC8200 QCP sewing machine. We have that Arrow Bandicoot bundle. When you get the table, the Kiwi storage cabinet, and the chair, one of those hydraulic chairs, you get that So Steady Wish to Quilt package with the travel bag and that bonus class that they, series that comes with it. And then the seventh item in that whole package, you're getting that Daylight LED light. And I think it's the Slim line. So great Dream Studio package. You're going to be able to take that and add it to your sewing studio. And so we're hoping that it is going to be a dream studio for somebody it gets them excited to win. And so one of you lucky viewers are going to win that today, and you can still win. There's time. So I want to tell everybody how you can win our prizes. So today on the show, while you're watching, if you're watching on Facebook, go down and like the video, share it. Share it really helps too. Share it on your page or share it on a friend's page. And then when you're throughout the show today, ask questions, make comments, and all those things you do will help your chances to win. Even on YouTube's the same way. On YouTube, go down and hit that bell notification, and subscribe to our channel. And then same way, ask questions, make comments, and that's going to help your chances. If you're watching it on our website today, we hope that you'll make your way over and come on over to YouTube or to Facebook and watch the show with us and spend the whole day with us. We will try to have a little break today sometime to let you stretch your legs and go refill your coffee cup. But it's going to be a fast-paced day today. And so you have to sit back and get comfortable and when this thing starts, and we'll have a lot of fun today. Kyle, is there anything else? Am I forgetting anything? We've covered pretty much everything. Again, guys, we sure do appreciate you spending your week with us if you spent the whole week, and we appreciate you just spending the day with us. But hey, first up this morning, and I think I may have told y'all that we have Alba Fedeke. She is the Janome National Educator, and she was live with us first part of the week, and then she had a family emergency, so we kind of had to start scrambling around to try to get videos. And we went back and got the tape of when she actually demonstrated live on the show. So the things when you see from Janome today are videotaped. They're not live. We hope that everything's okay with Alba. And I think the last time we had a show with Alba, she had to have emergency surgery herself, and we had to scramble and get some videotape. So we're having to do that again today, and so we hope everything's okay with her. But we got a great show lined up for you, and I think I'm going to bring Angela Wolf will come in as soon as Alba's demonstration is over. I think Angela's going to come in, and we'll get her started, and we're just going to have fun today. Hope y'all will sit back and have fun with us too. But so, hey, let's go ahead, and I want to talk a little bit about Alba. Alba, she had joined Janome back in 2007, and she is basically the dealer trainer specialist, and she is responsible for helping train dealers and the dealer staff nationwide. She does a ton of videos for Janome, extremely knowledgeable, and just a super nice lady. And we're so happy she was part of it. We're so happy that Janome is part of our event. And so let's go ahead, and we're going to talk about that MC9850 this morning. And that's what Alba's going to do the demo on. And then we've got some great show specials on that, and I'll tell you a little bit about those after the video. And so anyway, y'all sit back and relax. Let's get going.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Janome Sewing Studio. Today I'm going to be reviewing and going over one of the machines that gets a little lost in the Janome lineup, and that's the Janome 9850. I really love this machine because of its size. This is what I call an intermediate size. So it's not quite the full 11-inch bed, but it's not the small 6-inch bed for a travel machine. So this is a really nice 8.5-inch bed space to the machine. And that's why I love this size. If you are an advanced sewer and you're taking a lot of classes, when you go to that really small travel classroom machine, it's easy to outgrow that. And I'm one of those that have reached that point. So this gives me a little bit of a larger throat space, a little bit of a taller throat space, and a lot more lighting than a travel machine. But this could also be your main standalone only machine. It is powerful enough, it is large enough to be your one and only, or to be the one that you bring to classes with you. The 9850, outside of that intermediate size, it is also a combination machine. And here's what I mean by that. I have an embroidery unit attached to the back of the machine that I can also do machine embroidery on this machine. So this is great for people that do take sewing classes, quilting classes, embroidery classes. This will have you covered for all of your sewing and embroidery needs. So I love that. And it is still portable enough where I could bring it with me. If you have a full-size combination embroidery and sewing machine, you know those can be 40 pounds or more. So this is coming in at the high 20 point in weight, and this is a lot easier to carry around and bring to those classes. Now, I mentioned that this is a sewing and embroidery machine. So I am going to be showing you the two hoops that come with the machine. This one is the square 14A, and this is a 5.5 by 5.5 inch hoop. I really get a lot of use out of this one. It seems to cover a lot of my projects, but that is not the largest hoop that is offered. The largest hoop is the RE20A, and this one is 6.7 by 7.9 inches. So you get a really nice big hoop area with the Memorycraft 9850. And as we're talking about embroidery, I want to show you just how easy it is to go from sewing into embroidery. So on the machine itself, I have a toggle button that once I touch that button, I get a message. Open your carriage arm, and with a press of a button, I am ready to go into embroidery mode. And I love that that hoop is behind me. It gives me plenty of room on the right and left to do all of my projects. I am going to show you just how easily that attaches. And look at that. I am all ready to go into embroidery. So I really like the setup of this machine. It makes it really easy to go to all of my projects that I may want to do. And I also like the fact that I don't need to remove my arm when I go into sewing. I use that as extra support and extra depth to my bed of the machine, making it really easy and really convenient. Now, for all of my sewing and crafting needs, the machine does come with 9 feet, and I am just going to show you those 9 feet that you do get. So I get that beautiful buttonhole foot that has this stabilizer plate, allowing me to work on both very thick fabrics and very thin fabrics because it helps stabilize that fabric when I'm doing that buttonhole. My 1/4 inch sewing foot for all of my quilting, and I happen to use that 1/4-inch foot for a lot of crafting and a lot of garment sewing as well, to be able to do top stitching and just get a beautiful even seam as I am working. A free motion darning foot. For all of you quilters, that is really nice foot. I have a blind hem foot, an over edge foot to mimic the look of serging, a rolled hem foot for working with all of those fine fabrics to get that professional quality finish. My zipper foot, of course, I use this all the time. And this one, you may or may not know what this one is. This is a button sewing foot. So it allows you to sew your buttons on by machine. And of course, my embroidery foot for doing embroidery work on the machine. You're going to notice that we have a beautiful selection of decorative stitches as well as an alphabet. And just like the rest of the Janome machines in the lineup, navigating in this machine is really easy, quick, and is going to look very familiar to you. So as I'm looking at the screen, I have my option for my utility stitches, my decorative stitches, my lettering functions, and sewing applications as well. Most people don't expect to find that sewing applications feature at this price point of a machine, and it really makes that a wonderful machine. So I am going to place that fabric underneath the foot, and Janome is really known for that superior feed system, and the 9850 is no different in that. And the superior feed system has to do with that 7-piece feed dog system, feeds that fabric. Let me show you exactly what that will do for you. I am going to sew a little bit forward, go back. Now I went back and forth. You notice I wasn't holding that fabric at all. And look at how beautifully straight that stitch kept. So this is what I mean by that superior feed system. It really gives you that confidence and that ability to take your sewing to that next level. Now, let's say I wanted to go into different type of stitches and maybe do some applique. So with the touch of a button, and I let the machine know I want to go into my decorative functions, I touch that applique and I very quickly have gone into that mode. Now, again, with applique, a lot of people really do not like doing this because of all the stopping and fussing that you need to do. But watch how easily I am going to do those curves. So look at how nicely, with an ease of just a fingertip, I'm able to move that fabric, and you are going to be amazed at how beautiful that curve is. And that again is with our superior feed system that Janome is really known for. So I really do like how easily I'm able to maneuver and adjust and really personalize all my stitches. So I went into my adjustments and I could make this stitch wider, and right on the screen I'm seeing exactly the change that I'm making. And I want to make that bite or this stitch length much longer. So I'm getting a really good view of exactly what that stitch will look like. And a fingertip is all you need. With that stop start button, I press and hold to go really nice and slow to give me complete control. And now I know for people that do applique, turning that corner, it's like you bite your fingernails, hoping that you don't get that backward step and makes your stitch look unattractive. I have a button for that. That little B right on top allows me to touch that, and it brings me to the beginning of the stitch pattern, so that when I continue with that applique stitch, I will always get that perfect outer corner. And look at that beautiful corner. I have no bite that is coming completely out. I am showing you this is the default setting. Look how big of a change I was able to make with that. The Memory Craft 9850 has a maximum 9mm stitch width, which means that I have 91 needle positions. I'm going to bring this back to a straight stitch, and I am going to move that needle position. So as you notice, that needle is going to move all the way over to the left, and I could move it all the way over to the right. And I have 91 ticks or needle position. And when I do those one at a time, you barely notice that needle moving. So I'm going to do that quickly for you, so you really see that movement of the needle. And that 91 needle positions gives me the ability to get to precisely where I need to sew, and just gives me that quality that I want to expect from that Janome machine. Now, I mentioned some 9mm stitching, so let me show you some of the decorative stitches that are available. And I really love some of the stitches that are available on here. So not only do I have this one page, but I am able to go over to that second page as well. And I'm going to go to that play function. So look at that. I have that beautiful dress form on here that I love. So I'm going to lower my foot, and I'm going to show you how easily I could do just one. I am going to touch that locking stitch, and that will complete that one dress form pattern. And I'm going to cut my thread with that scissor button. And look at how beautiful that dress form is. I happen to really love this stitch. But now let's say I'm doing some crafting or sewing, and I don't want to sew just one decorative stitch. I want to do a combination. So when I touch that combination button, I want to do my needle and thread, my spool of thread, and my scissor. And I'm going to tell the machine when I do those 3 stitches, I want to stop. So I've even programmed in my locking stitch. So let's see how pretty that stitches out. So right now my screen is showing me when it's going from one stitch into another. So I know exactly what my machine is doing. These are absolutely beautiful. So there is my needle and thread, my spool of thread, and my scissor. Those 9mm decorative stitches are just absolutely stunning. They're beautiful, they're large. You could really see the detail to those. And again, look at how beautifully straight those stitched. I wasn't even holding on to that. And I mentioned lettering. There are 3 lettering fonts, and I'm going to go into one of those, which is the block lettering. And I am going to clear what I already have on my screen, and I am going to do a couple of letters for you. When you see the lettering function in that 9mm stitch width, you're going to be really impressed and realize you need to upgrade your machine. Look at how large and clear and beautiful that lettering is. Such a big difference from the older machines that had either a 5mm stitch width or a 7mm stitch width. So I just love how beautiful, and it really makes it, all of my projects that I make, look so much more impressive and brings them to that next level. I absolutely love that it does that. Now, I spoke about sewing applications, and for my Janome users that already have machines with this function, you're going to be really surprised, and I love the fact that this machine has these functions, and that I'm able to bring these functions and this capability to a portable machine that I take to classes with me. So what sewing applications is, if you're not familiar with it, sewing applications is my sewing teacher or my sewing mentor in the machine. It gives me different sewing and quilting functions, and it optimizes all of those functions. So here I have seaming, overedge, blind hem, roll hem, zipper, and gathering. And there's more. There's one of 2 pages. On page 2 are more of my quilting type functions. I have basting, button sewing, tacking, applique, patchwork, and quilting for my free motion. So when I saw these, I often thought seaming. What could Janome optimize and make easier for me in seaming? And let me show you. Of course, it's going to give me my stitch for woven and knit. And what I love about this, it doesn't only suggest the stitch for you, it actually opens and activates. So here I am in my stretch knit, which is that lightning bolt type of stitch, but it also optimizes by the weight of the knit. Am I sewing a lightweight, a medium weight, or a heavy weight? And what it does is it adjusts the length, the width, and the tension to give me the most optimal results possible. And it does that automatically. So when I pick the weight that I am doing, my stitch is picture perfect for that function that I've chosen. But I also have that adjust key so I could fine tune it even more. And I also wanted to show you curve and top stitching. Now these may look like garment sewing functions, but these are regular sewing functions that are used whether you're crafting, whether you're quilting. So on a curve, we know that when you do that curve stitching, you need to make that stitch length much shorter, so that when you turn that curve inside out, it gives you a beautiful shaped curve. As opposed to when you're top stitching, it makes that stitch length much longer because you're going over different weights and different amounts of fabric as you're top stitching. So I love that this takes all the thought and the worry out of a lot of sewing projects. I don't need to find my instruction book to look up what setting do I need to do that. I love that it's here for me. And in applique, I really love, it has my buttonhole or applique stitches, but it also has my zigzag stitches. And you'll notice that there's two of them. One has an M, one has an R, and that is my starting needle position. So right now I am on the selection of M for middle, and when I switch to the R, my needle defaults to that right needle position. Now, when you do applique and you select a zigzag, most people do a satin stitch, and you have to make the changes to the width and to the length. Not when you go into sewing applications. This is all done for you. And I'm also going to show you that beautiful feeding system again. Look at how effortlessly I am able to curve and move that fabric. So with the sewing applications, I not only have that perfect zigzag and that beautiful control, but it was already adjusted for me to become a satin stitch. And I really love that about this machine. So again, with the Memory Craft 9850, you're able to go from sewing to crafting to quilting to home deck and upholstery work, all in this one magnificent machine. It gives it to you all. So this is really, I call it the little sister to our top of the line machine, because it's offering you a lot of what those high-end machines have in a smaller size, a smaller footprint, and of course, that ability to go to embroidery and be able to do that. And again, when I go to embroidery on my machine, it is an easy process. And I am going to come around back to switch out that foot. And it is so easy to go from sewing into embroidery with ease and just very few steps. You'll notice the only thing I really needed was to loosen the screw to remove one foot and put on another. And I just tightened up that screw to bring me into that. I am going to touch my toggle button. And this icon is, it looks like two machines. It's going from my sewing machine into my embroidery machine. It is reminding me that my arm is not open. Do I still want to go to embroidery mode? Yes, I do. So here in the embroidery mode, look at how easily I was able to switch from one to another. And that embroidery arm being in the back of the machine opens up so easily and so quickly. And I'm going to put that hoop onto the machine. It just goes right in, locks in place very easily, very quickly, that I'm able to go from one to another. I'm going to repeat the size hoops again, and I'm going to show you those on the screen. So my smaller of the two hoops that are included with the machine is 5.5 by 5.5 inches. My larger hoop of the two is 6.7 by 7.9 inches. And there is a third hoop, which is optional and does not come with the machine, and that is a free arm hoop. That is the 3.9 by 1.6 size hoop. And when I am working in my embroidery, I have my beautiful built-in designs that I can see two ways. I could see them by category or folder of designs, or I could look by size. So I know that I'm working with something that is in that 5.5-inch hoop size. This will shuffle all of my designs around and show me just the ones that fit this particular hoop. And I will be able to scroll through and see all of those beautiful designs. Or I can go by category or style of design. So I have favorite, geometric, pantry, monochrome, and it lets me go through all of these functions. So I love how quick and easy I am able to switch out from one to another. And this is one of the built-in designs from this machine. So you will notice that you get that beautiful Janome quality that you have come to become accustomed to. Now, this is something I usually don't show, but I want to show you how beautifully the back of the design looks. On a lot of embroidery machines, you get knots and a mess and just a bunch of ugliness. And I love that Janome gives me that beautiful result, not only on the front, but on the back of that embroidery. And in my embroidery functions, I have a lot of editing capability as well. So the functions that you would expect, I am able to reduce, enlarge, I'm able to rotate, copy, and paste. So I have a lot of functions within the machine. I don't think you'll be disappointed in the 9850 if you choose to add this to your sewing room and make it part of your sewing studio at home. Make sure to reach out and call the dealership for pricing and availability and to put your name on the Janome 9850. Again, my name was Alba. I want to thank you so much for joining me in the Janome Sewing Studio, and I will be seeing you soon and showing you some other wonderful Janome products. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Alba, and thank you to Janome as one of our sponsors. And guys, I got to show you how you can get this 9850. Hey, guys, this is a great sewing and embroidery machine from Janome. And if you're on our website, you can just go up in that search bar and type in MC9850. It'll take you right to that product page, and you can read all about the features of the sewing side and the embroidery side. Hey, this machine, the sewing has 200 built-in stitches. The embroidery side of the thing has 175 built-in embroidery designs. So great machine with tons of features packed into this. And again, it comes with those 2 hoops on the embroidery side. You get at the 5x5 inch by 5x5, and then you get that 7.5 or 7.9 by 6.7. Yeah, so 6.7. I'm trying to remember 6.7 by the 7.9. So again, great combination machine here. We have a call-in special. The normal price is $18.99 on this, but we have a call-in special. We are going to give you the show special pricing, the SewFest pricing, but you have to call in at 800-401-8151 to get that. So all you Janome fans out there, I'm telling you this, you probably know the Janome quality, so you know how great these machines are. This is a fantastic machine, and we're so happy to be able to offer it as a special. We have 10 of these left. There's only 10 left, and once those 10 are gone, this special goes off. So if you want one of these, that now is your time to get it. It's the Mimicraft 9850 sewing and embroidery machine by Janome. And we also have SewFest special financing available in this. We can finance at 0% interest for 18 months, get those payments down just a little over $100 a month. So a great time. If you've been interested in getting a sewing and embroidery machine, this is the time to go ahead and get one. So guys, we're going to keep moving on along, and I'm going to bring in my co-host next. Let's bring in Angela Wolf.
Good morning, Blaine. Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing fabulous. I finished sewing my shirt yesterday. I am so inspired to sew again this week. This is just not that I don't, not usually, but now I'm really inspired. And you look awful festive today.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Kyle tells me and Roger always tells me that I have to wear a light colored, jacket so I don't blend into the background. So I didn't get to wear any of my blue jackets. I had to wear everything was light colored.
We kind of match now. And I say good morning to all of your fans in the Wolf Pack. Oh, I'm so excited for today.
Oh, I am too. We got a lot to talk about today. And hey, it's so funny. You were talking about sewing it. Jane was on here hosting with us yesterday, and during, she got all inspired watching your tips that you did, your educational event, and she was making things, and she ended up at the end of the day, she made a shirt, and so put a shirt together and actually showed us. So I talked to her after the show last night. She's like, I was so excited and watching Angela, and I got inspired and pumped up. She goes, I just want to sew. So.
It's rubbing off. In fact, the UPS guy just dropped off Wynn's birthday present, and he's inspired to sew. I don't know if you heard him. He's like, happy sewing.
Yeah, I saw you looking at somebody, so we didn't hear him, but that's pretty funny. So, yeah. Hey, I know that, we got a lot packed in the show today. We got all the awards we got to give and all the giveaways, but man, we have some great specials on product today. And we have, some good educational events. We got Joanne Banco coming in today. We have Emily Thompson coming in today. And, I think Joanne's is tip for top stitching, and Emily is doing elastic waistbands. So two great educational classes. Plus, we got all these great specials we're going to have on product today. And, again, quantities are limited. We just did Janome. We only have 10 of those left, and they'll probably sell out today. So it's been a great show and a great week so far. And I'm ready to keep this thing going. As I know you got a special little guest coming up next and some great products to talk about.
I do. And Blaine, the next guest, it's kind of interesting. We all talk about cabinets. Where are you going to put your sewing machine? How is your sewing machine going to be set? How about your serger? Lynn Mayers is going to be joining us, and this is going to be very exciting. So, Lynn, I just read that you love to sew and quilt, but the most interesting thing I read about you is that for 40 years, you were a dental hygienist. Now, that means you have definitely attention to detail, and you said ergonomics is very important. It sure was then, and it is now. So, Lynn, with Arrow Cabinets, I'm looking forward to seeing you. Welcome to SewFest.
Hi, Angela. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here with you today, too. I'm so grateful for Sewing Machines Plus because, yes, I love all things sewing, all things quilty. Grab a cup of coffee and you might not ever get me out of your kitchen.
Well, I'm dying to see your tips for ergonomics because as a dental hygienist, that's a lot of leaning over, and it says you pay attention to the chairs, the lighting, the glasses, everything. What was the biggest thing you learned from that you brought over to the sewing side?
I think it was posture. There's so many tools on the market that will help you with posture. So from your chair to the position of your body. So with dentistry, it was more about the chair. Here, I find it's also our position. So the vibrations of that machine, cutting down on that, keeping your wrists at a ergonomically correct position. So dental field, we had instruments. Here we have these beautiful cabinets, and I love talking our cabinets. Absolutely love it.
I'm very excited to see this, so I'm going to let you take it away, and welcome to the show.
Okay, thank you. For the most part, maybe you all can relate, but I sewed for years on a dining room table. And a dining room table, the hassle of setting up your machine, taking down your machine, finding your project, and then corralling all your notions, because inevitably the scissors walked away with one of your children for a school project. So I sewed on that for years, said no. So then I set up a banquet table. My banquet table, same issue. What happened is I had a place where all my things were, but the ergonomics was horrendous. Also, the vibrations of the machine led to a lot of fatigue through my upper back. So I got my cabinet, and it was a game changer. So I'm super excited to go through 3 of our signature cabinets here. You might see a couple of the cute chairs. I will get to those also. And I'm going to talk about our special, which involves the Kiwi. So I'm going to start out first. I have the Aussie opened up. There are several keys that our cabinets all have in common. One of them is ergonomics of the lift. So convenience and ergonomics. We have it here in a flatbed position. So for you quilters, it's really important when we're feeding our fabric that it's nice and straight. Your wrists are staying at that flat position. So you're properly positioned and your wrists aren't feeding your fabric up and over the bed of the machine. One thing I'll note, and you may want to go, well, not may, this is a non-negotiable, acrylic insert to put your machine into the flatbed position. It's going to cover that gap from the edge of your machine to the edge of the cabinet. Super important. So again, your fabric doesn't fall down in the front or fall down in the back. So Sewing Machines Plus has those inserts. Make sure you order a custom one for your machine. Our hydraulic lift opening, it's about, Lethan, you might want to throw up the graphics because I always get my numbers mixed up, but I think it's 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. And that fits most of your machines on the market. It's not those super big embroidery machines, but for the most part, your larger machines, the ones with like maybe an 11-inch throat space. I have it in the flatbed. I'm going to push it down into storage. This cabinet will fold up to a very small footprint and your machine is tucked safely away. I can then, when I'm ready to sew, move it up and we can do the free arm position. So for you garment sewers, I know how important that is to have access to this bed here. But again, us quilters really like that flat bed. So that 3-position hydraulic lift standard in all of our cabinets. The other thing our cabinets have in common is this amazing quilt leaf. Oh my gosh, if you've ever sewn or needed extra workspace, all 3 of our cabinets come with this gorgeous quilt leaf. There's support panels underneath there that make this surface really sturdy. Absolutely love it. I know I really appreciate it when I'm using a really large project such as my queen size or king size quilt and I'm sewing out a binding. I have no more pull on my fabric, so my stitches stay really straight. The next thing is because we don't always need that quilt leaf or we need to move our cabinet around, it sits on heavy duty locking industrial casters. So you don't have any fear that this is going to, the casters are going to be damaged. You can move your cabinet around. So with that being said, I'm going to jump into what I have here is the Aussie. All of our cabinets have different personalities. And this one, I want to say, is the most wow. It has an expansive work surface. We're talking almost 8 feet in width. And again, sewingmachinesplus.com, they'll give you the exact specifications and details on this. But about 8 feet fully opened and about 4 feet deep when the quilt leaf is kicked up in the back. It has 3, I'm going to move my cute adorable chair. #1 rated hydraulic lift chair from Arrow. I'll get to it. You'll love them. But it has 3 cubbies right here in the front. Again, stores threads, notions. For me, I probably would have 5 seam rippers because that is essential to my sewing. I'm always looking for one. It has 2 more caddies right in here. It has, or shelves in there. This one has a removable caddy. So for you sergers out there, oh my gosh, this has a permanent storage for your serging machine. You can put this caddy into 2 positions. So you can stay nice and tight if you want when you're sewing and you give that left side support for whatever project you're working on. Or this will move out and you can lock it into place on the door panel right here. Now these doors are held in place by J-hooks, so they're really quite stable. This gives you a nice firm surface. So if you're sewing with your serger, you can set up that and you can also have your sewing project going. They've really been popular with our sewing and serger communities. So, all right, I'm gonna make this look harder than it is, but it's not. It's just gonna fit right in here. And then this is going to slide into place because the magic of the Aussie is this will fold into a fairly small footprint. We're talking 4 feet by 2 feet. That's it. It goes from this amazing work surface to this 4 foot by 2 foot footprint. And I am amazed every single time I do this. Watch the magic. All right. Once I get this folded up, I am going to talk about the Kiwi because these cabinets are at such a fabulous price. I am just so impressed with the pricing and just so happy to be able to offer that. But even better, every single one of these come with the free Kiwi. The Kiwi is this adorable little cabinet, about 1.5 by 2 feet, I think. And then when it's opened up, you get included a pressing surface and a cutting surface. So talking about time savers, oh my goodness. This pressing mat comes with it, the cutting mat comes with it. You can use your own if you prefer, but these are absolutely amazing. I use it all the time. Super time saver when I'm working on those little tiny blocks. I move it right up into the position. For me, I'm right-handed. I like it on my right side. Comes with 4 drawers. 2 of them are thread storage. But if you don't need thread storage, these are removable. So sweet. They're also soft closing, and that is just such a good feel. Well, it's not my favorite, but it's the top 2 favorites. So either the thread drawer or this really deep storage drawer down here. This drawer will hold an iron, anything that you need that you want to be kept upright. So say your best press, something like that. Soft close, amazing. And it also sits on those movable casters, so you can move it between sewing areas that you have or different sides of your machine, whichever you want. We all sew differently, but this is absolutely free with our signature cabinet. It also comes separately, so if you're just interested in the Kiwi, I don't blame you, but there's a special price on the Kiwi too. But at these prices, oh my gosh, the cabinet and the Kiwi can't be beat. I'm going to move on. I'm going to move the Aussie out of the way, and the next cabinet I'm going to bring out is the Kangaroo Joy. So I talked about personalities. The Kangaroo Joy is all about storage. So I'm going to move the Aussie out of the way. Thank you, Harley. Okay. And I also pulled this off to remind myself, I keep forgetting, for those of you that use a knee lift with your sewing machine, this is removable and it gives you nice access to that knee lift. This also has an amazing quilt leaf, just to make sure we remember that. It goes the entire expanse of this, so this one is a really large work surface. And of course, it also has the 3-position hydraulic lift. This is where the storage, it's, okay, I'm not supposed to have favorites, but this one actually is my favorite cabinet. It has 3 drawers of storage, all soft closing. Anything you want then can go in here, and this one is a little bit deeper. Pockets is in here. He comes with every single one of our cabinets. He's a great mascot. He gives good hugs when things go great, and he gives good hugs when things don't go great. This Joey is removable, so you can put this into any position you want. It can go with the drawers facing you when you're sewing, which is my preferred. It can also be faced out, so that gives you, again, some left side support. Even better, this top drawer comes out, and we have a panel that will lock into place. You fit these pegs into the hole. There is a magnetic catch on there. So what you have now is an absolutely sturdy surface for when you're, again, feeding larger projects through your machine. This will not budge, and it will stay locked in so that you have this nice fluid work surface. Absolutely love it. And I can't forget to tell you, there is a 15-inch quilt extension on this side, or a work surface. Again, who doesn't, well, I love coffee, so who doesn't want their cup of coffee or their mini for tutorials? You can put seam ripper, your thread catcher, all those tools that you need. This right side gives you a lot of access to that because the left side is going to be free for your fabric. This right side holds a lot of your notions, etc. And this one, fully opened, is about 5 feet. 70 inches when everything is completely open, but yet it will close down. I think, Ethan, catch me if I'm wrong, but I want to say it's about 57 inches width when it's all closed down and about 2 feet in depth. Amazing for storage. That's our Kangaroo Joey 2, and it comes with your free kiwi. I can't stress that enough because I love that kiwi. I love our cabinets, but I'm thinking I love the kiwi equally. Okay, and now the hydraulic lift. Now it's standard on all of our cabinets, but make sure you remember it is about 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. So, or it's 23 3/4 by 12 1/2. So it will fit most of your machines. Again, I kind of go back to that throat space. So machines up to 11 1/4 inch throat space, not your very large embroidery machines, but most of your other. The beauty of these cabinets is it also can grow with you. So say you have, a smaller machine, you decide, gee, I really want one of those bigger machines that have a few extra features. The cabinet grows with you. You might need another acrylic insert that's custom made for your machine, but you have it. This cabinet is lifetime guarantee. They also have 2 things in common. They come in teak and ash white. So lifetime guarantee on this cabinet. That I think is really important to note too. The next thing I am going to do is I'm going to pull out our Wallaby. So I'm going to push Kangaroo Joey back, and I think you can see how those industrial casters come into play. Again, standard on all of our cabinets, but it makes for really easy movement. Whoops, that's my button. And this is the panel that goes for our knee lift and our kiwi. I am going to pull out the Wallaby now. The Wallaby is our most home-friendly footprint. So I kind of call that one the little sister to the Aussie, simply because it offers a lot of the same features that our Aussie has, but in a little bit smaller footprint. This one, I have so many people that tell me, oh, I just don't have room for a cabinet. I'm like, yes, you do. This one, same size lift opening, so for those larger machines, but it folds up, it's amazing, into about a 3.5 by 1.5 inch footprint. But we have storage on the right side door. There's room for up to 33 spools of thread. We have a larger, deeper cubby right there on the bottom. I'm going to open this up. And you'll notice that you could put a serger in here. We have just a little, what do you call these? Baskets. Yeah, project basket. It has a soft close drawer down here. There's pockets again. He comes with all of our cabinets. I love pockets. And then this will extend out and gives you that left side support. So there you have it. An amazing little cabinet, 3.5 by 1.5 inch footprint. It also has that quilt leaf on the back. It has the movable casters. So again, you do have space for this because it can move. You don't need to have the quilt leaf up all the time. And you have the 3-position hydraulic lift. So this one, we're going to pop this right down into the storage position. We're going to close it up. You want to see that again, Harley? You're telling me you want to see my hydraulic lift. I love the guys that I work with here. They keep me on task because you remember in the beginning when I said grab a cup of coffee and I'll keep talking? I love talking. Cabinets, sewing, sitting around, all you amazing quilters and sewers. I draw lots of inspiration from you. But the nice thing about these cabinets is they're built for everybody, not just the quilters. They're for the sewers. They're for the ones that, oh, I've seen some really awesome Wicked cosplay costumes out there, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. But man, these women that can, I was noticing too with your garment sewing, you know, this free arm position. Pop it down into your flatbed with your acrylic insert that you can order from Sewing Machines Plus. Pardon? Same opening, yes. I think I mentioned that, Harley.
I'm reading comments as they come in.
So, yes, it is a 22 3/4, a 23 3/4, Ethan. 23 3/4 by 12.5. And the important thing to remember, if you want to know for sure, when you measure your machine, you go from this bed of the machine right here, this front end, to the back end. But then you have to remember you have power cords. So you want to add on maybe 1 inch to 1.5 inches. So all 3 of our cabinets come with that 23 3/4 by 12.5 inch. So again, it handles almost all your machines out there. It is up to 55 pounds. So again, there's no weight restrictions really. I don't know a machine that really does go over those 55 pounds. So I am going to put this down into storage position because like I said, all 3 of our cabinets have personalities. We talked about the Aussie 2, that one for you serger, people that like to serge, storage for your serger, room to serge, has the big expansive workspace. Then we go to our Kangaroo Joey. It's all about storage. For me, that's what it came down to. Love the storage. I also love that big quilt leaf on the back. They all have the quilt leaf, but the Kangaroo Joey's just was a little bit longer for me, that I love that. The Wallaby, its claim to fame is that it offers a lot of the amenities that our cabinets have. You have the storage, you have the 3-position hydraulic lift, you have room for your thread and another cubby on the bottom of this drawer. But talking about a home-friendly footprint, 3.5 by 1.5. So if you're sewing in a multi-purpose room, a spare bedroom, or you've got it set up in another area where you have some traffic, and you want to close this up, I've had people say they were sewing like in their dining room and they had this tucked off to one side. They actually threw a table topper over it and they use it like for serving a buffet. This is a melamine laminate top, a lifetime guarantee on the cabinet. This can not only be a perfect storage for your sewing machine, it can serve a couple of different purposes, from work surface to sewing storage to Notion storage to, like I said, I had a customer tell me she used it as like a side buffet, but I would stick with my sewing. The Kiwi, can't say enough good things about that. That is versatile, goes from different sewing areas. But now that I talked about our Kiwi, which has the pressing mat and the cutting mat and our amazing cabinets, the 3 cabinets that I have that include the free Kiwi, I need to tell you, to complete the ergonomic package, I do want to show you our chairs. These come in 10 really fun fabrics. So 5 of them are prints that I can guarantee when you walk into your sewing area, they're going to make you smile. I smile every single time I look at my chair. Just, I don't know, it just tickles me. So 5 fun prints. The other thing about it, 5 solid prints. So if you are sewing in a room that is, multi-purpose and you want it to blend, you have 5 solid fabrics. So 5 fun prints, 5 solids, and now all these amazing features. I'm going to sit down just because it's been calling to me. It has awesome lumbar support. So anybody that sits in our chair is just like, oh my gosh, does that feel so good? We all spend hours and hours and hours working on our project, and you don't realize the toll that it takes on our body. I know I have started sewing when it was sun shining outside, and all of a sudden, by the time I look up, it's dark. I'm like, where did my day go? I don't notice because I'm sewing in comfort. You have the cabinet at the proper height. You've got a chair that can adjust. So talking about adjusting, on this right-hand side, it can go from 18 inches, so if you're a little height challenged like I am, or it can go up to 22 inches. So that will keep your thighs at like a parallel position here. So I'm going to move it back down. It has, if you didn't notice, it has a 360 swivel. Super fun in itself, but where it comes in handy is when I'm sewing, again, on those small blocks, and I've got my Kiwi right up next to me, and then I've got my sewing project going. All I'm doing is I'm swiveling between cutting those dog ears off and turning back and sewing my project. And, oh, I need to give that seam a little press so I can, put them together and match those points up. I'm turning, I'm pressing, I'm moving right back, and I'm sewing. So it is a time changer. Everybody has time, and it's so important to maximize it, especially when we're doing something we love. So 360 swivel, and we have 5-star base. We have casters on here that are movable and a 5-star base. I'm forever dropping things on the floor. My office chair was nice. It served the purpose, but it was forever dumping me out, and it wasn't that comfortable. So I would reach over, and inevitably I would be on the floor. This has got that 5-star base, and it is stable and solid. It also has that hydraulic lift with the 18 to 22 inches, but it's up to 300 pounds. So it can really take, it can take us, it's durable. The other thing is probably the most fun thing about the chair next to the fabrics is it has hidden storage. All right, the practical side of me puts my reference manuals in here. When I'm working on something with machine, I can't quite remember how to do it. But I have been known to store some chocolate in there. That seam ripper I talk about so much, the 5 of them that I better have at my fingertips because I'm always losing it. You need that. So we have anything that you find necessary, you can put it right here in this storage, and it is easily accessible. And it's fun. What else am I talking about, Harley? Oh, am I going back to Angela now? Probably.
Hi.
Yeah, Angela. I wasn't sure. I mean, I can keep talking, but I'm also always going, oh, I need to talk to Angela. I'm like, okay.
Well, I have to tell you, I am so impressed, and I'm reading all the comments. Deb's been answering everyone. They're asking measurements, but there's been a couple questions on that chair. They're loving that chair. I don't know, does it come with the chocolates or does that?
Well, no, because we're all kind of picky. It's kind of like we're picky about our sewing equipment. Our chocolates are kind of the same way. I mean, are you milk chocolate? Are you dark chocolate? Are you?
I'd be the milk chocolate. My husband's the dark chocolate, so we never steal each other, so we're good. But
yeah, I'm dark chocolate. They happen to have milk chocolate in here. I'm going, what's up, guys?
Hey, on that chair, there was a couple comments, and forgive me, I don't remember the names because it was everybody was commenting so fast. But someone said, I'm so short, my feet never reach the floor. So what is the lowest that height will go? Do you know offhand?
18 inches. And for reference, I'm 5'1", the incredible shrinking woman. Every time I get measured, I've lost another inch. I'm like, what's up with that? But I'm 5'1", and I have absolutely no problem reaching the ground. And I have a fairly short inseam too.
Wonderful. And then someone else asked, how deep is that chair?
Oh, that's a really good question. I couldn't tell you. I have seen lots and lots and lots of women sit on it, and I have not had anybody really feel that it was too short, where it hits you in the thighs.
Right.
It seems to be universally friendly for all of our body shapes. So
all shapes and sizes.
Yeah. Yes.
Wonderful. And then there was one question, I didn't see if Deb had answered this. Trisha was asking, how large is the Wallaby once it's opened up?
Oh my gosh, I didn't say that. The Wallaby, once it's opened up, is going to be, it's 3.5 feet, right?
Okay.
No, 70. 70 inches when the Wallaby is opened up. I forgot about this. So 70 inches. I forgot this side opens.
Oh, wow.
Where you get it is on your right-hand side because that door is going to swing out. So translate 70 inches into feet. What is that? 5 feet? 5 feet?
Tricia, that was a great question.
Yes.
She was right on it.
5 feet. Yeah, 5 feet. So you're going to get this wonderful right side. So again, if you have, I always have a cup of coffee going and I want to keep that away from my machine. So that sits way over here along with my thread catcher. A lot of times you like to watch those tutorials because we get inspired by watching shows like you. So I can be sewing and watching you guys. So your laptop or your mini or whatever you have can sit right there. And this one on the left side, you do get your left side support. So this just pops open, but it doesn't add any more width to it.
It just keeps it bigger, but that's so functional. You have so much space to move around.
Right. And then you have your quilt leaf on the back and those support panel. But you have to remember, because this closes up to like 1.5 by 3.5, and it's on those industrial strength casters, this can move around. So if you don't have the space to keep this all open, which is understandable, when you are sewing, you can move it out, get your space, and then just tuck it back in to the corner or the sidewall.
That's really nice, especially if you're confined to a certain room, or maybe you're using it in your living room. That's where my mother's been sewing all week while she's been watching. I have to make sure she's watching.
Yeah. And also I've heard a lot of people like spare bedrooms, they have their kids returning home or visiting, and then they'll have their sewing area in that spare bedroom. So when the kids come over, it's just like I said, it's a push of the lift that puts it into a storage position and a few, closes of the doors, and you've got this really nice, small, compact footprint. And I should note too, that these are locking doors. So if you do have littles that like to explore, all of your sharp notions, etc., are safe, and your machine is safe.
Definitely. And then there were a couple questions. I don't remember these specific machines, so you can call in and ask that. But if they have an older machine, can they have a special plastic made for that to be able to, when it comes up?
I believe so. That, Sewing Machines Plus may have to research that, but I've had people order inserts for like older singers, the originals, not the featherweight. That's a special table that I'm sure Sewing Machines Plus would have too. But I believe so. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And then just one more, is there a warranty with these?
Yes, lifetime warranty on the cabinet, 5 years on the hydraulic lift. But our customer service team here at Arrow is absolutely amazing. I can't sing the women's praises enough. I love each and every one of them. They're here to help, and you will talk to a live person.
That's fantastic. And I don't know if anybody here watching that sews, if you sew on your kitchen table, once you have your machine recessed and you have that all laid out, everything she just showed you, your sewing will be, number one, more efficient, more successful in your stitching, and your back won't hurt.
Absolutely. I had the opportunity to try out a little machine for my granddaughter, and I put it on the dining room table. And of course, you know how time flies. An hour later, I was feeling it. It wasn't the sewing that made me stop. It was like, ooh, I was tight.
Oh my gosh. And I think I totally agree. I think I don't see any other questions. Everybody, you can call in though, and you can check just to make sure. But Lynn, this was an awesome presentation. I'm very excited. And don't forget, those of you watching, you can go back and watch the rerun if you can't make up your mind which one you want. And the deals you have to call in for the deals. That's correct?
Oh, really? Wow. Great pricing then. Super good pricing. And like I said, I am just thrilled to be able that Sewing Machines Plus is offering the free Kiwi with each of our 3 signature cabinets. That alone is like a showstopper.
Those Kiwis, I was watching the comments there and I was cracking up because I'm with you. They said, I need like 5 of those for all of my stuff.
I'm pretty sure Sewing Machines Plus can handle that, because you can buy the Kiwis just separate, I'm sure, at a special price also. But I would take advantage of getting your machine in a nice, safe, secure location. And then the Kiwi is just a cherry on top of that sundae.
It sure is. Well, thank you so much. This has been awesome. And everyone watching, if you have questions, be sure to call Sewing Machines Plus. The phone number is below, and you'll have to grab your cabinet before tomorrow because today's the end of the show, which is awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Angela. Bye, everybody. Happy sewing.
Have a great day. So Blaine, I don't know about you, but I think that organization for the machine, your thread, all of your items, and those little kiwis, I could have like 20 of those here and just have them, one with zippers, one with all of my scissors. Well, I mean, that would just, I'd look so organized. My husband would not even recognize me.
Well, you know, Angela, those 3 cabinets you showed are awesome. We got a great special on them, but we also have a special on a 4th one, and I will. If you'll let me, I'll go ahead and tell everybody exactly how they can order these, and Kyle can show the overlay. But again, guys, that very first one that she showed was that Aussie 2 sewing cabinet. You can get it in the teak or the white ash. It is $17.99 is the price on that. And guys, we are offering some special financing, 0% interest for 18 months. You can get it down for $99 a month. Again, it's $17.99 for the Aussie 2. We're throwing in that cabinet, the Kiwi storage cabinet, absolutely free with it. And then the next one that she showed was the Joey, and it's the Joey 2 sewing cabinet. It also comes in the teak or the white ash. It's $17.99 as well. And we're going to throw that Kiwi storage cabinet in with that. Free shipping on all these cabinets, guys. Free shipping right to your door. Again, we have special financing for this. It's going to make it a little over $99 a month on it. $17.99 for this with that free storage cabinet. And again, then the next one that she was showing was that Wallaby 2. It again comes in either the teak or that white ash. It is $15.99. And again, we're going to throw in that free Kiwi storage cabinet with it. This, guys, we have some 18-month special financing, 0% interest. You can get it down for about $88 a month. Great pricing. And then one that she didn't show today, but we do have on special, is that Bandicoot. And that Bandicoot combo is the Bandicoot 2, and it comes in either the white ash or that teak. And this is the one I actually bought my wife, Michelle. It's a great cabinet, $14.99. We have special financing for 18 months. You can get it down for just a little over $80 a month on this. This comes with a free Kiwi storage cabinet, and we're going to throw in one of those hydraulic chairs, 10 colors to choose from. And guys, even if you're just wanting a great chair, it has the storage under that lid. We have 10 different ones to choose from on our website. You can go right on sewingmachinesplus.com, and up in the search bar, just type in Arrow, and it'll take you to the category page where you can see all these 4 specials we have going, along with all those chairs. And but anyway, you can go and type in, in the search bar. If you just want to go right to the product page, you can just type in Bandicoot 2. But great specials on 4 of those, Angela. And if somebody has been wanting storage for their cabinet, this is the time to do it, is to get it right now, guys. We got a great special, free shipping on all 4 of those that we showed you right to your door. So, hey, we're going to keep moving along, Angela, and we are going to bring in Grace. And we have Nathan Ersnosnik from Grace, and Nathan is the national sales manager and marketing manager for Grace. And man, he's been in the industry for over 20 years, I think over 25 years, and we love working with Grace. Nathan is always very knowledgeable, and not only is he, I always tell everybody he's the face of Grace, but not only does he wear a lot of hats at Grace, he also is a very inventive. He has invented some of the products and been instrumental in a lot of the things they do over there. And so let's bring in Nathan to the show.
Hey, Blaine, super excited to be here. Thanks for having me on the show again today. It was fun to see part of Angela and those amazing quality cabinets as well. So a lot of great things going on here with your SewFest.
Oh, it is. And, Nathan, it's, we get so excited about the Grace products. And I know that, Mark Martin has done a fantastic job showing some things this week along with yourself. And, the True Cut products have been a huge hit. It's just amazing how many phone calls we've been getting. And then, as the Qniques, we just sell a ton of all the Qnique products and all the frames that you have. So we're super excited to see you do a demo today and show everybody how great those products are.
Well, thank you very much, Blaine, again, for allowing me to spend some of the time with your amazing customers. Again, I see a lot of people saying hi, just a reach back out. Thank you for welcoming me to the show. I have had a chance to be here a little bit earlier on in the week, talking about a variation of different type of products. And then again, Mark has been with us. I know he's talked about a couple of the unique items. And then we've had our fantastic TrueCut products. So again, with the SewFest that's going on, thanks to everybody behind the scenes. And then thank you, sewers, for joining. It's been fun to see the different faces. It's been fun to see the different things that are being taught. It's been fun to see the different products. And so stay with me as we move through this. And one of the things you might think about is I'm standing in front of this machine. What is it that I'm standing in front of, and what might we be talking about? Again, I'm Nathan with the Grace Company. And as Grace Company, our history stems from over 35 years back. And we started with hand quilting frames. Put your hand up, give me a number one if you've ever finished anything by hand, if you've had a hand stitched or a hand tied quilt, if maybe you've even been given one as a gift. I'm pretty sure that we all have. I know I have in my life. In fact, that's one thing I was given as a wedding present from my wife's grandmother. So we cherish that quilt that we have. But Grace Company starts from those roots of really hand quilting, and we've evolved as quilters and as sewers and as others have asked for some of these different things. I see a lot of the hands, like everybody, right? What a beautiful thing to be able to have done either one of those or have received one of those gifts. So thank you for everybody's comments coming through there. So I see so many of them coming through, lap quilts, all sorts of things. So, but our history has changed, and it's changed not because somebody here says, oh, I have this most amazing idea. Usually it's because of you. If you're thinking, right now, and we just saw part of the cabinets, a lot of the times innovations come from the needs that you have, even the little drawers for your chocolate bars, right? So unfortunately, I don't have a drawer for your chocolate bar, but it's the innovation driven by you, the consumer, the user, the sewer, the quilter, the embroiderist. So again, thanks for joining us. I'm going to talk a little bit here, again, about this machine, but understand Grace Company's history is very vast, and we carry products that really work across a variation of quilters and potential sewers that have needs. And, one of the things I'd like to start off with is, those of you who have quilts, or if you've ever finished a quilt, or you might have unfinished quilts. If you think about this, do you fit in one of those categories? Maybe have you thought about quilting? Part of the journey we'll take you on today will be a little bit of that story that will walk you through why and where the progression leads to, which is what we're in front of, which is the Qunique 21 Pro. I did share earlier on in the week about our Qunique 21R, or our standard stitch regulated machine. Today we have, and I'm standing in front of our Pro, our top tier, our best machine. And so today I'm going to demonstrate a few things about this, but I would like to open it up for a few questions, because there has been, often we get in front of, individuals like this at this time, and we don't maybe have a chance to throw one of those questions, and hopefully I can answer it. One of those we started with back at the beginning of the show was a tabletop version where you can use your own domestic machine. We've talked about 15-inch machines. We've talked about 19-inch machines. This is the 21 Pro. So this is the largest machine. So as we go through some of the demonstrations, and as you look at why might this be something you should consider, again, I'm really excited to see what you might bring to the table as well. Think about this. If you have ever pieced part of a project together, the next process is finishing it. And one of the biggest challenges is, how do we finish that? And with what tools do we finish it? And right, your sewing machines, you love your sewing machines. If the tool's not quite right, it makes it a little bit more difficult and maybe not as enjoyable. And I really want to just have you think about that. The Pro is the pinnacle. And what it does is it brings all of the features of several other smaller products, potentially variations of those products, and wraps them as kind of the professional quilting system. And that's what I'm standing in front of. So today we have this frame. Now, don't be too alarmed with the frame. A lot of people always think right out of the gate, it's expensive and it's big. That is true when we get into this size. The frames can be used at 8 feet, 10 feet, and 12. And so that does give you a variation of potential space that can go into. And then the machine is what we're looking at. So we have the frame, which is our continuum frame. We'll talk briefly about that. The 21 Pro, we're going to talk about the details. And then above me, we have this light bar. And I'm just going to quickly flip the light off here. I like to show this. This is going to be, we're going to talk about what the special is and what we're also throwing in with free. But the light bars make a world of difference. And in your space, and you think about the room, usually the lights are in the center. Some of you might have been very fortunate to have somebody help put lighting over your sewing areas, which would be fantastic. But this light bar is one of the other items, LED light bar. on casters. And so we'll kind of get there at the end. So really quick, one of the things I want to define is what is the difference and why would somebody and who might consider the 21 Pro. And if we kind of take a close-up of this, I'm just going to identify a little bit. And part of what defines the machine is actually the entire space of this throat again. And so this is from the back of the machine clear up to the needle. And so this machine has 21 inches of space. Now, as an example, if we think of 21 inches, well, what does that really compare like? Well, if you take a standard domestic machine that's out there, 9 to 12 inches, when you start moving to something at this size, you actually are about 40% larger in finished quilting space. So it's fairly significant in the additional amount of space that you have. And that's actually just over even a 15-inch machine. So we start with our Qnique 15, and this machine at 21 is 41 inches, and it's quite a bit more than that from a domestic machine. When you get into the 18-inch machines that are out there in the industry, this machine is about 16% larger. So what that means is from front to back, we end up with more space to finish our projects, and in essence, less fiddling of the fabric. And so it's conveniences. And so step back and think about this again. Where are you at? There might be these things where you're thinking, I'm not quite sure if I have room. You know, give me a 2 if you're going to have to build on your house, right? That's I can't wait till I build an extra room. Give me a 3 if that means you're going to wait till a child moves out. I would be interested to see how many of you are waiting for the moment to take your current studio and maybe move it into another room, right? You probably have all of your stacks of wonderful fabrics. So there we go, a lot of 2s coming through. So someone's like, yes, it would be great to build out, taking over an extra room comes. So they do take a little bit of space. But that's one of the great things too, is once you get into this level, one of the big benefits is that you're no longer having to manage the fabric as much. So the frame itself is a no basting frame. So that means you're not having to combine layers. The fabric moves into the throat of the machine. And then by having the extended reach on this arm, we end up with a lot more quilting surface that we can go through before we have to roll into the next. And a lot of this, I asked this question here earlier this week, what size quilts and what size pattern sets? What are the block sizes that you have that you're looking at? I still see a lot of 2s and a lot of 3s coming through. Everybody's knowing that there might be room that you have for something like this. That's wonderful. But are you using 5-inch blocks? Have you done a quilt that's 10? I know that once somebody starts to sew 1, 2, or 3 different patterns, you kind of are prepared to do something a little bit bigger, a little bit more of a challenge. And again, when you end up with a machine like this gives you between a 16 to an 18-inch space that you can actually quilt on, and it gives you a lot more area. So that's one of the other reasons. So it's conveniences of management of the fabric. The other one is the space in which that machine works. Now, let's just talk about a couple simple features for you to consider when thinking about if I'm going to go get a machine, what machine might be right for me. Well, going back briefly to the Grace Company story, is our goal has always been in a position to see what we can do to help provide you with as much as possible at the best value. So instead of having to go and invest in the $30,000 system, can we get you something at quite a bit of a different price and give you the same type of feature sets? And so Grace Company, we really have a lot of customers who move into this for the first time with quilting, with a lot of our other products. And as they move up, they are ready for the next level. Again, if you've done the 5-inch block, you're going to do an 8. Once you've done an 8, you're wanting to piece something a little bit larger, a little bit more intricate. Well, the same thing happens with quilting. So this particular system is part of that journey that leads you to a path and ends up with one of the best values. So if we're using this machine and we're moving it around, a couple key things that people always want to know is why this particular machine over the standard stitch regulated. Well, the first and foremost is it has a large touch screen. And this touch screen gives you an interactive component, and it gives you an ability to personalize the machine to your preferences. This machine, like our 21R, is fully stitch regulated. It has 4 modes of stitching or quilting. One is the precise mode, which it's in right now, and I'm going to quickly demonstrate that. We have 2, which is a cruise mode, so where that stitch regulation is applied, but there's a minimum speed. So I'll kind of do a quick couple demonstrations. We have a base mode and a manual. Right now, I'm going to go turn this on. You can set the density of your stitches. So let's just do a close-up of this so you can see absolutely how amazing I am at quilting. Okay, just kidding. This is the precise mode, which means that machine's needle will stop when I am done moving it. When I go to move it and put it back into motion, that machine's needle will continue again to stitch and create those nice even stitches because of the regulation. I'm going to go ahead and quickly just turn it to what we call cruise. I'm going to turn this back on, and what you'll notice is I can quilt, but when I stop moving the machine does not stop. This is great for people that want to go ahead and do fill work. Like I might be filling in an area that I want to create a pebble and use the inside. But if you'll notice, I don't have to jerk the machine around a lot to create the fill. So the cruise mode allows you to have a different type of low speed stitching once you stop moving your machine at full pace. Again, we have the basting and manual are other wonderful features. This one also has what we call a bobbin estimator. What that means is you can choose your different threads that you're using, and you can put an estimated yardage, and then it will flash on the screen and let you know when you're getting closer to being out, which is a wonderful thing to be able to do. It has calculators and a bunch of other fun gadgets that also make life at the machine easier. So those are some really great things that are wonderful to do. Now, I'm going to come back and we're going to talk about other features, like why are the handles shaped the way they're shaped? What does it mean, and how can we potentially alter them? What does it mean regarding a couple other features? But really quick, Blaine, I want to come back to you because I know with the SoFest, with everybody who's here watching your show, I'm guessing today it's probably pretty crazy with all the people that are joining you. I know that you have some really amazing specials going on, and especially on something. Now, again, this is a professional long arm system. And Blaine, I want to have and hear from you what amazing deals you have for all those that would potentially be looking at a quilting system like this.
Well, thanks, Nathan. We've got a great special, and I get Kyle to put that overlay up there for everybody to see. Again, everyone, this is that Qunique 21 long arm quilting machine. It has the free Continuum 2 frame that comes with it. The frame alone is valued at about $2,800. And then we're going to throw in that luminous light bar. It's about a $600 value. Again, guys, we're going to extend this, and Nathan, we're going to extend this special on this machine beyond the Quilt Festival. We're going to do this all the way through to September 30th. But again, you know, I wouldn't wait. We got special financing available during the show all the way up until close of business on Saturday. So if somebody wants to get the great special financing, we have 0% interest for 60 months, makes those payments as low as about $138 a month. So a great value of this, that 21-inch throat space on this. You can do the king size quilts with no problem. And again, I think you've got one of those light bars right there. Those light bars are absolutely awesome. It changes the game when you're actually quilting. So great package we have on this. And again, guys, if you need ask some questions and unsure about a few things, hey, give us a call at 800-401-8151. All of our sales agents that are standing by are experts on long arms, and especially the Grace products. We sell so many Grace products, they know them like the back of their hand, so they can answer all the questions you would have and can help guide you in the right direction on the things that you would need to make your sewing or the quilting complete. And again, can't stress to you enough, this is a great package. That 21 long arm, you're getting that free Continuum 2 frame and also that luminous light bar. And that sale is going to go all the way through the 30th. But if you're interested, I would jump on this week. By tomorrow into business, because we have that 60-month 0% interest financing. So it'll get you some payments down to where it's very affordable. And Nathan, you know, one of the questions we always get about these is how easy can robotics be added to something like this? If they want to buy and get this 21-inch and could they put robotics on it at a future time?
That's a fantastic question, Blaine. What a great way to kind of look back at the machine and talk about what else is possible with this machine. Automation, just so you know, one of the great things about Grace Company is we try to allow you to come into a system or find a quilting machine that works best for you, and then it allows for growth. The automation can be added actually at any time. It's not required. It is something that simply sits on. In fact, let's do a close-up. I'm just going to kind of wheel the machine over. We're not using it on this particular one, but I'm just going to kind of go down here. We actually have one that I had set down here on this bottom plate, but it's really easy for consumers to actually install this on their own. So it doesn't take any kind of a professional. Our automation is kind of plug and play. You take the plate, there's literally 5 bolts that hold it in place on the existing carriage. So nothing has to be completely disassembled or reassembled. So it's a real easy add-on. The big thing here with Grace Company is we actually have 2 different versions so that you can kind of step into this without feeling like you're all in. We have what we call Quilters Creative Touch Beginnings, which is a great way to get involved. Same hardware, just a slightly more simplified software set. And then you can always upgrade it for just the difference to go to what we call our Quilters Creative Touch 5 Pro. And that Pro version, I'll tell you, unlocks all sorts of additional features, but it's a 2-tier piece. Again, questions on pricing, I'd recommend looking and calling into Sewing Machines Plus, but just so you know, prices on that product start at under $5,000 as an add-on, by the way, which is about half of what the industry leading price is. So it's also more affordable and upgradable when you're prepared to do so on the automation. So very easy to add on, and it works phenomenally well. So we know that customers who've looked at it, in fact, I saw a couple of comments coming through that people are like looking to get my QCT. So we're excited to hear about that. Back to the machine briefly. A couple questions I know other people had was the screen size. This is a 5-inch screen, and it is a touch screen. It's easy to use. It does come with a stylus so that if you prefer not to be tapping or touching with your finger, you can use the stylus with the system. Again, multiple modes. What I want to look at, and let's go to the close-up camera here to show just a couple other quick things. I wanted to just talk about the handles briefly. One of the key things is that once we start using a machine that uses all this space, one of the key things that starts to happen is when we start working at the back, we end up having to lean over that frame, which causes a little bit of challenging with our structure and our body. These handles are fully adjustable and they can be pulled in or out. They also can be tilted. So I'm going to kind of do this and tilt them down and then just tighten it so you can see this. I'm going to do the same on the left ones here. This actually allows the machine to be used more in what I call a micro stippling. They also can be adjusted up or down. And this is a great way if you're comfortable, instead of trying to feel like we're holding to the side where we can rest our hands, to have control and to move this machine. And you'll see that the machine itself it's very easy to move it around. So to sew and to quilt is a very easy process. The thing that we also have on this Pro machine is that it actually is quite a bit faster than our standard 15R. This machine, instead of having about an 1,800 stitch a minute limit, goes clear up to 2,600. Somebody might say, well, why the difference? What we've found is that when you, as a sewer, as a quilter, as you start to engage and you start to move the machine, you become more comfortable. You can actually move the machine quicker. And by having a machine that can go higher, you can actually quilt more in less time. And it lets that machine continue to keep up with you, to keep those nice, even stitches. So the Pro machine has bigger motors, bigger power supply. The machine's faster because of that. Here it has the 5-inch touchscreen with additional features, including that bobbin warning sensor. So there's a lot of things that are fun here with that bobbin estimator. So it makes it quite a bit more convenient again. And I like to think about this. Step back, think about right now, and this is going to vary from everybody who's watching. Think about your car. Think about your drive. If you've gone to the grocery store and you've come back, and then I want you to think about the car you have now, and then reach back. And some of you, it might be 5 years. Some of you, it might be 15. For me, I can go back several years. Think of the car you started with, and they potentially change. I know that my preferences have changed. This sounds odd. Auto climate control, don't want a car without it. Had one, didn't realize how much I enjoyed it. Got a car without it, said, I need that. So we start looking at conveniences in our lives, right? How easy is it to do things we want? Think about your cooking appliances. What is it that makes it easier to cook with? Does it make it easier, more enjoyable to drive? Your machines. Think about your sewing machine you have today. And here's going to be a fun one. And this is going to go crazy, but how many machines do you have at home? I'm guessing you started with one. I'm pretty confident that there's an incredibly large amount of you that have way more than one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, there's a 10 popping up right there. But why? It's because you're looking for something that can do a little bit more. I'm going to reach out to you and say that this Qnique 21 Pro does a little bit more. It runs a little faster. The stitching is a little bit more clean. You end up with a larger touchscreen, which gives you more features, more personalization, more functionality, adjustability in the handles. The frame itself has some other wonderful features. So if we just kind of take a quick close-up again, I brought the close-up of the frame. Our frames here at Grace Company being very innovative, we end up having these amazing, great side tension fabric pieces. Here's something like on the side that we have that allows you for full adjustment on the side regarding your tensions, heights, accessories. So if we kind of come back, let me just show you. I'm seeing a bunch here. We have 5 still streaming, 6 machines. There's been 10s. There's been all sorts of those. But you can also accessorize this. Blaine brought up automation. That doesn't have to be your next step. You can use items which we call a ruler base. This goes underneath the machine, down underneath here. And then what we can do is you can then use different types of ruler sets. Let me grab this here. So this allows us, let's do a close-up of this here really quick. So this is what we use, and we move the base of the machine, we move the foot of the machine, and we pull that along. So ruler work is possible with a ruler base, and this is the ruler base that clamps and goes underneath the machine. Also, there are other wonderful accessories that are optional, and these are the different types of feet sets. And standard ones, as an example, you're going to want something to do your ruler work. A micro stippling foot, an open toe foot. This is a fun additional accessory. However, this is where it gets really fun. This is a fun one looking at the back. This one here has different types of what I would call couching feet. So you can do couching or quilting on. I have a quilt here. I'm going to show you a couple things. Different feet for offsets on ruler works. And with Grace Company, so many more things like this coming. So I like talking that you're not limited on the accessories that you can do. Let me grab this quilt really quick here. It's always fun to see, and this is just a fun couple bit. This would be couching, and a lot of you might be familiar with that term is. So this is where you can put one of those feet and then you use like a yarn, and it can sew it down onto the surface of the fabric. And so that's really fun to be able to do. So kind of coming back to where we're at with this, this product is what it is. You get the frame. You can choose an 8, a 10, or a 12-foot frame. Some people might say, well, what if I have 10 now and we'll have 12 later? You can always buy 2-foot extensions. The other option that some people do is, hey, let me get the 12-foot frame. You can build it at 5, 7, 10, or 12 if you decided to get the 12. And so there's flexibility in what that is. The frame with this light is absolutely wonderful. As one of those last pieces, everybody knows that more light is better. And so that makes a huge difference. This light bar is also on casters. So this can actually be moved to other areas in your sewing or your quilting room if you so desire. LED, true light colors, low heat, and it's adjustable up and down as well, so that you can change and alter that. So as a whole, we're loving our 21 Pro. This 21 QNIQ Pro is a phenomenal machine. You're not going to find a better value. Blaine showed you what that price was. We're talking just over $8,000, so I think right around the $8,300 mark, including the free frame, including a free light bar. You're not going to find anything at this quality, at this size, anywhere near this kind of a price. Blaine, I really appreciate it. I know you have a couple other things you'd like to share here as we get close to ending, and there might be a couple other questions I can help answer. We'd love to bring it back to you.
Well, hey, Nathan, you know, when you got to talking about the price, you and I have been around this business for a long, long time. And, you know, there's a lot of quilting, quilters out in the market, and we go to all these quilt shows and we see them. But to find one that's a 21-inch that you can get up to a 12-foot frame for under $10,000, you just can't find it out there. And that's the great thing about it is that's why, this Grace products are so popular. And even, if they don't want to even start out with that 21, you start out with a 15-inch. So you can go to 15, you can progress your way up to get to that 21. So that's the great thing I like about it. And again, I want to remind everybody exactly the price on this, Nathan, and what great price and package we have put together on this. But again, this is that Grace 21 Pro long arm quilting machine. It is $82.99, and we're going to throw in that free light bar, and we're going to throw in that free Continuing 2 frame. And like Nathan says, you can do it the 8, 10, or 12. And if you want even to make it smaller, there's combinations you can do with just buying a 12-foot. You could actually reduce the price on that, or reduce the width on it. So if y'all have any questions about it, hey, our sales staff is standing by on the phones, 800-401-8151. They are experts on long arms, and especially the Grace products. They know them like the back of their hand. We have some special 60-month 0% interest financing on this to make those payments just a little over $138 a month. You can get one of these. And again, guys, I can't stress to you how great a price this is. This is going to be, we're going to honor this special and this package all the way through September 30th, but the financing may not be there. So if you've been thinking about one of these, go ahead and act today. The financing special we have on it's going to go all the way through into business tomorrow. And we'll be closing tomorrow at 4 p.m. Pacific time. So you have until then if you want to do it. If you can't get through on the phones, I've been reminding you, Kyle's going to put that Google Sheets link up in the chat. You just hit that link, put your name and phone number, and somebody from the call center will give you a call as soon as they're freed up. It gets updated real time in the call center. That way we ensure that you can get these specials today. So I want a big shout out to Grace Company for being one of our sponsors. And thank you so much, Nathan. Another great demonstration. And I know we're going to have Nathan back this afternoon again. But hey, I want to bring Angela Wolf back into the show. And so, Angela, we're getting to the point, we're at our first educational session.
We are. And hi, Nathan, by the way. I miss seeing him at events. Yes, we have our first educational event, and it's with my dear good friend, Joanne Banco. Yours too.
Yeah, I know. I heard say she's such a sweetheart, and we both love Joanne. And she, you know, I got to tell you the story about the first time I ever met Joanne was at a brother convention, and I saw her I was in what class that she taught, and she was just so good and so thorough. And I remember going up to the president of a brother that convention, and I said, hey, you've got a diamond right there. You need to make sure that you get her and get her doing a lot more things with brother. And she has ever since then. She has just taken off, and we love Joanne. So I'm going to let you introduce her and get started in her the tips on top stitching.
Sounds good. Tips on top stitching. Well, Joanne actually is a graduate from the Progression Fashion School. I always forget that. She resides in Ohio. You've probably seen her on It's So Easy TV with myself, and you've seen her on the blog. She's a Brother brand ambassador. She's on the Stitching Social blog. She has her own YouTube show now. Joanne, I'm so excited to have you here, and I cannot wait to hear your tips on top stitching.
Hey, Angela, and hey, Blaine. I remember that like it was yesterday.
So, yeah. Joanne, I forgot that you went to that fashion college, and you and I both love designing clothes. Your embroidery inspires everyone. I forgot to mention she's an author, and if you want to get into embroidery on garments, her book is amazing.
Thanks, Angela. Yeah, we share a lot in common from our backgrounds for sure. But it's always a pleasure to be here with you and with all of the sewing fans for Sewing Machines Plus. Wow, what an exciting week this has been. What a way to celebrate National Sewing Month.
Yes, and you giving this free lesson for half an hour, an educational course on top stitching, which you do meticulously. Everyone, you're going to love this. So, Joanne, I'm going to let you take it away, but I'm going to be sitting here watching, and I'll monitor the questions for you at the end.
Okay, I'm going to talk for just a few minutes, show a couple samples here, and then I'll need to switch my camera over to the machine. Okay, so last time I didn't get to coordinate that because of all the computer issues I had in the early part of the day, but hopefully we'll get that going smooth today. So we're following up the buttons and buttonholes with tips for top stitching. I just want to mention really quick, I know there were some questions that came in about how to do buttonholes that are longer than what the foot allows, and every machine is different. But if you need to do buttonholes without that special foot, you're going to want to look in your machine to see what your manual buttonhole method is or your 4-step method is, because that's how you're going to do those. So I just wanted to answer that question really quick. But getting into techniques for top stitching, it's a very similar process of the way we talked about buttons and buttonholes. And what do I mean by that? Well, it's the finishing touch. It's the last thing you do, or one of the last things you do after you've put so much time and effort into what you're making. So you want to make sure that it's done right. And I'm going to show you some samples today, some different feet. I'm going to stitch out some different stitches. And I'm going to give you a whole big long list of things to try. And what I'd like to encourage you to do then is to go ahead and cut some pieces of fabric and make your own samples and see what you like best. Because I always like to say sewing is all about options, and it's what you like to do best, what you enjoy most and what works the best for you. Okay, so I'm just going to show you just a couple garments really quick. This one, and you're not going to see anything really up close, but this is a very sheer wrap. I'm a huge fan of wraps, and this hem is all top stitch. So what do we even mean when we talk about top stitching? Top stitching really simply is stitching on top of something, but it could mean hemming, it could mean edge stitching, it could mean even stitches that are put in place for decorative. But a lot of times what we are really doing is kind of a utilitarian stitch, and that is that we're anchoring down the fabric. If we have something like a collar or a cuff or a pocket, we might be using a top stitch to attach it to another piece of fabric, but oftentimes we're kind of taming the seam allowances by doing top stitching. So top stitching itself is a really broad term. We're going to talk about it a little more today in the with the idea of using it to stitch on top of the fabric in order to create a nice finished effect. So when I did this very sheer fabric, I switched to my straight stitch foot and to my straight stitch throat plate. Okay, so if you have the option of a straight stitch foot, you're going to have a foot that has just a tiny little hole in the center, and that's going to prevent fabric from being pulled down into the throat plate of your machine. We've all had that happen. Now I'm going to give you another option for that if you can't use a straight stitch foot on your machine. But if you have that option and you can combine it with a straight stitch throat plate, that is the best mix for stitching and doing top stitching on really fine fabrics. Okay, so that's one foot that I find essential. Now this jacket you saw the other day when I did buttons and buttonholes, because I was showing the buttons and buttonholes, but it also features a lot of top stitches because the pockets are all top stitched in place. The flaps are top stitched. So this is an area where when I meant when I said that we're actually taming the seam allowance. If we do some type of trim detail like this and we don't do any type of top stitching, chances are the fabric is going to roll, and it's going to roll to a side that you don't want to see in all likelihood. And it also makes it harder to launder and upkeep your garments. So if you can go ahead and do the top stitching, I'm just going to turn on comments real quick here so I can see a few, then that's going to make a big difference. I know, Angela, you're monitoring questions for me, so I'll rely on you to catch that at the end so I don't get distracted here. Now, I like to think outside the box, so I'm going to throw, well, before I do that, I'm going to grab one more here, okay? Another thought of top stitching is collars and cuffs. And in this case, again, you can't see it really well because I used a black thread, but it is the kind of thing, you know, we're doing plackets, all those areas where any type of wavering stitches are going to show. So I'm going to show you how to not only do some different techniques with top stitching, I'm going to also show you how to be really accurate. All right, now let me go back to my outside the box. Top stitching in most cases is going to be done with a straight stitch. That's just plain simple. That's what we usually do. However, who's to say you can't do top stitching with a decorative stitch? So when I created this jacket, I knew that the shawl collar was going to need top stitching. I knew that the cuffs were going to need top stitching. And instead of just letting it melt into the fabric and disappear, I went ahead and used a decorative stitch on my machine and top stitched that collar. Now, when you do this, again, we're thinking outside the box with this, so we need to sew outside the box too. Normal top stitching is always going to be done through all of the layers, whatever that is, whether it's a hem, whether it's the seam allowance and you know what's in there with the face fabric and the lining. But if you're going to do top stitching for a decorative effect, then I highly recommend you do it prior to sewing, you know, your facing or your second piece on. In this case, I have you know, an under collar that goes along that. And why do I say that? Well, top stitching with a straight stitch is what your machine was designed to do. The feed dogs move properly, the flat foot keeps everything nice and firm against the machine. But when we switch to a decorative stitch, now we have multi-motion. We have side-to-side motion, and very often we have backward and forward motion. So we're having to switch then to a decorative stitch foot. So that would be the decorative stitch foot that I have for my Brother machine as a Brother Ambassador. And that foot, if you looked at the underside, you would find a groove or a channel, as opposed to the straight stitch foot or the standard foot. Those feet are totally flat. So they're not appropriate for decorative stitching. But if we're going to do that type of stitching through multiple layers, we don't want to run the risk of the stitch distorting. So do it through just the single layer. If you have interfacing there, fine. And then if you want to be a little extra cautious, add a little stabilizer. You know, we've got lots of stabilizers today that either wash away or tear away. And in the old days, I'll hang this back up here real quick. In the old days, we had to reach for tissue paper and typing paper. Ooh, I just dated myself. And all those kinds of things. But today we have stabilizers that we can use instead. Okay, so let me go ahead and switch my camera over. And I will be in front of the machine then. Okay, so let me know when that comes into view. I think you got that now. Okay, if anybody doesn't see it, please let me know. Okay. All right, so first thing I want to do is show you some samples of stitches that I have already sewn. And I want to walk through these so that you can see. Thank you, Robin. I see we're in view. Very good. So that you can see what some of the variables are with thread. So I've got two spools of thread here that match almost identical in color. One is a standard ordinary weight sewing thread. The other is top stitching thread. So top stitching thread is definitely available, and it is an option for doing top stitching. Once you see my little sample here and I walk you through, again, you can do tests and make up your mind on which one you like best or what projects you want to use it on. Keep in mind though, with top stitching thread, it should be designed for normal top stitching, not for carpet sewing, not for you know, hand sewing. You have to really watch that it's actually labeled for top stitching. There are a lot of threads out there that are waxed. There are threads that are too heavy for a standard sewing machine. There are threads that were designed for industrial machines. So be very careful with that. Make sure you check that out first. So the very first stitch here, which I've done all in contrasting thread, is just done with the ordinary, normal, standard, everyday sewing thread. The next one was done by selecting, go into my straight stitch menu here, by selecting a straight stitch that sews 3 times. It's sometimes called the triple stretch stitch, but I know Angela and we do a lot of things the same way sometimes. I know that's one of her favorite stitches for top stitching. Now, when I use that stitch, I like to go into the width and length setting, and I like to use a length of about 3.5. So this second stitch right here was done with that triple straight stitch and ordinary sewing thread. That happens to be one of my all-time absolute favorites to use. The next one here was done with top stitching thread, which is kind of interesting because if you can see it, bring it just a little closer to the camera there. The triple stitch is actually a little bit more prominent and a little thicker than the stitch, the straight stitch done with top stitch thread. So, you know, you don't have to run out and buy top stitch thread, and you're going to find more thread colors available in standard thread than you will in that top stitch. Now, again, outside the box is a lot of the times where I like to go. And that last one there, believe it or not, was done with a special bobbin case for bobbin work. That's one of my favorite techniques to use on all kinds of different projects. And this case is available for virtually every Brother machine. If you've got other machines, check with Sewing Machines Plus, see what they can get for you. If all else fails, you can buy another regular bobbin case and you can loosen the tension. But this allows me to use thicker threads that would never go through the needle. Okay, so that's how I got that really, really thick look. Now, in this case, though, I have to, again, think outside the box. I have to do something a little different. I have to stitch from the wrong side because my regular thread is in the needle and my thicker thread would be then in the bobbin. All right, let's talk about needles. If I'm going to use a top stitch thread, I'm going to use a top stitch needle. That is absolutely essential because a top stitch needle, again, you're not going to be able to see this today, but I've got a top stitch needle on here right now. It has a larger eye. And if you try to thread this top stitch thread through a regular needle, it is not going to go through. So you want to find a top stitch needle. The top stitch needles also have a sharp point because they're designed for you to do top stitching on woven fabric. So most of the time, that's what I'm going to be doing. So I'm always going to reach for a sharp needle. If I'm not using top stitch thread, if I'm using standard sewing thread, then I might use a Microtex needle. That is one of the sharp tip needles. I might use a jeans needle. I might use a quilting needle. So just like you're sewing your garment together, if it's woven fabric, one of those needles will work because they're all sharp. If I'm going to do top stitching on a knit, however, I am going to switch to a stretch needle. That is important. So I'm not going to try to do top stitching with top stitch thread on a knit garment because that sharp needle could pierce holes and cause some issues there in the fabric. All right. So we've talked about threads. We've talked about needles. Let's talk a little bit about stitches. I'm going to go back to my regular menu, and when you look at any machine, what first comes up are your straight stitches. So you may have a stitch that's on the far left of the machine, and then you may have one in the center needle position. If you use your width key or a left-right shift, you can actually move your needle to any position you want. So very often I will go ahead and take my fabric, I will line it up with just the edge of my presser foot, and then I'll move my needle to wherever I think it should be. If I want that top stitch to be close, I'm going to move that over even further, and then I'm going to be able to sew that with using just the edge of the presser foot as my guide. And the whole thing about top stitching is we want consistency. So now you got to realize I'm sewing about 2 feet away from the machine, so I may not be perfectly consistent. But if you look at that, that's going to give you that pretty much that consistent line of stitching just by using the edge of the presser foot and simply moving my needle wherever I want it to go. So see what your machine has to offer. If it has width key, you can move that needle anywhere from left to right. And if you have left-right shift, you actually have more needle positions that you can move. Okay, so I'm going to go back here. I'm going to go back to just a regular straight stitch. And this one is designed to sew on the left. So I said to you before, if you have a machine and you don't have the option of the straight stitch foot and the straight stitch plate, then go ahead and use your needle on the far left of the machine or on the far right. Either way, it'll bring your needle closer to the edge of the throat plate opening, and you'll have less chance of that fabric pushing down in. Okay, so what about a seam guide? This is a very simple, tried and true method. We could simply line that up. That screws onto the machine. And I'll take another piece of fabric. And again, with having that ability to move that needle position, I can move it anywhere I want it to go. But I'm going to use that as my edge guide. So you're going to see a theme here in a minute. When we're doing top stitching, the whole trick is that consistent stitching along the edge there. So look how easy it was to go right along that folded edge at an equal distance. All right, what about another option for a guide? Because it's all about giving yourself a guide. There are quilt guides available, and these typically go into a walking foot. A lot of us are familiar with that, but the back of my foot on all of my Brother machines has a little hole that allows me to slip that guide right through. So I've got that one already attached. You can see it goes right through that hole. I'm going to go ahead and slip it into this foot. And again, I can then create whatever distance I want. I'm probably going to move that needle position over wherever I want it to go. And I can use that as my edge guide to give me perfect top stitching, whatever distance I want it to be. Now, I recommend that you do all of this on a sample before you actually, sew on your actual garment or whatever you're doing, because you're going to be able to figure out what setting you want and what distance you want that top stitching to be from the edge. Okay. All right. Well, let's get this one off. And let's talk about some feet that would help you with an edge guide. I'm going to snap off my regular foot, and I'm going to go ahead and put on an edge joining foot. So this foot has a blade going right down the center. And top stitching isn't necessarily always on the edge. Get that thread down underneath. Top stitching could also mean once you've sewn your seam and you've pressed it to one side, now you want to top stitch the seam allowance. This is something that I will do regularly on garments that I don't want to spend a lot of time ironing, because when your seam allowance flops around, you have to iron it flat every time. So if I can stitch it flat, that's going to make a big, big difference. I'm going to go ahead and switch to that triple stitch, and I'm going to again move my needle over whatever distance I want. We'll eyeball about 1/4 of an inch, and I'm going to simply follow that guide right along the ditch of the seam. So a stitch in the ditch foot will work for this as well. They're very, very similar. And look how perfectly I was able to edge stitch, top stitch right along that seam allowance so that would lay perfectly flat. What if I have an open seam allowance and I want to top stitch on both sides? Well, I can do that too. Let's move that needle over even further. I'm going to go all the way to the right. And again, right down that center. And then I'm going to go ahead and just flip this around so that you can see that I can go right down the center again on the opposite side and have perfect even top stitching on both sides of that seam allowance. Not only does that add style, it adds durability, and it also just makes that a little bit nicer. Again, like I said, when you're doing your laundering, that seam allowance is not gonna flip around. So that's a really sharp technique. Now, of course, I'm using contrasting thread today, but you can certainly match your thread if you don't want your top stitching to stand out and be, a really strong detail. All right, the foot I'm snapping on now is an adjustable blind hem foot. And that happens to be another one of my favorites because the screw here will move that adjustable guide to the right or to the left. And again, I can move that needle. I really encourage you to get used to moving that needle position wherever you want it to go. This one works really, really, really well when you're doing curves because you're following just that short area right in front of the toe of the foot where that guide is. move that just a little bit further. And it allows you to go around all different types of edges, whether they're straight or curved, and watch that edge very, very closely so that, again, all of your top stitching is consistent. Okay, so look at how nice and neat and even that is. All right, another foot that you could think about using would be your 1/4 inch foot. So let's go ahead and I'll show you that one, and we'll pop it on here really quick. Because a 1/4 inch has another guide on it, and we know that that's going to give us a perfect 1/4 inch if our needle is in the center position. So I'm just going to snap to that center position, take another piece. That edge guide that would normally be there to give you a perfect 1/4 inch seam allowance is now there to give me a guide for top stitching. Whatever works for you. Look how perfect that is. Okay, so I want to show you really quick the bobbin work, because some of you may say, oh, well, she showed me all those cool accessories, but I didn't get to see how that actually works. It's really quick and easy. I'm simply going to take off my cover. I'm going to remove the bobbin case. I'm going to replace it with the special bobbin case that's designed for bobbin work. Your bobbin cover actually even has special little notches on it to help keep your bobbin in place. I've got a bobbin wound with pearl cotton, and you can buy that sometimes by the spool, sometimes on a skein, and it comes in lots of different colors. I'm going to put it all the way through the tension just like I normally would, and then I'm going to bring that thread up by sending my needle down and up. And when I use this particular technique, I'm going to go back to the regular foot. That's going to give me good contact. And I am going to go back to a regular stitch. I don't want to do this with the triple stitch because it may end up being just a little bit too thick. And the longer the stitch length, in my opinion, comes out a little bit prettier. And we need to do one more thing. Of course, like I said, you need to sew from the wrong side. So we're sewing upside down. We're going to increase our top tension. And I'm going to go about 7.5. And how do you know how high to go? Well, if you see that the thread is a little loopy on the right side of your fabric once you're finished, then you're going to want to increase your top tension a little bit, a little bit, a little bit. There's also some adjustability on the bobbin case as well. In my particular kit, it comes with a screwdriver, so you can tighten that screw or loosen that screw as needed. Look how easy that was and how beautiful it is to do that. So let me show you just one more thing here. Let me go to just a little sample that I had. Let's see right here. And let's just talk about marking for a minute. If you're going to do top stitching, I showed you how to use a guide for so many different accessories and feet. That's my preference. But if you do need to mark, then go ahead and make sure your marking is going to be dissolvable, water soluble, or erasable chalk. And if you're going to have a spot where you're going to have a pivot point, I always like to mark that with a straight line so that I know when I get to this spot, that's when I have to stop, turn around, and pivot my fabric. And by the way, if you have pivot control with your machine, that is a great feature. It will allow your needle to go down and your foot to come slightly up, and you'll have a really easy time pivoting that. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to switch back to camera here and see if we've got some questions.
And you do, Joanne. That was amazing. And the comments, everyone's like, I didn't know you could change the bobbin. So you do have a few questions on that. But first, for top stitching, someone asked, do you use a top stitching needle, or do you have a preference of needles? Do you change it when you're working on a knit when you're doing this?
Yeah, I did. I'll just reiterate that. I did say that if you're going to use, use top stitching thread and you're going to be top stitching on a woven fabric, then get a top stitching needle. They come in different sizes. Believe it or not, I have a size 10 in there right now, which is a little bit small, but they come in 10, 12, 14. You always want to have your needle size and your needle type match your fabric. I know our friend Rhonda did a great show on that. So make sure you review that for matching a needle to the fabric. But in this case, we want to match the top stitch thread to the top stitch needle. And if I'm going to do top stitching on a knit, I'm going to switch to a stretch needle, and I'm not going to use top stitching thread.
Awesome. And yes, if you missed Rhonda's presentation, go back. It was on day 1. She had a lot of great notes with her app. So I know we're running out of time, but just a couple more quick questions. Do you lower the speed of your sewing when you're doing top stitching, or do you have a tip for somebody who's a beginner?
Great question. I'm a slow to medium speed stitcher in everything I do. So I highly recommend that anytime you're doing something intricate, that's what I meant to say, you slow down a little bit.
So no pedal to the metal. That's my mojo. But not when I'm top stitching. I also go slower. Okay, and last thing, that thread that you had, they wanted to know what that thread was that you put in the bobbin. Hi, Blaine.
That was pearl cotton. It's called pearl cotton.
Pearl cotton.
And sometimes you'll find it on spools designed for decorative serging, or you'll find it just in the hand thread aisle, where they have all the embellishments for doing hand embroidery. It's a hand embroidery thread, and you wind it on the bobbin. I wind it by hand, and then it just it feeds out really, really nicely in that bobbin case.
Awesome.
I wanted to pop in and say hi to Joanne, and
Hey,
thank you so much. It was a great presentation, and everybody out there, if y'all want to find Joanne, she has a website. It's called letsgosew.com, letsgosew.com. And make sure you go out there and you have other links to your other stuff from that website, don't you, Joanne?
Yes. And if you need me and have any more questions, just reach out. I'm happy to help.
Okay, and awesome. And then also I wanted to let everybody know we have her book on our website for sale that she wrote, and it's Wrapped in Embroidery. And we highly recommend y'all to go buy that book. We have sold a ton of those things, and it's a great book, Joanne. We sure do appreciate you coming on the show.
Thanks, Blaine. Thanks for having me. And I'll look forward to coming back and doing embellished buttonholes.
Oh, yes. Yep. We're going to have you. All right. Hey, Angela. We're going to move right on along. And Joanne is great as usual. And
Fantastic. You take it away, Blaine.
And so, hey, we're going to keep moving along, everybody. And coming up next, hey, we have got our very own quilting expert at Sewing Machines Plus, and he's going to actually do a little demo on our very own quilting machine. It is the King Quilter 2, and this is a machine that we have manufactured just for Sewing Machines Plus. This is exclusive for us. Hey, this thing is designed, engineered, and assembled here in the USA, and we love this machine. We really stand behind it 100%. And we have Corey Sheehan coming up. Corey is our store manager at the San Marcos retail locations. And hey, I want to just remind everybody out there too, if you are here in Southern California, you are local, all the show specials you see on the show today or all this week you can get those in the store in person. You don't have to order them on our website. You can actually walk in the store. We have a location down in San Diego on Mission Bay Boulevard, and then we have one in San Marcos, California, just north of the airport there. So if you're in Southern California, we welcome you to come in the local stores there. But Corey's the store manager of San Marcos. He's at the San Marcos store this morning. He's got the King Quilter set up. So let's go to Corey. Hey, Corey.
Hey, Blaine. How you doing?
Hey, I am doing fantastic. And I know that, hey, we had you on here earlier in the week. We had a little bit of problems with some needles. And I think you got the needle problem worked out. And hey, it's one of those typical things in it with, when you're doing quilting machines, if you don't have that right needle and you put a brand new needle in there and out of the gate, the needle was kind of defective. So, after the show, we put another needle in it and it's worked perfect. So, but that happens. And so anyway, we want you to kind of show, tell everybody a little bit about the King Quilter. And then we're going to come back. I'm going to tell them how they can get it, what kind of great price we have on it. And then we'll come back and we're going to do some feather wars today.
That sounds good, Blaine. Again, hi, my name is Corey Sheehan, and I do work here at the San Marcos retail store as a manager. And next to me is the King Quilter Elite 2. This is a pretty new machine for us. We've been selling it for about 3 years now, and it is amazing. The Elite machine is the one you want. They've got a great price for the show that Blaine's going to tell you guys about, but this thing comes with everything. It has all the features you could want. Now, you do normally, the package is for just the machine, but you can, this is the Pro Stitcher for King Quilter on here. And there are actually 2 other robotic systems that you can put on this machine. And you can buy it with the machine, or a couple years down the road when you finally, you know, decide you want a robot, you can always purchase it after, you know, after your main purchase of the machine. But this is so great because it comes with an Elite set of handlebars that are fully adjustable on the front here. All right. So if you're doing micro stippling, or if you're just doing regular quilting, you can adjust the handlebars for what you need. It also comes with a gigantic screen, makes it so easy to see what settings you're on, to see, you know, what the stitch length is. And that's really important too, because you want to know what you're working with and you don't want it hard to be getting to, you know, that information. So everything's here on a very easy to use 7-inch tablet. The back of the machine, it comes with rear handlebars. You do not have to add it to this package. And those rear handlebars, if you guys don't know it, it's for doing work from the back of the machine. Whether you're troubleshooting something and you just want, you know, the hand controls to be operational from the back, or if you're doing pantograph designs on the back table here, or just tracing anything, you use those rear handlebars with a laser light pointer, which if you call in the 1-800 number or the store, they'll explain that to you if you have any questions on it. But it's just a remarkable machine. It comes with a 10 or 12 foot frame. And Sewing Machines Plus does not charge any extra for the frame size option. So if you want to go big, it's going to be the same price that, you know, that Blaine and the guys at Sewing Machines Plus are offering you. One thing, and my favorite thing about this system though, is that it does have dual lighting on there. So there is a light fixture. It's a ring and it focuses the light down on the needle. Makes it really easy to see what's going on in your bobbin area if you pull the machine to the side, and it makes it really easy to thread the needle. You've got ample lighting at the needle. And then there is a secondary light fixture. It's a hood lighting with LEDs on both sides. And you can see it on here. It really lights up your quilting area. So I know the machine does come with, in Sewing Machines Plus bundle, an extra light, but honestly, it doesn't need it. It has amazing lighting. It has an amazing stitch regulator. And we're going to show you that in a minute, you know, once Blaine goes over all the pricing for you guys. So again, this screen up top here, I think you guys can all see it. This is the Pro Stitcher for King Quilter, and it is a top of the line robotics system. And it is a proven design. It's been around for a while and it's phenomenal. But we also have the Butler robotics system for the King Quilter and the Cubot robotics system. So you can get a full package, run a business, do it as a hobby, buy it as a group with your friends just to do something new. This is your best option for price and for quality. So let's see about the pricing with Blaine.
Well, hey, thanks, Corey. And I got, you know, Corey's exactly right. We have a fantastic price on this. And hey, guys, I got to tell you, you know, Corey and I have traveled the United States, going to a lot of different quilt shows in the last 3 years since we introduced this. And you know, usually, you know, Corey's the one, it's over there. He's working on the machine. I'm always doing the robotic systems on it. And I tell you what, this thing is a bulletproof machine. It's just like a big straight stitch sewing machine. You really can't do anything but make sure it has, you know, some oil in it, put some thread and needles, and you're pretty much good to go. But the price on this we have for this week is unbelievable. It is $69.99. This is the King Quilter 2 Elite. And what makes that Elite, the Elite versus just the standard model? The Elite, you're going to get those upgraded handlebars that are fully adjustable. You can have them where they go, you know, down, up, out, any way you want, so it makes it comfortable for you. It also has that extra LED light bar that comes on it, which you know, Corey said you don't even need it, but it really lights up that quilting area. Then you're also going to get those rear handlebars with an LED display in the back, so you can actually do quilting from the back to do those pantograms and all those things like that. So it's a great package. We're going to give you your choice of a 10 or 12 foot frame with this. And then, like Corey said, you're getting that bonus bundle with all the goodies that comes with it. You're getting some rulers, you're getting some, the leaders are coming with it, all the things you need to get quilting. Basically, all you're going to need to get started is some fabric and some thread. And it is a great, great package put together. Hey, this is normally about a $14,000 package. We got it for $69.99 this week for the show special. And guys, we also have SoFest financing available. We got special financing for 60 months, puts those payments down just a little over $116 a month to make it very, very easy for you. And again, guys, I can't stress enough, we are so proud of this machine, and we absolutely just love it. If you have any questions, you can give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our sales reps that are available. They are all extremely knowledgeable about quilting machines, and especially this King Quilter 2, since this is made just for Sewing Machines Plus. But I got to talk a little bit about Feather Wars. So when we go to these trade shows, Corey and I, we get out there and we have Feather Wars, and we go head to head to see who can make the best feathers. And we usually have a huge crowd that comes around us. Well, Corey is the 3-year reigning champion of feathers. And we usually see how many feathers that, each of us can make in about 2 minutes. And then we let the people judge on which one's the best. And Corey he's our reigning champ. So Corey, I'd like you to go and do some stitching on that King Quilter to let him see it. And Roger, if we could zoom in and show the stitch quality and show them some of those fancy feathers you make, Corey.
All right, Blaine, I'm going to give it a try. I've been having some bad luck this week, and everyone who's touched this machine all week has had no issues except for me for some reason. And that's how these machines can be sometimes, is you just got to figure out, what you're doing wrong, and they should work perfectly. So I'm going to give it a go here, everybody. All right. And about doing my last pass here, it seems like the machine's working out for me, so. right, that's it. How's that look, Blaine?
Hey, you know what, Corey? That looks pretty good, man. I tell you, that might have. If we were at a quilt show right now, that would probably be the champ. So, I've seen you do that many, many times. So, hey, Corey, I know that everybody always asks the questions about, oh, I can't believe that's free-handed. Well, I always tell people it just takes practice. I know, when you first started, you couldn't do them that good either, but you've practiced and you've really got that skill down. And what makes people, what they don't realize is when you get good equipment, it makes your skill level actually get better too. You can do it a lot easier. And that's one of the things. But hey, one of the questions people had, Corey, is, can you use more than just one thread in there to do 2 threads at a time instead of using variegated? Can you do that? Or is it just better to use 1 thread?
No, you can run 2 threads through most machines. I actually, to be honest, I've never done it. But you most certainly can if you wanted to get that look. But I really like the King Tut variegated thread. We sell it online and in the store. And it's really popular. If you go to any quilt shows or anything, anyone who's selling long arms or using them, they're using that King Tut variegated to get that look. So you don't have to run 2 threads through there, but it is possible. So.
Yeah, I know that variegated thread always makes the colors just pop off the quilt that you're doing. And, we get questions all the time too, Corey, about the robotic system. So if somebody wanted to, upgrade and after they buy their machine, they can put robotics. You'd mentioned we do have 3 different robotic systems that you can add to this. And, Pro Stitcher is probably the #1 robotic system out there. They make it for Handy Quilter. They make it for our King Quilter. They make it for Janome and Baby Lock as well for their quilting machines. And so we have a Pro Stitcher version. We also have a Cubot version that you can put on there. And then we have a Butler version of robotics. So we have 3 different robotic systems you can put on there. And, one of the things I love about the robotics, Corey, especially at Pro Stitcher, it has that record feature. So if somebody, wanted one of your feathers, they could actually get you to do a feather form, record it on that Pro Stitcher, and then they could duplicate it out and do the whole quilt with just that file. So that's the awesome thing about robotics is things you can do like that. So again, I want to remind everybody about that price again. And again, guys, we have stores here in Southern California, but we ship nationwide. So even if you're living in Indiana or Pennsylvania, guess what? We have an SMP store right in your computer or right in your household. So you can call us and we're going to support anything you buy from us 100%. And again, this King Quilter 2 Elite, hey, this is the top of the line King Quilter that we have. That price is $69.99. Guys, I'm telling you, this comes with a free frame. It is a 10 or 12 foot frame of your choice. And we're throwing in that bonus bundle. So basically all you're going to have to get started is some thread and fabric. And again, I can't stress to you enough to get a quilting machine, an 18-inch throat quilting machine with a 10 or 12 foot frame under $10,000 is very hard to do. It's almost unheard of. This is $69.99. Again, guys, this is a fantastic price, and you're saving over $1,000 on this machine than what we normally sell it for. So again, if you have any questions, want to know anything that you need answered, give us a call at 800-401-8151. Our staff are all quilting experts. They can answer your questions, and we by far are the quilting headquarters in the United States. We sell more quilting machines than any other dealer in the United States by far, and so we can really help you out. All of our service techs are all certified on quilting machines, so if you have any kind of little trouble, you have questions about it, you can usually answer it. And most of the time, it's little minor things. As Corey can tell you is some little thing. But setup is usually the only thing that keeps machines from running properly is the setup. But they can even help you with that. But again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And we have some special financing for SoFest right now. And these prices are going to be good until close of business tomorrow, which is 4 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday. And then the sale will be going off. But we'd love for you to give us a call. If you've been thinking about a quilting machine, this is the one you ought to think about. Because I tell you, it is a high quality machine. It is designed, engineered, and assembled here in the United States. And we're so proud of that. And we're so proud to put our name on it. And again, hey, Corey, I have a couple more questions for you.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if somebody is to purchase this, they're wanting to know out there, do you come with the machine?
You know, Blaine has offered me with probably 100 machines at this point.
I know it's the, you know, that I always tell them, I said, yeah, I'm gonna throw Corey in with the deal if you buy it. But well, you know, everybody loves those feathers you make, and they go, oh man, I wish you could make feathers for me. And I was like, well, hey, we'll just throw him in with the machine. So we can't do that. We can't lose our Corey. He's too important to our operation, but he can sure, you know, help you out. And especially if you're here in local California, I got to tell you, if you're here in Southern California, we have a new program in our stores that we have a certification program, and you can come in and get certified on quilting machines, get taught if you've never experienced them. And then we can also have a rental program. So if you just wanted to rent one, we let you come in the store, rent that machine, and to make your quilt, just try it basically before you buy it. And so we have that rental program set up here in the local stores that you can do. And so Corey and Raina, the store managers, would love you to come in and try them out. And but we have a great teacher. Carrie Henson is our teacher, and she, if y'all have seen her on here before, she is fantastic and is certified on a lot of different brands of quilting machines, but she especially knows this King Quilter like the back of her hand. So, hey, Corey, we sure do appreciate you taking the time out today and showing that King Quilter to everybody. And great job on it today.
Hey, thanks for having me. And if anybody has any questions on this machine, we have a ton of extremely experienced, you know, people on our sales team that, you know, if you need something different, they're going to tell you, they're going to get you the right machine. But I'll tell you right now, whether you want to do a business or just for fun, you can use this King Quilter for whatever, you know, your quilting needs are. So I highly recommend it. If you're looking into getting one of these guys, the Elite at this price, you can't beat it. Next week, you'll spend over $1,000 more to get this model. So take advantage of it now. Thanks for having me, Blaine. You guys have a fun day.
All right. Well, thanks, Corey. And again, guys, you know, Corey is right. Great price on that. And, you know, you can't beat that price. So anyway, let's bring Angela Wolf back into the show. And so Angela, I don't know if you got to see Corey's feathers there, but they were pretty impressive, wasn't it?
They were. Hi, Corey. You know, I feel so blessed. I've had a pleasure to be at both of your stores. I worked with Corey for a whole day. He is awesome. So what was the deal? He's coming with the machine. He brings it to you to set it up, or Corey, my husband will be like, come over here and do that. And then he'll take you fishing.
Well, you know, we might work out a deal with you because the fishing, that's the whole key. You know, Corey loves to fish as well. But yeah, I tried to sell him with all the machines, but we got to keep him around. He's too valuable to Sewing Machines Plus, so got to keep him here. But he sure is great on that machine.
Well, Blaine, do you remember when I was there? It was our anniversary, and yes. Corey took Wind fishing. And they ended up on like the slow boat to I don't know where. China. They didn't get back until like midnight.
Yeah, so the deal was Angela came out. It was their anniversary. So I had to work a deal with Wayne. I said, well, look, if you let Angela come out and teach a class on y'all's anniversary, you know, what better place to spend it is in San Diego. And I said, I'll get Corey to take you out fishing. Well, they went out at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I think they made a wrong turn, but they didn't get back till wee hours in the night.
I sent you a photo of my anniversary dinner. I was in a hotel. I had a Corona Light and a piece of ahi tuna all by myself.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Angela spent the whole anniversary by herself.
Oh gosh, Corey. It's okay. I still love you.
Yeah. So anyway, but hey, Wynn got to go fishing, so the deal was complete. So, hey, we had a lot of fun, and we were so happy you got to come out here and everything. But hey, again, you know, we're going to keep moving this show right along. We have got another great guest coming up, and I'm going to let you introduce her, and let's get talking about some embroidery designs.
This is awesome. And the show is so fantastic. I hope you are enjoying it so far. And don't forget, leave comments because Blaine will have some fabulous giveaways. So don't forget about that. All right. So you might have seen her the last few days. Every time she's been on, I've seen something new and learned something new. Kimberly Dodson with OESD. I love her bio. Kimberly, I already said this to you, but I love the part where she started sewing in 4-H from her mother was the teacher and she hated it. So she quit sewing and now look at her. She loves it. So I love that story, Kimberly. Welcome to Sew Fest again. And it's great to see you again.
Hi, Angela. It's great to be back.
Oh, wonderful to see you. So what are you going to be showing us today? Because so far, I'm telling everyone they can go back and watch any of your previous tutorials as well. She's been on every single day. I love everything you do. Your samples are amazing.
So I thought today would be fun. We're getting ready for holidays. How about I show everyone how to embroider on cards? Doesn't that sound fun? On cards? Like paper? Like make your own greeting cards using paper.
Oh, we love that. Oh, I can't wait. All right, take it away.
So, all right, here we go. All right, let's talk about embroidery on cards. I'm so excited to show you all this and give you some helpful hints. And one of the products I'm going to show you, I'm actually going to show you a video because you can do so many cool things with some of these products. So to embroider on cards, we have a few different stabilizers that we recommend. And kind of the cool thing about cards is there's multiple ways to do them. And so you can really pick your favorite method. But one of the stabilizers that we use on our cards is Stable Stick Tearaway. And so Stable Stick Tearaway is a medium tearaway stabilizer. It has an adhesive coating. So when you unroll it and get it ready to hoop, you're going to have a paper that covers that adhesive. So you'll hoop it with the paper side up, and then you will score it, remove that paper, and you'll have that sticky surface. So Stable Stick Tearaway is great for, things other than cards. So doing some of those tricky items like collars or napkin corners where you can't really hoop it because the part of the project you want to embroider on would be outside the hoop. So it holds those down really well. So it's a tearaway stabilizer, so you would want to use it on woven fabrics. But another thing that I really like it for is slippery fabrics. Sometimes your slippery fabrics will shift in the hoop, or they're a little bit trickier. So because it has that adhesive on it, it'll help keep them from shifting. But because it's a tearaway, you want to use it on items that don't stretch. So anytime you have a stretchy fabric, you would want to use a cutaway stabilizer. So we also like it for multiple hoopings. You can see in my picture here, it's great for things like embroidering on a baseball cap. And then if you watched my applique, you noticed that we used Stable Stick Cutaway. But if you don't have Stable Stick Cutaway, the Stable Stick Tearaway will work on some of those applique projects in those the freestanding lace with the applique. And then another stabilizer that you could go to for doing cards is our medium weight tearaway. So it you could use medium tearaway on any of your projects that have your low to medium stitch counts. And once again, we want that to use these tearaways on woven fabrics that don't stretch. Medium weight tearaway tears away very easily, very crisp and nice. So you can get a good, easy, clean tear on it. It tears away easily in every direction too. I know that I've heard of some stabilizers that only tear away in one direction, so it gets really tricky. This one is non-directional, so it tears away very easily. It comes in 10-inch and 15-inch and 20-inch width rolls, and they're all 10 yards. You can also get the medium tearaway in black, and that comes in the 10-inch and 15-inch widths. And here's another stabilizer that, or another product that I love when I'm doing cards, especially if I'm using the medium tearaway over the Stable Stick Tearaway. And this is our Expert Embroidery Tape, which is tearaway. So it's like having a roll of sticky tearaway stabilizer, and it works really well. It has an adhesive on it that is just right for holding down your projects, for those in the hoop designs, or if you need to tape down some cardstock to your stabilizer, that adhesive doesn't leave residue. It doesn't damage your card. And so it's really great tape to use when you're embroidering. It comes in a 2-pack and they're 10 yards. And the nice thing is they fit in a regular tape dispenser. So that's a little helpful hint that if you just have a typical tape dispenser from the office supply store, you can put this in it and have it right there next to your machine, really easy to use. Now here is a really awesome product, and we will use this sometimes in our cards. And I'm going to show you a video in a minute that shows you how to take a card, embroider on it, and then attach it to another card, which makes it so that you don't see the back of the embroidery when you give it to someone as a gift. And so what Fuse and Seal is a fusible film, and it is permanent. So this is what you want to use if you are making patches or appliques or anything like that, where you have something that you want to, a project that you want to permanently fuse to something else. And there's times when you may have a project that you want to put embroidery on, but you can't get that project into your machine. And a couple of examples that I've done is I like to have like little gift boxes, and I want to put an embroidery patch on the lid and then give it as a gift. And this works, and it is permanent. So I know that it's going to stand the test of time. My daughter has a pair of shoes, and she wanted freestanding lace attached to the side of the shoe. And I can get a tongue of a Converse sneaker in an embroidery machine on my multi-needle, but not the side. That was a little too tricky for me. And so what I did was I attached the freestanding lace once I stitched it out, and I used Fuse and Seal. And let me tell you, she wears those shoes all the time. I have washed them. They're white, of course, so they get dirty. So I've washed them. I have soaked them in OxiClean. I have put them in the laundry with bleach. I have set them out in the sun to keep them clean. That Fuse and Seal is holding strong. It is amazing. So the other thing is I had 3 boys, and I used Fuse and Seal when they were Cub Scouts and put their patches on that way. Some of those little tiny patches I did not want to sew. That was back kind of before I really fell in love with sewing, but I don't think even now, hand sewing is not my thing. And I don't know how I could get those really, really tiny patches. So Fuse and Seal was my friend back then. And so Fuse and Seal comes in rolls. They are 15-inch wide, or you can get them in sheets. And so I always like the sheets because I could trace my patch, but the rolls are nice if you're doing a lot of big projects. So I'm going to show you a video that's going to show you the process of making the card, but it's going to show you something else that's really awesome that you can do with Fuse and Seal. Okay, so I just have to say that those are some awesome things that you can do with Fuse and Seal. And the embroidering on the little baby onesie, I get questions all the time about, why would I want to use the Fuse and Seal and treat it more like a patch when I have a multi-needle machine? Well, one of the reasons is because I love my multi-needle machine and I will embroider onesies all day long on it. But there's sometimes when I want to embroider a onesie that is really, really small and I want to put a really big applique on it. And the hoop that is small enough to fit into the onesie is not big enough for the applique design that I want. And then the other thing is when those babies are that small, when you treat it as a patch like that and use the Fusion Seal, there's no embroidery at all on the inside touching their skin. So that's another advantage. So a couple of reasons why there would be an occasion that you would want to choose to do a patch over just embroidering the applique right onto the onesie. So let's talk about blanks. And so we have our Start Here greeting cards. And that's what you saw in the video that they were using to create the card. And these cards are tested. We know they're great for embroidery, and you can use them to create your own cards. So, so in the video, if you noticed, what they did was they cut one card in half and they embroidered on that. And then they used the Fusion Seal to attach it to another card. And that way the embroidery was all covered up and it looked really pretty. And so that's one way to do it. I've also embroidered on one of these cards and then attached it to a colorful piece of cardstock or something. You could take one of the cards and when you cut it in half, you could embroider on the half of it and then just Fusion Seal it to the other half, and then you'd have more like a postcard. So you have a lot of choices that you can do, but they come in a pack of 10, and we have 2 sizes, the 5x7 size and the 4x6 size. So those are all on our website, embroideryonline.com, and that coupon code that you have, this is a time to get those things. This afternoon when I come back, I'm going to give you a sneak peek at what the October OESD releases are. And so you're going to see that you're going to be wanting some cards, just so you know, you're going to need them. And here is a bundle. Of course, we love bundles at OESD. So this is our Creating Card Bundle, and it comes with everything I've been talking about. So you get the Fusion Seal, which you saw, you can do so many more things than just make greeting cards with that. And it comes with a package of the 5x7 size cards. It comes with a roll of stable stick tearaway and a roll of the medium weight tearaway, plus a bundle of designs and that OESD, the expert embroidery tape, the tearaway version of it. So over almost $245 value. And we love to do these events and give you these amazing prices. So only $99 with the event price. So let's talk about the designs that are in it. Cheeky Cards, probably one of my favorite all-time OESD design collections. And I don't know if you can see some of the sayings on them, but these are cards that are kind of all occasion cards, just a card to give someone if they just need a little pick-me-up or something. But one says Hogs and Kisses, but I think one of my all-time favorites on there is I would climb a smallish mountain for you. And then Nobody I'd Rather Roll With, and just really fun, cute designs that are nice to have a card if you just need to give someone a quick little pick-me-up or something. And then Essential Sentiments is really nice because it's got all of your designs for different holidays or occasions, so birthdays and other, Father's Day, things like that. Applique Greetings combines applique and cards, and that's a really fun one. It has also a lot of different kind of pick-me-up cards. They're not really designated for a specific thing, so just a great card to have on hand. That I like these because you can use them as thank you cards. You can use them as you're a good friend card, any type of card. And then Redwork Greetings, those are cards that are for holidays and different things like that, but they're all beautiful redwork designs and have some really pretty stitching on them. And Stitched with Love, another like card collection that has different holidays or different occasions. So you can see here, we're giving you these 5 different card collections. So these have multiple cards on them and to get you started, and you can make these. The other cool thing about making cards is they stitch really fast and they're really easy. So they're just one of those, if you just feel like I want to embroider today, I don't want to get into a big complicated project, I don't want to get out, 36 spools of thread today, these are perfect because they go together so quickly and they stitch out so quickly. And there's you can use these designs on other things. They don't just have to go on cards. So just so you know, if you wanted to put, I would climb a smallish mountain for you on a towel, you could definitely do that. And by the way, I haven't talked much about blanks. Definitely check out our website because we have embroidery blanks for you to use. We have aprons, we have towels, we have table runners, we have garden flags. The garden flags are double-sided, so you can put things on both sides. So definitely check out all of our embroidery blanks. The Start Here blanks, so same branding as the greeting cards. Anything that says Start Here, those are our blanks. So something else that I've talked about, just because I love sparkle, I've talked about it multiple times, but there's some of those cards have applique on them, and the sparkle vinyl would be perfect for them. I'll show you this warm and cozy greetings. Notice there's some cards on there. In the image here, you see they're on felt. They would also look great on that sparkle vinyl. So, so another reason that you may want to stock up on some cards and get prepared, because if you're shopping on embroideryonline.com this week and taking advantage of the Sewing Machines Plus discounts, you're going to get this collection. Any collection, you know, or any time you spend more than $79, you're going to automatically get this design collection included in your purchase. So this is our September collection. This afternoon when I come back, I'm going to show you October. So hopefully you'll be looking forward to seeing a little sneak peek of what's coming next month. And then if you want everything, you want all the designs, you're going to want, as soon as you see October, I know you're not going to be able to say no to joining Spree Club. It's just too good of a deal. So of course, every month we have at least 6 to 8 collections. And in September, we have the September, October, and November, we add those holiday celebration collections, all your other seasonal collections, all the projects, all the instructions, everything that you need to make this easy is there. And then of course, we're having a great event. So we're going to give you those 5 collections on top of this just for joining Spree Club during the event. And so 2 ways to join. And I know I say it every single time, it really is like your birthday every single month. I can't tell you how exciting it is. Then the first of the month, I know my new designs are coming. So you get the physical, that's the USB, delivered to your local store, or for a $50 a year shipping charge, you can have that delivered to your home. So that's $749 for the whole year. That's every single thing. So I just want to break that down. That's less than $65 a month if you break that down into monthly and you do the math. And some of our design collections can be over $80. So really you're paying less than like one design collection when you join the Spree Club. So if you like a USB, you like to go straight to your machine, no computer involved, you're going to want that physical option. And then of course we have digital. That's our newest option for those of you who you're comfortable on your computer, you like a download, you like just having everything stored really easily. You're going to want that digital option, which is only $5.99. That breaks down to less than $50 a month. So you can see the incredible savings when you join Spree Club and get every single design collection that we release. So that one is delivered to your My Designs folder every single month on embroideryonline.com. And so anyone who's a member of the Spree Club, you always get your designs before everybody else. I've seen, we have our website, The Perfect Stitch with OESD, and I've seen people have their projects stitched all the way out and they're posting pictures of them while everyone else is waiting for them to be released so they can buy them. So the Spree Club members always have that advantage of getting everything first. All right, so any questions about that?
Oh, wow. That's all I have to say is wow. In fact, my husband walked in. I'm like, don't disturb me. I got to watch this. You're going to make our Christmas cards, birthday cards so much better.
Oh, yeah. There is something about like a handmade gift. And so we're so used to making, oh, here's the towel I embroidered for you, or here's the tote bag I embroidered for you. But imagine including the card you embroidered too. I mean, that's just over the top.
And that would be a card that you would save. I've saved like all my cards that my grandmother and my mom have sent me. This would make it even more special. And you did have a few questions on this, by the way. Somebody asked, is there a special needle that you use for this, or do you have a preference?
I just use my embroidery sharp needle, 7511. It's what I use on almost everything.
Okay. And someone else asked, what weight about, it doesn't have to be exact, but what weight of cardstock would you be sewing through there?
So the cardstock that we have is 80 weight. So
80 weight.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Perfect.
that works great.
And for those of you that missed earlier in the week, go back and watch her things, but also look below. That is the 20% off. You go to her website. I just pointed the wrong way to your website. I actually just went on Facebook because rumor has it your Facebook group is amazing. So I'm just going on there to be part of your group.
Oh yeah. And you know what? I'm just, I've just had such a great time this week. I'm sad it's the last day.
I know. Someone just
so fast.
Someone just said, when are you going to be on this afternoon? I had to put my glasses on for that.
Well,
she's going to be on again at 2:15 Pacific time, 5:15 my time, Eastern.
Yes, 5:15 my time too.
Oh, you're on my schedule. Wonderful.
I'm with you. I'm back here.
All right, what time? Oh yeah, we got that from Sharon. Thanks for asking that. There were a few more questions. Everyone's saying, so sad it's the last day. What are you going to be showing this afternoon, just out of curiosity? I'm
going to do a little bit of a review, but I'm going to show you those October designs. I'm so excited that they gave the go-ahead, like show October, let them see it. It's always fun to see you one of the first to see the new stuff.
Absolutely. So just one more rundown on your club, because some people were asking it, and I like to ask again because maybe these people didn't see earlier this week. They said, how do we get the files? Is it digital? Do I have to put them into my machine by USB, or do they cover all the different machines?
So the designs come in every machine format. No matter what machine you have, we've got you covered. And so you can choose the option where you get the USB stick. So the designs come just ready to go straight to the machine. So if you're someone that's like, I don't really like a computer, I'm not comfortable, but I know how to put a USB stick on the side of my machine and stitch out, that's your option. And but we also have the digital option. So the USB option, that's $7.49 if you're picking up at Sewing Machines Plus. If you need it shipped to your house, it's just $50, and the $50 is for the whole year, not per month.
Not just for one. We made that clear.
And so it's still not a bad price. We try, we don't try to make money on that shipping. It's just, what it has to be. So we're shipping to your home for that $50. So you can get it that way, or you can get the digital option, which you have in your account at embroideryonline.com. It just automatically goes into your folder where we keep, if you've ever made a purchase of designs on there, they store in the same folder. So it just goes and sits in that folder. So when you wake up on the first of the month, you just open embroideryonline.com and they're all just sitting there waiting for you to start.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Tammy said, what is your website and what is the name of your Facebook group?
So embroideryonline.com is the website, and the Facebook group is called The Perfect Stitch with OESD.
The Perfect Stitch with OESD. All right, we've got that. And these bundles that you're offering are amazing. So, here's the thing. If somebody's new to this, or even if you're old, it's so nice to just buy everything together and you know how to use them, because we can go back and watch the video. This will be on YouTube. So if you forget, you can go back.
Yeah, it's just nice. Yeah, you don't have to write down, oh, I needed this stabilizer or that stabilizer. Just buy the bundle. Say, oh, I want to make cards. I'll just go buy the bundle that says cards. We make it easy.
Absolutely. Alice wants to know, can they subscribe and pay monthly, or is it a annual fee?
They can't. There is a monthly fee, and that's also on the website. So if they follow or go to embroideryonline.com and do a search and use that, they won't get a discount, but they can use that coupon code to show that they came from Sewing Machines Plus, and it will. But the prices, it's the USB option is a little bit higher. You don't get any those 5 bonus collections. You don't get any of that. So the annual option is always the better option.
Okay. And then Celeste. Well, hello, Celeste. She wants to know if she can order this through Saturday, or when do these sales end? Because I know some of the sales are going through to Saturday with Blaine. Some are going to the end of the month. When does yours end?
It should end Saturday. So they can order on Saturday.
Okay, there you go, Celeste. That's great. You know, I really am so excited that you're doing that. Same with Blaine with Soy Machines Plus, because there's so many people that work during the week. They're trying to catch these episodes. It's hard to binge watch 8 hours in a couple hours each evening. So now tomorrow on Saturday, they can binge watch and still be able to order, which good thinking, whoever came up with that.
It wasn't me at all. So anyway, but yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I thought, well, let's give him an extra day. That'll be easier.
Excellent. And just one more question. We had a little extra time because Corey didn't take up the whole half an hour. So this is great. We got a few more questions here.
Okay.
Lisa wants to know, if you join the Spree Club, do you have educational resources in there?
Yes. So one thing is that the Spree Club, every single month, it includes a PDF that has instructions for any projects, anything that's in there. So you could print that out or download it to your tablet or whatever you use. But we also, all the videos that I've shown, anything that you've seen are permanently on our website. So go to embroideryonline.com and look at those resources and read. We have information on needles, on everything you can imagine.
That's awesome. And I see some of you asking, what were the bundles earlier this week? You can go back and watch those episodes too. So there's been different ones every day almost, pretty much.
Yeah. And I'm going to do a little bundle review this afternoon too, just to kind of show you what we've talked, just to show you the bundles. So
that's a great idea. Great idea on that. And can you actually embroider? Hold on, I missed that one. Your comments are coming in like everybody's flooring. They're loving this. Everybody's saying, I cannot wait until October. Can you actually embroider on cardstock? Yes, you can, Brenda. Yes. You just saw it. So, well, this was fantastic, Kimberly. Blaine, are you still here? Because I want to know, have your wife watch this, because I know that's what I'm going to be doing with my cards this year. I don't know about her, but how long will the day 5 days be posted on Facebook? Elizabeth, this will be on there. They're not going away. They are not going away at all. Someone asked if the bundles are on your website, by the way.
Yes, they're all on our website. So whatever bundle, you just do a search for that bundle.
Okay. And one
more search bundle and they'll all come up.
What was the name of the stabilizer that you used on the cardstock?
So we use the Stable Stick Tearaway, or you could use the medium tearaway. It just depends on what you're doing. But Stable Stick Tearaway is the most common.
Stable Stick Tearaway. That's pretty. Don't say that fast 10 times.
Right.
Everybody's saying thank you, thank you, thank you. Facebook site. She just told you the website. And do you have links from the website so they can find that easily? Probably.
I don't know, but embroideryonline.com. And even if you do a search for OESD, you should be able. You might find Old English sheepdogs though, so be careful.
Oh. There you go. This is excellent information. Again, the 20% off is down below. You can see that. That is the coupon code. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anybody else. There's always like a 20-second delay, and then somebody asks a great question right when we end. Everybody's saying thank you. Fabulous. Thank you. So this afternoon when she comes on, again, she will be on at 5:15 Eastern, 2:15 Pacific. She's going to give you a rundown of everything that happened this week in case you missed it. And we're going to get to see the fabulous October designs. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here, and I will see you this afternoon.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. So, Blaine, are you still here? I have to tell you, that is so cool.
That was. Well, hey, we're having a great time here, Angela. Everybody here is all jacked up on Krispy Kreme donuts today, so we're all fired up and ready to go.
Where's mine? I've got coffee and gluten-free crackers and cheese. How boring is that?
Oh, and we've even got Mountain Dew here today. So, man, we're going to be just flying off the walls, all day.
All right. Well, who's coming next? I can hardly wait. This is absolutely a fabulous day. Some people are very depressed, though, that the day's ending. So I hope you have something planned for future.
It's so funny. It's like, we talked about this Monday. It's like we're going to look up and it's going to be Friday, and we're almost on the afternoon swing of everything. And, we're a few hours away and this whole thing's going to be over. But, hey, we got a lot of great things coming up. And so you don't want to miss. But, hey, Angela, coming up, we have the Foxy Moxie Dancers.
I love this new, I love these girls, but I love their new slogan. Now we need like a logo, some music to go with this.
I'm telling you, and it was named by the viewers out there. So, hey, so we're going to go to over to Handy Quilter in Utah. and we're going to go see Kim and Christina and the dynamic duo over there. So, hey, ladies, how are y'all doing today?
We're great. We're missing out on those donuts, though.
Yeah.
Hey, we're having a Krispy Kreme Mountain Dew party here today, and I can't keep anybody in their seats. They're all running around and jumping around, and it's just crazy here right now.
Sounds fun. Sounds like our day every day here.
Yeah.
I started to say, y'all would fit right in.
Oh, we'd have fun.
Well, hey, what are we going to talk about the Moxie today?
Yes.
We are.
Yep.
Would you like to see
We're
it?
super excited to see it again because I tell you, everybody loves this Moxie. So y'all show us what this thing will do.
Okay.
Right.
Kim, take it away.
Yeah, so we're here to talk about the Moxie one last time on Friday Foxy Moxie Day, I guess. We can call it that. We both went home and told our husbands about that, and they were like,
I was actually a little too embarrassed to tell mine.
Mine laughed really, really hard. So thanks for giving us that name. Whatever viewer happened to do that, yeah. My children will now be embarrassed for life. That's the best part about it. So thanks for doing that. So let's talk a little bit about the Moxie. So the Moxie is our 15-inch machine, meaning 15 inches of throat space. It can do all of the great things that you want a long arm to do. We've got stitch regulation. We've got a good motor speed up to 1,800 stitches per minute, which that's really fast, a lot faster than domestic sewing machines even can stitch. We have, I'm trying to think some of the other things.
It can do stitches between 4 and 18 stitches per minute, or not per minute, per inch.
Per inch. So we can easily baste projects all the way to some really good micro quilting.
Yeah.
We have those 2 modes of stitch regulation plus manual. So you can, any way you like to stitch is awesome. We can add handlebars to the back of it. The way we have this one set up, we showed you yesterday how to do pantographs. You can quilt from the back with either pantographs or groovy boards. And you've got a choice of frames. Of course, we have this one set up on the loft frame, which is a really great frame. It's standard at 8 feet, which is great for someone who maybe doesn't have quite as much space. You can do up to an 84-inch quilt on an 8-foot frame. And there's actually a 2-foot extension that you can add in. Yeah. So you can do up to those king-size quilts, 108 inches, no problem.
Yep.
So we love the Moxie. We actually wanted to show you a fun project today, but Christina's
Before
got
that,
something to add.
There's another frame that you can get it
Oh,
on.
that's right. Yes.
You can get it on the Littlefoot frame.
Yep.
So if you're limited on space, the Littlefoot frame is a 5-foot frame.
Yep.
It's a hooping system, so you can do any size quilt that you want on there. You're not limited by the size of the frame.
Yep. And so for that smaller footprint, if you've got that extra bedroom that's only 8 by 8, that smaller room, that Littlefoot frame, fits perfully.
An 8-foot by 8-foot room, you can put an 8-foot frame in there.
You
just can't move around. You have to go under.
You wouldn't be able to. You want to be able to maneuver around the machine. You got to get to the back so you can do those pantographs, right?
Very true.
Right.
Yep. Oh, but if it's on casters, which are another option for the loft frame, you could move it back and forth if you needed to get to the back.
Yep.
So lots of different options out there.
Lots of options. We can make it work.
Okay. So
today, we're going to talk about.
We're going to do some piecing on the frame.
Yes.
So we're actually going to stitch pieces together to make a placemat.
Yeah.
So generally when I do this, I do it with my backing fabric loaded and then a batting fabric.
Right. Just batting.
Yeah. And then I put my pieces directly onto that batting. For purposes today, we've already got this black Handy Quilter fabric loaded. So I'm just going to put it directly over top of that.
Yeah.
I am going to use a square foot, which I have already put on the machine.
Awesome.
And I'm going to use our skinny ruler. So we're going to do a little bit of ruler work. I've already put our ruler base on.
Right.
But I want people to see that you can use other feet with rulers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not just the Surefoot, which is the one that we always demonstrate with rulers. You can absolutely use the square foot. Now, why would I want to use a square foot with a ruler, specifically the skinny straight?
It just goes so nicely down the edge of that ruler, keeping everything nice and straight. It just hugs right up to it.
That's really, yep, exactly.
And an added bonus with the Moxie, the way that the needle or the foot is oriented, I can put the ruler on either side if I'm going vertically.
I hadn't thought of that because on the Amara, it's turned the other direction. So it
Yep.
makes it a little easier to use the 3 sides of the foot that you can use.
So added bonus for the Moxie.
Total bonus.
So, okay,
That's
well,
great.
let's go ahead and come over here
Yeah.
and I'm gonna
Demonstrate
put
how to
down
piece.
my first piece of fabric.
Perfect. That
Right
looks great.
side up.
Okay.
Then I'm going to take my second piece of fabric and I'm going to lay it right on top
Mhm.
with the right side down. So
Okay.
right sides are together.
Okay.
Okay. Then I'm going to bring the machine over into position. And this is another great feature of the square foot is I can line it up right against my fabric and I can just see that straight line going down. It's a little bit easier than trying to see the curve matching up to that foot.
Yeah. You have a nice straight line to follow.
Yes. I'm going to bring up my bobbin thread.
Okay. Looks good.
Do a little tie off. And on the Moxie to do a tie off, I'm just going to hold my needle up, needle down button a few times and do a little walking stitch.
Very nice.
Okay. Then I'm going to put a ruler right up against that foot, putting some pressure on the ruler.
Okay.
Making sure my distance is the same at the top and at the bottom.
There you go. Yeah, that's better.
And then I'm just going to stitch along.
Look at that. That perfect 1/4 inch seam.
Now I need to shift my hand placement and maybe the ruler a little bit to get down to the very bottom because it's safety first.
Yep. Never move it. I shouldn't say never. You don't generally want to move a ruler while you're stitching.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'm going to pull that thread up. And I apologize if my arm is in the way. I will try to keep it out of your view because nobody wants to look at my arm. Okay, so I've got 2 pieces that are sewn together now. I'm going to flip this open and I'm going to just do a quick little finger press right here.
And this is where I know that on my machine, what I'll do is I'll actually move my machine down so that I can use my ruler base almost as like a pressing to press against. That way you have that nice flat platform. Try to say those 2 words together.
Nice flat platform.
Flat platform. That looks really great.
Yeah. And if I wanted to get a little iron out, I could, just do a quick little iron right there.
I've totally done that. Yeah, you figure you've got plenty of layers there to be safe. Absolutely.
Okay, so that's the first 2 rows. Now I'm going to stick that second one on top. And you notice that mine aren't all cut the same length.
That's okay.
I'm going to trim it down when I get done.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to repeat those same steps. Bringing up the bobbin thread. Doing a little tie off. Ooh, that was a big tie off. Put my ruler up against the foot. Checking my distance. And that piece of fabric wasn't perfectly straight that I had cut, but close enough.
Good enough, right?
Yep.
Sometimes good enough is good enough. Oh, I can see how fast this would go. I know I love piecing like the Jelly Roll Race quilts, just directly on the frame. So easy, so fast.
And you'll notice I'm doing this vertically, but yes, you can do it horizontally too, and then you can get like a much longer quilt there. Okay, let's put this guy on top.
Oh, that's a cute print.
Move this over. And you could also use channel locks if you wanted to make sure that everything is perfectly straight.
Right. Like the channel lock that comes in the Getting Started Quilting Kit that comes with the Moxie. There's a channel lock in there. You pop it on one of the wheels on either the carriage or the machine, depending on which direction you want to have the machine only move in, and you can get that perfectly straight line.
Yes.
Yep.
And in the future, if we were to put Pro Stitcher Lite on the machine,
yes,
it has channel locks built in.
That's right.
So added feature there.
Yeah. Push of a button, perfectly straight lines. I love that there's always more than one way to conquer what the project you want to do on the long arm.
Yes.
Lots of ways to do it.
So Kim, while I get the next piece ready, do you want to pull out the quilting party in a box?
Yes, the quilting party in a box. We actually have that right here.
Whoa, sorry.
So this is the Moxie accessory kit that comes, and this has all kinds of great stuff that comes with the Moxie. So let me just pop this open real quick. And we can pull out all the great stuff. So we've got our the Moxie card that on the back of it, it shows us the different ways that we can set up the loft frame. So we can do it either in high or low position. We actually have this one. This frame right now is set up in high position. And the next card talks about using the Built app to assemble the loft frame, which is really fun, super easy to use. I know we were going to bring our phone in, weren't we?
Do you want me to grab mine real quick while you talk?
I don't know if Kayla's got stuff set up. Maybe she can see if she does.
We'll just leave that as a teaser.
Yeah, it's a total teaser. Oh, there is one. Oh, that's not the right adapter on it. Sorry.
We'll just leave it as a
Live
teaser.
TV.
You can find the Built app when you purchase your Moxie.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Just take it from us. It's fun.
Exactly. It's really fun. And then the last card in here actually has lots of great information for long arm quilting. We talk about the different size of needles and the appropriate thread to use with the different size of needles. And then we have how to thread your machine with nice pictures here so that you know exactly how to do it.
And that's important.
It is important to know how to thread your machine. Machine isn't going to work very well if it's not threaded properly. On the back is all about how to use the different icons on the screen. And we use the buttons on the handlebars actually to navigate in that screen. The screen's about this same size. It's not a touch screen, but it's really easy to navigate. And here's all the different icons that are on that screen that we can use. So then we have, there's thread. We've got a bunch of thread. You can see all the good stuff in here. We've got thread. We've got our power cord, very important. Our thread mast is in here. We've got all of our bits and pieces, the bobbins, oiler, the tools that you need, and there's even a needle threader in there. I'm like, dang, my Forte did not come with a needle threader. We need to go get one of those for me.
I see that channel lock there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's the channel lock that we talked about. This is what you use to get those perfectly straight lines. You can use a channel lock.
Yep. Have we shown them how to use a channel lock?
I don't know if we have this time or not. We could always.
We'll just tell them. So
Yeah.
the channel lock, you just pop it over either the wheel of the carriage or the wheel of the machine, depending on which direction you want to lock it in place.
There's the little part right there. You guys can see where my thumb is in between the two. There's a little rubber on the ends here so that it won't move, and it just locks those wheels into place so they don't go anywhere.
So you get perfect horizontal or vertical
straight lines
depending on which wheel you put the channel lock on.
Exactly. Really easy to use. And then we have this little kit right here, which is the how to quilt kit. And this one comes with the yard of fabric that has the grid on it. And I think you guys can actually see the grid pretty well there. You can see that there's 2-inch square grid on here. There's a yard of this to practice quilting on. And we actually, education team helped develop this. It's what we teach. It's actually a little sheet just to get you started with basic designs. We start with E's and L's. It's kind of a back to school approach. We all remember doing that cursive, and for me, it was the 2nd grade. I don't know if you guys remember.
3rd grade for me.
3rd grade for Christina. Just those E's and L's. It's just learning how to smoothly move that machine, how to stitch nice and smooth. Then we move on to a basic stipple or meander. We can add designs into that stipple or meander. We've got some stars here, and then on the backside, we've got leaves or hearts. I think it just depends on how you look at it and what the fabric or perhaps color combination is on the quilt you're quilting.
Exactly.
And then the last one we have here is the Path to Stitch continuous curve. This is also called, I've heard it called old fashioned or orange pill. It's got a lot of fun names, but it's actually, I just learned this from Josh. He was showing me on his quilt that he showed everybody with the Amari yesterday. This is a traditional sashiko, so Japanese stitching style. It's a traditional pattern for that. So I was like, oh, that's cool. It's good to know. I'm sure that it's in, it's a simple pattern. It's a lot of places, but I have seen that in that sashiko stitching also.
Yeah. I should have brought in the first quilt that I ever long armed because that is the design that I did on it.
Is that what you did?
Yep. It was just
here. We'll tuck this stuff back in here.
Quilt with about 4-inch blocks, and I just did the
orange pill.
The orange pill all over the top.
I love it. I think it's one of those classic designs. I tend to do a little bit more modern quilting, and it's one of those designs that definitely transcends. It can be on really traditional quilts or really modern quilts. And however it's used, it just looks amazing. So when in doubt, orange pill.
And you can do it as wide as you want, like as many different times. You don't have to just do 4x4. You can do an entire throat space doing this pattern. It's super quick, super fast, super fun. And you can also do some variations on it. So it's like limitless.
Have we actually shown them that stitch path?
I don't know that we have.
We have this week. Maybe we could do a little bit of that. I'm just looking. We're doing good on time.
Okay.
So Christina's going to do a little bit more of this. And maybe even she got another strip on there.
Okay. So
look, and the size you're doing looks like it would be a good size for like a table mat.
Yes. Yep. So that's what it would be. Just like a little placemat. And I could do longer pieces if I wanted to, or I could do shorter. I could do it vertical. It's pretty much limitless.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the things.
You could even
it's
do
just
it
whatever you can think of.
Diagonally. If you're going to do it diagonally, though, really recommend using a ruler.
Yes.
That I think that's actually one of the, when you try to stitch diagonally, it's always a little interesting. Curves, circles, all those other things you can do, but a straight diagonal line, ruler is your best friend when you want to stitch that.
And if you are going to do it diagonally, don't use the square foot. The square foot is just like for horizontal and vertical.
Exactly.
The way the square is set up.
Exactly.
Okay. So I think our viewers kind of got the gist of this, that we can just keep adding on to it. You can also take like a bigger piece. Sorry, am I hitting you with the machine? You could take a bigger piece and lay it down and then have an open space here that you could like play in and have, I know a lot of people make placemats for like teachers or for Thanksgiving. Oh yes, you can stitch out a design for Thanksgiving using either like a Pro Stitcher or create your own, use a stencil and let the kids use the washable markers and decorate them. And then when they're done with Thanksgiving, throw them in the wash. They're ready for the next year. So fun ideas.
There's so many fun things that you can do with the long arms. Part of the reason why we wanted to show you this piecing on the frame is just thinking outside of the box. You can do all kinds of projects with the Moxie. It's not just finishing quilts. I mean, obviously that's like the number one thing that you're probably going to want to do with it, but you can make bags. You can do all these other things that she's showing you. There's lots of really fun things that you can do. We even have a project that I've shown before, that you load water soluble stabilizer, and then you lay yarn down, and then you put another layer of stabilizer over the top of it, and you quilt back and forth. You just stitch back and forth with it, take it off, throw it in the washer, and you actually have a scarf that you did not have to knit. It turns out really cool. And you can use really fun yarns. So there's a world of projects you can do with a long arm that are more than just finishing quilts.
Yeah, and also the quilt behind you.
Yeah.
So
this one here.
This is one where the main body of the quilt was quilted, and then we went back and just put those flowers on. We just kind of like slapped them on and then used the machine and kind of squiggled. And so Kim, can you fluff some of those so they can see? Those are totally 3D there.
You can see that it's just attached here in the center, and then there's the different layers. I know I was telling Christina, I actually did a quilt like this for one of my sister-in-laws that lives in Pennsylvania, and it was circles. It was just circles that I did, and it turned out so cool. It was one of our a really fun quilt to quilt with just fun free motion. I love your little swirls you did here. It's really fun.
Yeah, super fun, super easy. Use a die cut.
Lots
okay,
of fun things.
I know that we had a request earlier this week to see feathers.
Oh, right.
So I'm going to change the foot real quick and put on just our regular hopping foot.
Do a little feather stitching. I think feathers are kind of that like ultimate design that people are always like, oh, I just really want to be able to quilt feathers. So we're going to show you how easy it is to quilt feathers with the Moxie. This is a great machine. It's smaller, so it's a little more lightweight. It's really easy to maneuver and move. It is such a fun machine to stitch with. And Christina she does beautiful feathers. So
okay, this is a judgment-free zone, please.
Always
doing feathers on film, especially alive, is a little nerve-wracking. So I'm going to just do a variety of types of feathers.
Okay.
And people ask, okay, do you always do your feathers the same way? No.
No.
I don't think I have two feathers that are the same.
Okay.
So I went ahead and I used the handy pencil. It's an iron-off pencil.
Mhm.
And I just drew a stem just to give myself a direction to go.
Guidelines.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see
Ready?
what you can do, Christina.
Okay. Actually, I want to change my cruise speed. I want my needle to move a little bit faster.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to my home screen, select that.
Just using those buttons.
Using the buttons on my handlebar, I'm going to up my speed.
Okay.
And then I want to go back to the home button. Woohoo!
Look at you.
So all of those controls are just right at my fingertips.
Yep.
Okay, so here we go. I'm going to start out with just a regular plume.
Okay.
And I kind of come down to my, what's that
Your spine.
word? My spine. I
Spine.
was
The
gonna say
spine of the
stem.
feather.
Okay, let's add a little swirl in there.
Got to make it fancy.
Yep.
A little ribbon work there.
Come back in, maybe do a bump back one.
Nice.
Just, you know, a little variety.
Yeah.
This one I can add a stem in there. That one swing around.
Great.
And these are bump backs where I'm actually trying to overstitch. Throw in another swirl.
Nice.
A little spike.
Christina's having a little too much fun stitching.
So you'll notice that it's not all perfect. It's fine. I'm not going to do neon
That's great.
thread on a black top.
What do you mean? Come on. This is going to be your next entry at the local quilt show, right?
Yes.
That's beautiful.
So you'll also notice that I'm only doing up one side of the spine. Why can't I think of that word today? Because I haven't had my dancing yet.
That's right, that's okay. Christina came in with ideas this morning and wanted to do costumes and other things. And I said, why don't you just quilt a feather? We'll call that good.
So instead of my fancy dancing moves, you get feathers. I'm sure you guys are so disappointed.
Fancy feather moves.
Little
Fancy
sarcastic
foxy
there.
feather moves. There we go.
Yes. Okay, so I did one side of the spine. And now I have the option where I can trim my thread here.
Okay.
And then I come back and I start at the other side.
Uh-huh.
Or since I didn't actually stitch the spine,
Right.
I'm just going to travel back down that spine.
I like that.
And just try to keep it in that general area.
Use it as a guideline, right? Kind of
Guideline,
connect.
Yeah. And then I'm going to come around and do the feathers on the other side.
Oh, very nice. Throw in all those different varieties.
Ooh, that one was a fun one. Let's see what I can do here. So some people, they get kind of caught up. It has to be a traditional feather. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Just make it up on the fly.
We finish that there at the top.
Yep.
Oh, Christina, that looks great. That's a gorgeous feather. Absolutely gorgeous.
Lots of fun. So, feathers for you.
Feathers.
My amazing viewers that come up with creative names for us. Oh, I'm on the wrong
Exactly.
side. Back
We'll
over
pop,
here.
we'll pop back over. That was our dance move for the day. Crossover. Over and back and back. We hope that made everybody happy. So, all right. Well, do we have any questions? If you have any questions about the Moxie, this is our last chance we have to answer questions about the Moxie.
Oh, you didn't show them the bobbin winder.
Oh, the Moxie bobbin winder. Yeah. This is the other thing that does come with the Moxie, the bobbin winder, the Moxie bobbin winder. So that is included.
Yep. Standalone bobbin winder.
Yep.
It's great. Sorry, Blaine.
Hey, that's some pretty good looking feathers there, Christina.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
We just had a little, we should have had, we had Corey on our King Quilter here today doing some. We should have had y'all going head to head with our feather wars.
Ooh. So off.
That'd been kind of cool, dueling on the screen at the same time. So, but anyway, I got to remind everybody exactly how you can get this Moxie. I'm telling you what, this is a great machine. I think Kyle's going to put the overlay up on the screen right now so to show you how to get this. It is $49.95 for the Moxie, and you can go on there right now. You're going to get that bundle package that we have thrown, the thread package with it. And the great thing about this machine is it comes with that loft frame, that 8-foot loft frame, but we're actually going to give you your choice. So if the loft frame is too big for your house, we're going to actually let you pick the little foot frame to go with it instead and reduce that down to that 5-foot smaller footprint. So you're going to get your choice for the same price, that little foot frame or the regular loft frame that comes with it for $49.95, including that $250 thread bundle. And that bundle includes the King Tut thread, the Masterpiece, Fantastico, Magnifico, Omni, the Omni V, Bottom Line, So Fine, and the Superior metallic thread. So a great package we got together for you. And we also have some financing available just for SoFest. So if you need to get it financed, we have 0% interest financing available. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 and speak to one of our sales agents. They are experts on quilting machines, and they can really help answer your questions. And guys, I'm telling you, if you've been thinking about getting into quilting and you're unsure of what to get, this is a great machine to get into. This 15-inch throat space Moxie is a great quilting machine. And as you just saw, it's capable of doing anything you want to do with it. And I think, Christina just showed that by doing the feathers on it. So again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. You can go right to our product page at Sewing Machines Plus and look at the page and go up there in that search bar and just type in Moxie, and it'll take you right to that product page. So you can order it right online or give us a call at 800-401-8151. All right, and I want to thank Handy Quilter for being one of our major sponsors and so much. And I also want to thank Kim and Christina. Y'all been awesome all week, and I know we're going to see them again this afternoon. So let's bring Angela back to the show. And Angela, everybody thought I was kidding about the the donuts, the Mountain Dew stuff, and I think Kyle actually took a picture of our hospitality table here at the studio, and there you go. The only nutritious thing I see laying on that table is the bananas.
which you would never take on a fishing boat. So take the bananas out and your table's fine.
So we got Mountain Dew Krispy Kremes, apple pies, a whole variety of chocolate candy with Snickers and Milky Ways, and you can't go anywhere without Reese's peanut butter cups.
Oh my gosh, talk about sugar high. Well, I better keep my act going because you are all going to be passed out this afternoon from your sugar low.
So, everybody always wonders how do we make it through this whole week show doing what we do? Well, I just buy a bunch of candy and sugar and what's so funny? It's like Kyle told me and Deb and everybody's like, hey, we're taking off Monday. So they're going to sleep all weekend.
I'm going to be like, hey, Blaine, wake up.
But hey, we also had somebody request, they said, man, we would sure like to see a good picture of Corey's feathers that he did. And I think Kyle actually took a picture of that. There's the picture of the freehand feathers that Corey did during his demo. And I tell you, it's pretty amazing. Somebody can do stuff like that, but he did that on that King Quilter. And again, y'all got to see that live. And we were talking about if you had robotics, you could do that record feature and record that and save it to your machine file, and you could replicate that through a whole quilt. You could do every block that way. So that's just one of those great features with robotics you can do. So pretty awesome.
Technology is awesome.
We've got a very special individual coming up next, and Jerry Granata, and he's got that Brother 3600D. This is the machine that I bought for Michelle for Valentine's Day because she wanted to get into embroidery and sewing, and got her this machine. And I did it based on Lewis Carney and Jerry's recommendation. They both told me, said, hey, this is the best machine Brother makes for the price with all these loaded features. And so we're super excited to have him. So I'm gonna let you get on and with Jerry and y'all talk about that 3600D.
That sounds awesome. So first of all, if you don't know Jerry Granata, he is an award-winning quilt designer, not only nationally, internationally. His work is amazing, but he also served in the service for, oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to ask Jerry. I think it was like 21 years or something like that. Amazing. He's a talented guy, a great friend, brother brand ambassador. Jerry, I am so excited to see you here. Welcome to SewFest.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited to be here. Angela, how are you?
Good. How many years were you in the service?
You were right, 21.
Yes. Well, thank you for your service. And your quilts are amazing. So anyone who's new to Jerry's, you're going to love him forever. You can see him at shows. You can see him on the Brother Sewing Show when we go do live shows. And what I love about Jerry, his quilts are so beautiful that the metallic that you use, your metallic thread just makes me crazy. It's just awesome.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, you know, I come from a garment and costuming background. So a lot of those fabrics, those brocades and silks and stuff, they all find their way into my quilts. And they're all washable. So
even better. Well, you look fabulous, Jerry. So I can't wait for you to show everyone watching this machine. Of course, I'm very biased because I'm a Brother brand ambassador too, but I only use what I love. And this machine is amazing.
yeah, this is one of my favorite, and Blaine was absolutely right. I recommended this machine highly. I think it is so versatile and it's amazing. And before we get started, I want to say that hospitality table looks like my dinner table most nights. So, during COVID, so, put on a few pounds here and there. So anyway, but I love the 3600. To me, that's the star of this show right now, the NQ3600D. It is a sewing and embroidery combination machine. So those of you who may have limited space in your house or in your sewing room, this is a great option for you. And I'm going to get into all the specs and details and the weight of it. It's a great class machine. So if you just remove the embroidery arm, it's only 22 pounds. So you can carry this to class. Again, it makes a great studio machine as well if you just want something in your sewing room. Absolutely amazing. And I know that this is a sewing festival, but I am getting into the embroidery just a little bit because I love this machine and I love to talk about all the features of it. So enough about me. Let's go ahead and let me switch my camera over to the star of the show. And there we are. This is the Brother NQ3600D. Now I'm going to zoom in a little bit on the screen in just a little bit. But let's talk about what you're seeing here. A wonderful 8 inches from needle to the machine, to the body of the machine. So plenty big for all those quilts. I remember trying to stuff a king size quilt through a little like 7 inch throat space. And oh my goodness, I did it. But to have this extra space would be wonderful. Also, just on the embroidery side, comes with 233 built-in designs, 33 of which are Disney. So you're getting everything out of the box to get started on your sewing and embroidery venture. So let's look at the screen real quick. I'm going to start in the sewing mode, as you can see by the accessory box that I have attached here. Let's look at the screen over here and talk about that. This is your main sewing screen. So this tells you exactly what you're going to need. If you look at the top row, the top 5 categories are in blue, and the bottom categories are in orange. Now, Brother, and its wonderful throughout the industry is known as such an easy machine to use and so intuitive, has separated those colors so you know where you're at. If you have an orange around your screen, you'll know that you're in character and decorative stitching. If you have a blue background, you are in your utility stitches. So let me go ahead and talk to you about some of the features. So let's go ahead and go over here. I'm going to start with utility stitch, and it automatically defaults to a straight stitch. So how easy is that? If you just want to get something done and you just want to do a straight stitch, you are all ready to go. Another wonderful feature, if you noticed, it has a touch screen. So I can touch all of these little options for you, and it's a touch screen. It's a 4 by about 4.5, almost 5 inch diagonal touch screen, color touch screen. So that comes in really handy with embroidery because you're able to see the colors exactly as you're going to stitch them out. So, all right, let's get started. Another feature I want to bring up is there are so many, I have to buzz through this here. So I'm going to talk about the AHA feature, the automatic height adjuster. This machine has that. So what does that mean to you? That means that no matter what fabric height you are working with, the machine does all the work. It will automatically do all the work for you. So here I have a very thick batting. I've actually doubled up a high loft batting, and I would probably never use something this thick, but hey, this is a demo, and I want to show you the most extremes here. So I have just a couple of pieces of fabric and some batting sandwiched in between, and I'm going to put my needle down, my presser foot down. The green signifies I'm ready to go, and I'm going to start stitching. Now, 1, notice how quiet, and 2, notice how I don't even have to hold on to the fabric, and it's doing all the work for me. However, watch this. I have a thin piece of organza here. Now, I am going to just butt this right up to it, and off we go. What if you do cosplay? A lot of people do. I do. I commission cosplay costumes for people. This is vinyl. This is glitter vinyl. So let's see what happens when we put it right up against the organza. Not a problem at all. I'm going to cut my threads. And there you have it. Now the vinyl's a little sticky, so come on, kids, work with me. There we go. So now we have a beautiful seam in the vinyl. I have a beautiful stitching, no skip stitches at all on the organza, and I've also sewn through this thick batting. So notice these are very radically different fabrics right there. And I did not have to make any adjustments on my machine. It did it all for me. So that's great. So if you're doing applique, if you're doing quilting, if you're doing garments, this is a great way to plow through all of that and not have to worry about making any adjustments. What adjustments do I need to make? The machine does it for you. So now I'm going to go over to my screen, and I am going to use my arrows, and I'm going to just keep going until I see the letter P. 1-29 is my piecing. It's a built-in piecing stitch. Now let me go back to the beginning here, and I'll point something out. Look here, the length is 2.5 millimeters, but watch what happens when I touch 1-29. P stands for piecing. Watch the length, and goes to a 2.0. So that's perfect, automatic adjustment. Some of you may have noticed the needle just jumped over to the right a little bit, and now I can use my J-foot, just the general sewing foot, as a kind of a 1/4 inch. I've got a perfect 1/4 of an inch right now. So now I can just start piecing. Run that through my machine. There's my beautiful 1/4 of an inch. And there's my beautiful piecing. You can just, another thing I love to point out about these machines is you can almost free stitch. So if you do a lot of chain piecing, watch this. I am not on the fabric at all. Now I can just butt this right up into it. Beautiful stitching, not a hiccup at all. So let me touch my scissors key, and there we go. Beautiful stitching all the way around. Just got a little piece caught up there. There, beautiful stitching. Not a single piece of shredded fabric, not a single piece of shredded thread. It just sews beautifully. Now this machine can also sew directionally. What? Yes, it can. It can sew left, right, up, and down. So notice I've just taken the utility box off, and I'm going to have a sample here of what would represent a cuff or a sleeve. Now, in days past, we used to have to take these apart, and I'm sure Angela can testify to this as well, and I as well. We used to have to take apart our clothing in order to lay it flat to get it to get it in the round, to get something sewn. No more do you have to do that. So this machine can sew directionally. So I'm going to go to my main menu. I'm going to touch category 5, which you may see here. And notice I have directions. Now I will scoot in just a little bit so you can see my screen. So you can see what I'm talking about. There we go. Now there's my directions. So I'm going to use my little pointer because I can, as a stylist. I can sew up, left, right, down. I can do that also with zigzag. I can go left, right, up, and down. So watch this. if I put a patch, let's say this is a decorative patch or something I need to repair onto my sleeve or my cuff or my pant leg. Oops, wrong one. Hi. There we go. So if I need to put a little patch of decoration, or I want to repair a hole or something, I can't really turn this because the cuff is, I'm using the free arm, right? However, I can use directional sewing, and let's go to the left. So all I'm going to do is drop my needle, lower my presser foot, and watch this. I am now sewing to the left. Now, of course, you can attach this patch however you like. I just kind of tossed it on there just to put it on there. I'm going to push up. Now I can push over to the right. Sew over to the right. Nothing fancy here. And you get the idea. I would go all the way around. So if you notice, I didn't have to turn my fabric at all. It automatically did all of, now you'd be a lot neater than I was. This is just a sample. But you get the idea. You can sew this directionally. So I didn't have to manipulate this in any way whatsoever. The machine did all the work for me. Isn't that fabulous? All right, so let's go ahead and put this back on. And what I want to show you is you can use a walking foot on this as well. Brother has come out with a new dynamic walking foot, and I will show that to you here. This is a brand new walking foot available for these machines. Now, this is a low shank machine, so this is perfect for this machine. Comes with two foot plates. One is an open toe. Now, I'll just take that off. One is an open toe, and one is just a regular generic sewing foot. Now, the open toe just has a wider opening. That's all, so you can see it a little better. Just snaps right on very easily. And you just attach this to your machine and use this as a walking foot. There are built-in stitches for this foot. Also, you can sew backwards in reverse with this foot. Most walking feet, you cannot do that. With this foot, you can sew in reverse. All right, so these are just some of the basic sewing features. Let's go into some of the character and decorative stitches so you can see those. So there are, let me move in just a little closer for you so you can see what I'm doing. There we go. And just show you some of the beautiful character and decorative stitches that are available. Also, there is a pivot function that is on this machine as well. This, again, makes it such a great machine. Once I've selected my stitch, right here is my pivot button, right there, just on and off. It is now on. What that means is when I stop sewing, the needle will come down, the presser foot will pop up, and I'm able to spin my fabric whatever direction that I want. And it's all held in place, which I love that feature. Let's talk about, let's pull out and I'll talk about some of the buttons that you're seeing on the front of the machine. So right here is your stop-start button. If you like to sew without a presser foot, you can certainly do so here. You have a reverse button. You have a tie-off or reinforcement button. You have needle up-down. You have scissors. Yes, scissors, which I love. You also have a presser foot up-down, and you have your speed control. You also, on the side over here, have a needle threader. So all you have to do is come up and around. Oops. Come up and around. Get that right back in there. Push the button. Just that simple. My needle is now threaded. Love it. I wear glasses, as you probably saw, so my eyesight isn't quite what it used to be. So to be able to not have to try to find the eye of that small needle is a blessing to me. All right, let's go over to the embroidery side and talk about some of those features. Let me turn the machine off and remove the box here. Set this aside. And I'm going to bring in my embroidery module. Let's just simply slide this right on. And I'm going to turn my machine on. And it's warning me that the carriage is going to move, which we want it to. It has to reset. And there you go. So now all you have to do is come on in, change out your foot, and you are in embroidery mode. Sorry about my hands and my arm here. You just do that, get that little screw in there. There. Just a simple little screw. Tighten up that foot. And I want to talk about the hoops that you're going to get with this machine as well, because they're pretty incredible. So the machine itself doesn't take up a lot of room. It's not a big footprint. But what's amazing is because of the throat space, you will get a 5 by 7 inch hoop, and I'll put my hand here for comparison. So 5 by 7, that is a large hoop, right, for a machine as compact as this. So you get a large 5 by 7, but wait, there's more. Not only do you get a 5 by 7, check this out. You get a 6 by 10. 6 by 10, folks, that's a huge embroidery hoop. That will do like jacket backs and tote bags, and you can do quilts in this as well. So again, my hand for comparison, you can see how much embroidery space you actually get. It's huge. It's wonderful. So if you're doing any large projects, or if you're doing freestanding lace, you know, I hate to mention the H word, but the holidays are coming. Whether we want them to or not, they're going to come. So imagine how many freestanding lace snowflakes you can do in one hooping. So you just hoop up your water-soluble stabilizer and just bring out your design of your freestanding lace patterns, and off you go. Now, again, there are 233 built-in embroidery designs, 33 of which are Disney designs. So now, if you notice, my embroidery screen popped up. So let's zoom in there, because there are some amazing features I want to show you. Again, color touch screen. So I'm just going to use my little stylus here. We're going to pick a design, and I'm going to let you see some of the designs. These are all built in. So these will come right out of the box. However, if you have designs on a USB stick, there is a USB port on the right side of the machine where you can plug in your stick and off you go. So there's, of course, I was in the Navy, so that's where I spent my 21 years, was in the Navy. So, of course, I'm very partial to the sailboat. But there's also some beautiful, look at that, that's lovely. And let me tell you what you're seeing here. So on this side here, right over there, this is telling you of all the hoops that are available, this is the one that's going to fit. So it's going to fit the largest hoop. So it's going to be 6.92 inches by 6.23 inches. If you want to see what that design looks like in the hoop, you just touch the hoop and there you are. So you get a representation of your hoop on your screen so you can see exactly what this is going to look like. So no more wasted thread or fabric. And let's zoom in on that, because you can zoom in on the design. So now you can see exactly what it's going to look like. Again, just gives you more confidence and builds your confidence and allows you just to see exactly what it is you're going to get. So now look at this. You can move this design. You can resize it. You can rotate it. You can color sort the colors. You can flip the image if you want to. So if you want the ship that I just pulled up, the little boat facing left instead of right, you can flip it, or you can just delete that. You can also add designs. So if you want to add fonts to this, you certainly can. There are 11 fonts built in to this machine. You can also place this in memory. But again, you can continue auditioning. If you make any changes, just pull it up here and you can see exactly what's going to stitch out. We can zoom in from here as well. We can zoom into 300% if I want. So if I'm trying to align something, this gives me absolute control over that. But let's just say I'm done editing. Now I can still rotate, I can still do some manipulating. But once I'm done, all I have to do is go over to embroidery. And now let's see what it is that you are doing. So this is going to show you what foot is available or what foot you need to use. The numbers here, the black numbers at the bottom, represent what the numbers are once this design is complete. So there's 27,193 stitches. It's going to take 48 minutes, and there are 2 steps. And you see these 2 steps right here. Now, you can choose, of course, whatever color you want, but these are our brother thread numbers. You can also, this is a biggie for those of you who embroider, you can cut your jump stitches with this machine. I come from the days of the first home machines, And you had to cut all of those jump stitches, and that took a lot of time. So here, this machine will do it for you, and you can adjust how long the tail is once you cut it. Excuse me. You can also go back or forward. Maybe your thread will break. You can go back or forward however many stitches that you want, and you can go through all of the steps that are involved in your design. So as you can see, there's absolute total control. Once you are ready, all you have to do is push your button. Gotta lower my presser foot. Start my design, and off we go. And the machine will do all the rest. It's quiet. It is solid. I love this machine. This machine spends a lot of time in my sewing room. I love it. It's also a great backup machine. So if you have a larger machine, maybe you have a Dream Machine or a Luminaire or a larger machine, this is a great backup machine. So if your machine has to go in for a spot treatment or maybe has to have an adjustment here and there, this would be a great machine to have as a replacement for that. Also, it's great for if you have a larger sewing machine like a 2500 or one of the other Brothers sewing and quilting only machines. This would be a great way to jump into embroidery at a really great price point. Now, knowing Blaine and knowing Sewing Machines Plus, they're going to have an amazing price on this. So, folks, you're going to have to run, not walk, to get this machine. So, and I'm sure his package is going to be incredible too. So, that's it. I mean, that's as simple as it gets. And I would let that all stitch out. And when I was done, this is what the design will look like. Let me switch my camera over here. So there we are. And once it's done, this is what it's going to look like. Now you can manipulate the words as well, so and the fonts. So if you wanted to stitch out that boat, which I did, I used Sewing Machines Plus, and I put the letters in an array. So you can curve those letters as you want to. Let me show you another design that I have. Look at the size of Mickey. Of course, we have to push Disney because we love it. But look at the size of Mickey. I'll put my hand up there. He's huge. He'd be awesome on a jacket back or a tote bag or something of that effect. Also, I have a shirt. So go into your closet. This was a white cotton polo shirt that I had. And I went to iBroidery.com and picked a Captain America and embroidered him on the shirt. So those of you who may not know about iBroidery.com, it is Brothers' exclusive embroidery website. There's over 5,000 designs that are available. You could get more Disney, Marvel, Star Wars. You can also have home decorating and freestanding lace. So it's not just Disney. There's all kinds of designs. It's one of those sites where you can just, it's like Pinterest. You can just get lost. And you can just sit there and just go, I want that, I want that. Also, little dress, garment. I come from a garmenting background as well. So here's a little dress that I designed. This was constructed on this machine, and embroidered. So what else can you do with this machine? Well, let's see. How about feathers? These were couched. Now, this is a metallic yarn, and using the couching foot, I was able to free motion feathers using a metallic yarn, and then there's a metallic thread, Angela, right around it. So I was using a silver metallic thread right around it on a piece of hand-dyed fabric that I have. Also, gosh, what else can you do? There's so much. People love this one. I wanted this to look like hammered metal. So this is a piece of costuming. It is dancewear spandex, and it has stretch on it. So I just used a very sheer fusible interfacing on the back to take out the stretch, and did a freestanding, just a feather, like a feather motif sampler. So I think it looks like hammered metal. Again, this is washable. It's costuming. I did a green piece as well as a sample. This is also dancewear spandex in green. Did just a free motion sampling. So these are some of the things that you can do with this machine. So let me turn it back onto myself, and we'll see if there's any questions. There we go. There's just so much to this machine.
There is so much. And actually, I think I saw more wows. Everyone said, I'm so intimidated. Your feathers look amazing.
It took a long time. I was not born doing those, trust me.
And for those, by the way, that want to watch Jerry in action, you're on a lot of live shows, and you're also on the At Your Side virtually on Brothers. So keep an eye there, or you can go back and watch his reruns. They're always fabulous. So, hey, Jerry, that machine. By the way, somebody asked, because we were talking about this a couple days ago. Like on the Luminaire, when the power goes out or you accidentally turn it off, or you have to leave and you're going to come back, you turn it back on and it remembers where you stopped. Does this machine do the same?
Yep, it sure does. I remember those days when your machine turned off, you had to start all over again. What will happen is maybe a pet comes by and unplugs your machine, or child or grandchild, something goes wrong and you pull your plug, or your power goes out. It happens here in California. We have, power outages. So once that goes off, once you turn your machine back on, a message will come up that says, would you like to recall from memory? You just touch yes, and poof, you're right back to where you were.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Yep.
So I see, Robin, you were talking about iBroidery designs. And yes, you can put those in the machine with the USB, but Robin said, is there a charge for those? And there is, but there's a free design of the month every single month if you go there and watch the Brother blog. And they're not too pricey. How many designs did you say are in that machine anyways?
There's 233 in the machine. So
wow.
I mean, plenty for you to get started. Again, 33 of those are Disney designs, but iBroidery has over 5,000 designs. And what's nice about the iBroidery site is you input your machine information and it will tell you what designs are compatible before you have, and I'm sure you've done this, Angela, where you get frustrated because you spend money on a design and then you can't use it because you don't have the right hoop size. So
right.
that will not happen on iBroidery. It will tell you if a design is compatible with your machine or not.
Yes. And speaking of hoops, someone asked, could you just tell them one more time what size hoops come with this machine?
Yep. Comes with a 5x7 and a 6x10. Could you use a 4x4? Yes, you could. It's an optional purchase, but it comes with a 5x7 and a 6x10.
So, and someone else asked, because they must follow us on Brothers page, the new magnetic frames, the 4x4 and the 5x7, will those work on this machine if you bought it as an extra accessory?
They will not work yet. Not just yet. There is an update coming, which I think is for those hoops. So check with your dealer.
Okay. Thank you. Everyone's saying thank you, thank you. Someone asked what type of warranty comes with this. That's a good question.
Oh, that's a great question. 2 years parts and labor. 6 years for the computer components. So if 5 years from now your motherboard goes out, you can get another one. And 25-year chassis. So let's say you're 20 years from now, your speed control knob breaks. You can go to your dealer and get a replacement.
That is amazing. 5 years for the motherboard? I didn't even know that. I mean, that's really good.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's a 6 years. 6 years computer.
Wow,
yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah. So everyone's saying 6 years. Wow, we won't go there. I had an experience many years ago before I met Brother, and it was not that long.
Oh. Well, me and technology and I are not friends. So.
But I have to say, for all the machines I've ever had with Brother, I've never had anything go wrong. The only thing I've had go wrong was my needle threader. I put metallic thread through a size 10 needle.
Oh.
That didn't work out well.
It sounds like the ice cream truck is going by.
I know. Jerry. That was my alarm.
Oh, Angela.
But judging by what they're eating behind the scenes at Soy Machines Plus, it could be the ice. Maybe they're sending the ice cream truck because I was a little jealous of those donuts.
Yeah, it could be. I know every time the ice cream truck goes by, I'm like Pavlov's dog. I want to run outside and just grab something. But just a quick little story about this machine. I had just come back from an event a couple weeks ago, and maybe it was last week. With COVID, I don't even know my name anymore, let alone what time frames. But so I came back from this event, and a customer had come up to me and she goes, I'll be honest with you, my purchase is going to be between the 3600 that I just showed and another manufacturer. And I said, okay, well, let's just have you sit down. I won't talk. I will let the machine talk for itself. And so she stitched out some samples. She did some embroidery. She lifted it because she wanted to see. She goes, I'll be honest with you, this machine stitches much better, it embroiders much better, and it's much better built. So, and that just made me feel good about, working with Brother and using Brother products. And I know that to be true, but I didn't want to say it. I wanted to let her say it. So I just thought that was a really great little testimony about Brother products.
That is a great testimony. Well, Jerry, we can't thank you enough. We love the products of Brother. That was a great demonstration. Love the quilt behind you. I love the new goatee. You're looking good.
I look like Santa.
You got to work on a little more than that. But well, thank you very much. Let me tell you guys the details about this machine. I called Blaine to get the pricing on this, and it actually retails for $3,499. Now, it's come down to $2,999. But they're throwing in a $129 Disney thread kit, which is amazing. And of course, if you call in, there's an added bonus. So there's an added bonus, which I can't tell you what that is unless you call in. So this machine is amazing. You'll want to call in. The phone number is right below. Again, it's basically $500 off retail, plus a $129 Disney thread kit, which I love those colors. And an added bonus, which I can't tell you what that is. I think that's amazing. Hi, Blaine.
Hey, Jerry. Hey, Angela.
Hey, Blaine. How are you?
I'm doing great. Hey, I heard you said the ice cream truck, and Angela just jumped up and ran out. We thought she was going chasing down and get her fudge pop.
I thought she was out the door. I really did. I didn't know.
Oh, that's funny. Well, hey, Jerry, I got, always tell you, I give you a lot of credit for the 3600 purchase I made for my wife because, we talked about that, and you're exactly right. That machine is so awesome. And it's been one of our go-to machines, and we really, really love it. But I wanted to, one of the things that I wanted, somebody asked me the other day about it doing hats, and I tell you, I've just always, try to tell people you can do hats. Durkee's got that new hat insert that you can use to put in it, and you can actually do flat, do hats on it flat. And it does a great, great job. And I just want to tell everybody, if you're on our website, you can type in, Durkee, that hat or hat.
I have it. I have
you
it
have
right
it?
here. Yeah.
And, she's off to get ice cream again.
Speaking of ice cream, I was getting ready to embroider my hat with Win an Angel Fishing Team. And this is the frame. And it slides right in.
Yeah, it slides right in your existing frame, and you can do hats on. So it's got a great hat clamp. And so we got a great package, as Angela's talking about, put together for this 3600, and we're actually doing an added bonus. We're throwing in, if you call in just for SoFest, and this is going to be good till 4 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. This great price with this added bonus. So y'all don't delay. If you've been interested in a great machine, call today.
I love it. I love it.
All right. Well,
Absolutely.
Jerry, thank you for sharing all your experience and ideas, and thanks for stopping by. We sure do appreciate it, and hopefully we'll get to do this again real soon.
I hope so. I want to thank you and Sewing Machines Plus, and also Angela for having me. It's been a wonderful opportunity. I always love talking about these amazing products. So anytime you want, get a hold of me.
Hey, Jerry, I have a request. That gold fabric you have that's all that's like, I can't believe how good that looks. I want an outfit out of that next time we're on.
Done.
Okay.
Well, hey,
Just
Jerry,
don't make the pants too tight.
Jerry, I'll make a whole pantsuit for you out of it.
One last thing before you go, I want to make sure, I'd like to have you come to one of our regular Thursday shows, and we'll do a special show where we can do like an hour and a half and spend a lot of time on that 3600 and do, show them all the embroidery and the sewing features in depth, if you'd like to do that.
Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely. Let's talk.
Oh, fantastic. We'll have to get that planned then.
Sure. I'd love it.
All right, Jerry. Well, thanks, man. We hope everything's good in Palm Desert over there.
Yep. Everything's great. Hot, but good.
Good deal. Well, hey, Angela, I think we're ready to keep rolling on. And I know we have an educational event now, and we have Emily Thompson coming in. And it's going to talk all about elastic waistbands. And I know that elastic is in your wheelhouse as well. So I'm going to let you introduce Emily, and y'all can talk all about this great educational event.
That sounds wonderful. So Emily Thompson, if you have not met her, she has one of the best blogs ever. She has tutorials. Her kids are adorable. She sews for her kids. And I believe she sewed for like 13 other relatives recently for a beautiful picture. Emily Thompson is a designer. She's a Brother brand ambassador. You've probably seen her on the At Your Side Virtually, the show that we have. She's usually once a month on Tuesdays. I think she's coming up. It might be next week. I'll have to ask her. But Emily is going to show us waistbands. And if you've seen her patterns, she has free patterns. She has all these things that you're going to love. If you haven't met her yet, you will be wanting to follow her. Emily, welcome to SewFest.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here.
I love it. I love it. So I had to stop. Otherwise, I would take up all of your time. So I'm so excited that you're able to show us waistbands because you're always making your kids the cutest clothes. And I just think that it's so simple to do and you make it look so easy.
That's right. So today I'm excited to show you 2 different waistband methods that are super basic, but you're going to get amazing results and be able to create super cute outfits with these 2 methods. So you don't have to be scared of elastic. You don't have to be scared of waistbands. We're going to make it so simple. And with these 2 methods, today we're going to create a pair of flannel pajama pants, the waistband part, and put the waistband into a pair of leggings. So
awesome.
Let me show you. I've got them all sewed up to the point of the elastic. So you can see little flannel PJs. I'm trying to get into the fall mood here. And I finished the top of the flannel just with my serger in preparation for creating the waistband casing. So that is one project we're going to complete. And the other one is I've sewed up these simple little leggings. Okay, they're kind of a dark olive color, again, dreaming of cooler weather. And I've hemmed the bottom and they're all ready to go to put the elastic in. Now on the knit leggings, I will just leave the top raw. I don't usually finish it. I just leave it as is because when we add the elastic, we're going to finish it and sew the elastic on in a single step. So super easy and quick to do. So we're going to start with the leggings. And to do that, I have my 2 lengths of elastic already cut. Now, just a little note, there are 3 major kinds of elastic. There's braided elastic, which is usually used like in lingerie or something where you want a pretty loose elastic, like it's not super tight or binding. And then you have knit elastic, which is what I'm going to use on the leggings. And it's called knit elastic, but it's not really made specifically for knit fabric. It's the way the elastic is created. So we are going to use it with knit fabric on these leggings. And it's, again, not a super strong elastic, but it's, I find, perfect for the top of leggings. And then we have our woven elastic. Again, refers to how it's created and not necessarily what we're using it for. However, we are going to use it with the flannel PJs. And this is a little stiffer, but it's great because the stiffness makes it not roll or twist as easy. And I love using this kind of elastic when I'm threading through a casing on my project because it's just easier to control. It doesn't fold or bend or twist as easy, but I still like to secure it in place to make sure those things don't happen. So we're going to start with the leggings. And so I'm going to move my 2 pieces for the PJs over there. And because we're going to sew the elastic in place and secure it to the leggings in one step, I'm going to start by creating a circle with my elastic. So make sure there's no folds and then overlap the ends. And we're going to go ahead and just zigzag over that to secure it in place, okay? So we'll just create a circle with the elastic. And now we have a nice circle that we can use. Sorry, grab one more thing. All right, so when we are making leggings, putting the elastic on is usually pretty easy because the elastic and the leggings are usually about the same size because there's a lot of negative ease in leggings, which means they stretch to fit. They're not larger than your body that you're fitting, or in this case, my daughter that I'm fitting. Often you'll see the elastic and the top of the waistband are about the same size. So it makes it really easy to put this in place because I don't have to do a lot of stretching or pinning. You all know that when your elastic is a lot smaller, then your fabric, you have to make sure you've stretched and then pinned or clipped to really get it in place so that you don't have any, you know, big puckers or wrinkles, and it's evenly distributed. But this is really easy to distribute when we're talking about leggings because they're generally the same size. So I'm going to use my serger to attach the elastic to the top of the legging fabric. If you don't have a serger, you can totally do this with a zigzag on your regular sewing machine. You're just going to make sure you have a nice stretchy stitch to attach that legging fabric to the elastic. Another thing I want to note is that I'm leaving just a little bit of fabric above the elastic so that when my knife blade of the serger goes along there, it doesn't cut the elastic. If you end up cutting your elastic, you might compromise the integrity of the stretch and the elastic, and that could end up giving you problems or the elastic fraying away later. So we do want to try and make sure that we're not cutting into the elastic with the blade of our serger. So I'm just going to sew this right along the top. I'm stretching just slightly as I sew to make sure that that elastic is fitted perfectly to the fabric. And we're just going around the leggings. And I chose to make small leggings for my daughter so that it would go faster and we don't have to do an adult size project here. All right, so now you can see that the elastic is right on top of the leggings, right? It's attached right there. And on the outside, we also have a nice finished edge on our fabric. So this is a really fun and easy way, I find, to put the elastic right into the project. So the second step for this kind of waistband is then to simply fold over the fabric, which creates an instant casing. And I'll show you in a minute. So I'm just going to fold over, and I like to fold over and then make sure I've kind of snugged up, that my fabric is folded right over. So you can see it's folded right over, and this doesn't have any extra fabric at the top, okay? So we are going to continue to do that all the way around the top of these leggings. Again, because the elastic and the fabric are pretty much the same diameter, we don't have to do a lot of stretching to get this to fit, but you'll see, okay, so there might be a little wrinkle there, and I'm just gonna have to pull it slightly when I'm sewing it. So I'm gonna use this sewing machine with the zigzag that was already set, that I sewed the elastic into a circle. And we are going to, I like to start in the back of the leggings, and now I'm not sure what is the back, but I want to make sure we start in the back so that if any of my stitches are not quite as pretty, that they're not right in the front. So I am sewing on the right side of the fabric, which means, one, it's a 1 inch elastic, so I know my seam allowance is at that 1 inch mark, but I can also use my finger here to feel where that elastic is and use that as a guide when I'm sewing. And again, you might need to stretch just slightly as you're sewing to make sure that there's no wrinkles in the fabric. So that's why I use 2 hands when I'm sewing this to, again, just pull just a little bit. I can do it with this hand so I'm not blocking your view. And I'm using these clips. And so with the clips, I'm able to just leave them in place. But if they do bonk into your machine foot, then you can just go ahead and remove them as you come to them. But again, I'm just stretching ever so slightly to make sure that it's sewing smoothly around the top of these leggings. And it's kind of a lot of start and stop, as you can see, because of the small circumference as I'm going around, but I can sew as far as I can and then stop and adjust. And you should be able to do it in quarters or around there. Okay, and we are almost back to where we started. And then just like that, we have a completed legging waistband. You could also stitch this part that I just did with your cover stitch machine. but I find that a zigzag also works just fine on there. So there you go. You can see a nice stretchy elastic waistband. And on the inside, you can see I have a white bobbin. So that's my zigzag stitch with the serger that I use to finish and sew the elastic on. So an easy, simple waistband, finished leggings in about 5 minutes. So really an easy way to add elastic, especially to the top of a knit project. You could do that with other fabrics, but again, I like to do it when the waistband, elastic, and the fabric are similar sizes to use that method. And I like to call that like the all-in-one casing method, because we're creating a casing at the same time that we are sewing the elastic in place. Okay, so now I had a bodkin out when I was, oh, here it is. Okay, so the second type of casing that we're going to create is a traditional or more traditional fold over casing. We're going to sew the casing and then we're going to sew the elastic through or thread the elastic through. So you need your project, your elastic, and then something to thread the elastic. You can use a large safety pin, or I like to use one of these elastic bodkins, which grabs onto the elastic nicely and just helps me to pull it through. But the first thing we want to do is fold over our casing. So I have this top already pre-finished, like I said, and then we're going to fold over and make sure that our 1-inch elastic can thread through. So you can use a ruler to measure your fold over, but I will often just have the elastic right by me that I'm using, and then I will use that elastic to help create the casing size that I need. And I'm using, for both of these projects, free patterns that are available on my website. The kids legging pattern is available for free, as well as this PJ pant pattern. And this one has sizes for the whole family, from small child to large adult. All right, so now we have the casing pinned in place. And again, I like to start in the back on either side of the back seam. And for this one, you could sew, let's sew so we can see our casing. And we want to make sure that when we sew around, we leave an opening for, let's see, let's go to a straight stitch. We don't need stretch in this one, right? So I'm going to sew on that serger seam that I use to finish the top of flannel. Now, flannel likes to fray, and if you don't finish the raw edge of your flannel, you're going to have a mess inside your pants with fabric, with frayed fabric, very soon. So there are several ways that you can finish that raw edge on the top of your pants. You can do a double fold over, which usually involves folding over a 1/4 inch and getting that nice little hem, and then folding over your casing. You can use, like I did, a serger to finish the top. And then you can also just use a zigzag stitch if you just want a very simple finish. And that's probably the third choice. I would use that least often, but it is also an option for finishing flannel and preventing it from fraying by just zigzagging over that raw fabric and then allowing that to finish. Okay, so now we can take off those clips and we have a finished casing. So you can see on the outside the stitching, and then on the inside you have the finished raw edge, and then the stitching I stitched right on top of there. And then we did leave an opening here to thread the elastic through. So now we have our elastic, and I'm going to grab it with my bodkin. Maybe I'm going to do a fold over. Sometimes I find if I fold over the end of the elastic, it grabs onto it better. I have also had this bodkin for many, many years, and I was just starting to think the other day, I wonder if it's losing, like if it's the teeth are losing some of its grippiness as it was sliding out. So hopefully this will thread nicely and go through this project easily, but it might be time for me to invest in a new elastic threader. As I'm pulling this elastic through, you will notice that this is very different than the leggings, and we have a lot of extra fabric compared to the elastic, right? So we have, my daughter is very thin, and so the elastic is cut for her small waist. Maybe the fold wasn't a good idea, or I didn't give myself enough space to thread it through here. I'm getting a little bit stuck on the front center seam. Let's see if I can fix it. I think so. Doesn't seem like it's a very big waist until I'm struggling to pull the elastic through. Now, another tip that you want to remember, and I like to pin this in place, is don't pull this end of the elastic all the way through, because then you're really in trouble. So before I get too far, I'm going to fold this elastic and pin it here so that as I'm pulling and fighting with this end of it, I don't end up pulling this. See right here? Oh, if it goes all the way into the casing, then I have to start over. And that really, yeah, we don't want to do that. So we want to get all the way around with the elastic and pull it through, hopefully without any of it sliding out and getting lost into the casing. And if you've ever done an elastic waistband, it's probably happened to you. It has happened to me many times. I get a little over excited about pulling the elastic through and forget about that first end. So we definitely don't want to do that. I think I must have gotten a little bit tiny here on this end of the casing, as it's a little bit tight, but we're almost to the end and I can totally get it. And like Angela and I often joke on our live shows, of course, I would mess up on the size of the casing only because I'm doing it live. And I feel like, you know, something's always going to happen when you're doing a show and people are watching. So let me get the elastic out. Here it is. Okay. So go a little bit bigger than smaller on your elastic casing, and it will be easier to thread your elastic. I want to pull out a little bit of a longer tail so that I have more elastic to work with, and the same on this side. Pull out a little bit of a longer tail. You also, before you sew this in a circle, do want to double check that it, as much as possible, feels like your elastic is not twisted into the waistband. Okay, we want to have it into a circle without any twists. And we're going to go back to our zigzag stitch and then sew this elastic into a circle. I like to go back and forth a couple times on my elastic with the zigzag stitch just to really make sure I have it reinforced. And now we can pull it into the casing. Okay, so we're going to pull it in and we're going to tug and pull to even out that waistband. Isn't that so cute? Just love it. And then the final step is to close our opening. So you can see I have the hole right here. And so I need to go back to the straight stitch. And I'm going to pull as I sew, because now the elastic is making my fabric bunch up, but I don't want that to happen without the elastic. So I want to make sure my fabric is sewed straight and then use the elastic for any gathering, not my stitches. Okay, so there you have the elastic waistband, and we have one final step for this kind of waistband. And I like to make sure that I secure this elastic in place so that when it goes through the wash or my kids are wearing and tearing and putting it on, that this elastic doesn't get twisted. Because once it's twisted, I don't know why, but it's so hard to untwist. So I give it a nice pull, make sure the elastic is evenly spaced, and then we want to make sure, and I like to sew about on the side seams. There's no side seams on these pajama pants, but let's imagine. We're going to just sew with a straight stitch a little up and down to secure the elastic in place. Okay, so this is just a really easy tacking it in. And again, I'm stretching the fabric, so I'm sewing it straight onto the fabric and not getting any wrinkles or creases. We'll just give it a little bit nicer look. And I do have black thread here on top, but you would want to use like a cream or a gray that would blend right in with this project. So there's my little tack on the side seam. and a completed waistband. So we have two super fun waistband options, right? We have our casing where we threaded the elastic through, and then we also have the knit waistband where we put the elastic on the fabric and created the casing in an all-in-one stitching method. So I hope that these two projects inspired you and just showed you how easy it is to put in elastic waistbands. They're the easiest kind of waistband. You don't have to mess with a zipper or a button or closure of any kind, and they're great for kids' clothes. And there's so many useful things that you can do with these two types of waistbands. So I wasn't sure if we were supposed to do any questions, but Angela, you tell me what's next.
Yes, we do. So actually, there were a few questions. That was a great demo. And I think a few people were saying, which one's your favorite? But maybe just remind them why you would use one for knit and why you would use the casing for the other, because you have to get them on. But just let them know again which one,
right.
Why.
So I prefer the method where I sew the elastic straight onto the fabric and then fold it over. That's my preferred method. And any time I can do that, I will. However, with a project like this, because the elastic is so much smaller than the fabric, you can see how much the fabric is gathered. Sewing the elastic straight onto the top of a project like this is going to require a lot more fighting with your fabric and your sewing machine to stretch the elastic as you sew it and make sure it's lined up perfectly. And usually I'm not up for that battle. So if the elastic is a lot smaller than my project, like PJ pants or other sort of loose fit pants, some sports pants and things that are more fitted, I will do the method like the leggings. But when I have all this extra fabric, I usually just create the casing and thread it after, even though it's not my first choice.
Yeah, I totally agree. And everyone said, by the way, that little tip for doing the stitching on the sides to keep that elastic, twisted elastic drives me crazy.
Yes.
And so that's a great tip for that. Somebody was asking what machines you were using because they were so quiet.
Yeah. So my serger is the Simplicity, the Brother Simplicity 3734. Great. And then this one is the Essence 5200. And it's actually a combo sewing and embroidery machine. And I love it because it does an 8x12 embroidery hoop as well as, sews everything. So yeah, those are the two machines I use today.
And you know that Sewing Machine Plus carries those too. So the name of the site, Leslie, I posted it on both of them. It's lifesewsavory.com. I put a link on YouTube. I was busy while you were... I was playing Emily so I posted on YouTube and I posted it on Facebook, so you can scroll down and if you need that. Let's see if there was a couple other quick questions here.
Yeah.
Someone asked which method, if you were doing a knit skirt, which one would you probably do?
I think again, it would depend not so much on the fabric being knit, but depending on the shape of the skirt I was making. So for a thin pencil skirt that you're going to kind of just pull on and it's going to be pretty fitted, you could easily do the sew on method. If it's a big flowy gathered skirt that you have yards of fabric, I would make a casing. I don't know about you, Angela, but
yeah, I would too. I would totally agree. And those pajama pants are so stinking cute. I think I need to make some of those for my nephews and nieces. They're so easy to do. Is that one of the ones you have a free pattern on your website by any chance?
This is a free pattern. Yep. And this one is a free pattern for the whole family. So it starts at, I think, size like 2 and goes all the way up to like an extra large for men. So you've got sizes. I mean, the sizes are a range, it's a 2, 3, a 4, 5, because it's baggy, and I only had a half yard of this fabric. So I had to add nice long cuffs because she's too tall for a half yard of fabric anymore.
I thought that was part of the design. Hey, Wynn, you want pajama pants for Christmas? Yeah. I make us match. He just walked in. He's like, what are you doing?
They're cozy. My husband, I made some for him. When I did the photos for the original pattern, and he wore them out. So he needs new ones now. But yeah.
That's funny. Again, her website's Life So Savory, Ray.
Yes.
I saw you at Life So Savory. Can't miss it. She's got a ton of free patterns. Emily, it's great to see you. Are you live? No, Cindy's this week. You're next week.
Yes, I'm on Tuesday. This Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, I think. Yeah. It's the
I
third.
can't remember.
But
But
Tuesday of the month, I think it's me. So yeah.
I don't even know what day it is. But
I
anyway,
know.
you can watch
Hard
her
to know.
tutorial on the Brother Facebook and YouTube channel. It's a certain Tuesday. Is it third Tuesday of every
I think
month?
we're the third Tuesday. Yeah.
Third Tuesday of every month, and she always has great tutorials. So Emily, this was awesome. Blaine, are you gonna have Michelle make Christmas pants? Did you catch that?
I can't believe you just said that, because I just looked to the team and I said, if Michelle makes me pajama bottoms, I'm confiscating her sewing machine. Don't give her any ideas, Angela. Wasn't it
When
you
just
giving her another idea about some kind of lips, kissing lips and stuff? Remember that?
Yes, I did that. I still have those little bags, the lip bags.
Yeah, lip bags. Yep, I remember that too. So, well, hey, Emily, thank you for coming on. We sure do appreciate you sharing all your education with us, and that was a great session. So, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. I had a lot of fun.
Great
All right,
to see you,
fantastic.
Emily.
All right, Angela, it's time to give some stuff away. What do you think?
Giveaway. Actually, Win walked in and I was like, I thought he was going to help us do the giveaway. And then I mentioned the matching Christmas pajamas and he walked right back out.
Win and I think a lot alike, so that would have been my exact reaction too. I just went in and made a circle and walked right back out.
It's all
right,
fun, though. It's all fun.
So we're since we're all jacked up on Mountain Dew and Krispy Kremes, you're all jacked up on ice cream. We're going to give some stuff away. And our first things we're going to give away, we're going to give 2 sets of our tote bags away, Angela. And our first winner is, we're behind. It's coming up.
Are they on Facebook or YouTube?
We don't know. I don't know where they're at this time. It's just popping the names up.
Oh, Beth Bullard. Congratulations. Congrats. I wonder what color she's going to pick.
Well, she gets all of them. She gets that whole bundle. She gets all 8 colors of bags.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So it's a $49 value on our website. They're $9.99 each, but the bundle is $49.99, and she's getting that whole bundle. And they all have special sayings on them too, so it's pretty cool.
That's very cool. Beach bag for the whole family.
Or, if you're in California, we use these to go shopping at the grocery store because they charge you for the plastic bags. So you just take your own. All right. So we're going to give another set of these away. And our next winner is?
Oh, the winner is Elizabeth Roars. Congratulations. Enjoy your bags.
All right. So next up, we're going to give one of our world famous Sewing Machines Plus sewing mats away. Hey, and look at all those beautiful colors. We have 6 colors to choose from, 3 different sizes to choose from. You'll just go on our website up at the search bar and type in sewing mats. Those will come up, and this winner going to just tell us what size, what color you want, and we'll get you fixed up. And our winner is
Nancy Race. Congratulations, Nancy. And by the way, Blaine, I don't know if everybody knows these mats, the 3 different sizes. I have one under my Luminaire, I have one under my Serger, and I have one under one of my smaller machines. It keeps the machine so quiet. They don't vibrate all over the table. These mats are priceless. So Nancy, congratulations, Nancy Race, and enjoy, but it's going to be really hard to pick out which size you want.
Well, that's the thing. Just get all 3 sizes, right? You just, get one for free and buy the other 2. But you're right, Angela. I can't say enough about these things. Everybody who owns a sewing machine needs one of these because it actually dampens the sound and it protects those electronics in that machine because it reduces that vibration. So got to have one of these things. They're awesome, and it protects the surface you have it sitting on. So, great, benefits of having these. All right, so our next gift we're going to give away, Angela, is a Baby Lock Vibrant Serger, and our winner is?
Congratulations, Cindy Sapp Amend. A Serger's coming your way. Congratulations.
Yep, it sure is. All right, and then our final, another gift, another sewing machine. Okay, I thought it was the only sewing type machine. We have a sewing machine. This is the Brother PE800. This is Brother's most popular machine I think they've ever made. because it was used to be, as you know, called the 770. Huge success. They upgraded it a little bit, made it at 800, and this still is by far one of the most popular machines, and they are extremely hard to get, Angela. I know I saw somebody had sent me an email and said they had them on Amazon and they were double the normal price. Somebody was jacking the price up because they were so hard to get, but we don't do that. They're the normal price, everyday price at Sewing Machines Plus, and we do have some in stock right now, but we're going to give one away, and our winner is...
Oh, Belinda Brine, congratulations. Oh, this machine. Somebody just wrote, brother makes the prettiest machines. They do. Belinda Brine, congratulations. This sewing and embroidery, you are going to love this machine. Is this sewing and embroidery, or is it just an embroidery machine?
It's just embroidery.
It's just embroidery. Okay, I thought so.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. Just embroidery, but it's amazing embroidery. So congratulations, Belinda.
Yeah, it's a great embroidery machine. And our final giveaway right now is from OESD, and it's going to be one of those spree clubs.
Ooh.
And I think this thing's worth about $4,000. This is a great giveaway, and our winner is...
Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Lynn, oh no, Skeckenberger. Forgive me, Lynn, if I just botched your last name, Skeckenberger. Congratulations. This is going to be amazing.
Schenkenberger, I think.
Schenkenberger.
Well, hey, you know what? Lynn's going to know. So, hey, all the winners, I got to remind you how you can claim your prizes. Make sure that you send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, at sewingmachinesplus.com, and basically give us your name, the shipping address where you want it shipped to, and we'll get those items right out as soon as we receive your information.
Absolutely.
So,
Lynn, I'm sorry if I botched your last name. I really apologize for that. But also, Lynn isn't going to care because that package is great. And Kimberly's coming back on this afternoon. In case you've missed any of her episodes, you'll know exactly what this offers.
You sure are. So, well, hey, you know what? We're going to take a quick little break to hear from our sponsors. So, and then Angela, you'll be back at the end of the show to help me give all the final stuff away, right?
Oh, yes. And I cannot wait to see who won for your big contest.
Oh, I know. I can't either. All right. So we're going to hear a word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
Bye.
Janome.
Burnett for all my ideas.
Hey, everybody, we're back for the second half of the day. We're on the downhill stretch. I'm Blaine Austin with Sewing Machines Plus, and we are glad you're here. We have had an incredible week so far, an incredible day today, and we hope that you got a lot out of all of our educational sessions. But hey, we're going to continue. We've got Alba Fedeke from Janome. We're going to talk all about that 14,000. So let's go see how that thing works.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Janome Sewing Studio. Today I'm going to be talking to you about the MemoryCraft 14,000. This is a truly amazing machine. This is a sewing machine, an embroidery machine. It quilts, it does home dec, it could handle heavy fabrics and even the most delicate of fabrics. I will be going over with you what is included with the machine and giving you a brief overview of the screen and just navigating through the machine. Now let's get started with what's included in the machine. So I'm going to have you look at all of the feet that are included with this machine. And there are some that I'm going to be pointing out specifically, like these two right here. These are AccuFeed feet. And AccuFeed is Janomi's built-in walking foot. And you not only get one AccuFeed foot, but you get two. So there is the standard dual width and then the single width or narrower foot. And these also come with interchangeable plates. So on the wider of the two, you get an open toe and a standard version. And on the narrow, you get a standard and a zipper foot. Imagine being able to put in all those zippers with that additional benefit of a built-in walking foot and having the feed dogs on top and on the bottom. I'm going to be showing you the built-in walking foot as it's on the machine, but I did want to take a little bit of time and go over some of the other items that are included. Now, if you're a quilter, this is for you. You not only get a standard darning foot or free motion foot, you also get 3 free motion feet that are snap-on free motion feet. And what I love about those is there's absolutely no move and no hopping. So it makes doing those intricate designs really easy. And no matter what type of sewist you are, you're bound to have that right foot that you need. Look at that variety. I love that Janome really gives you a great package with your machine. So you can start just about any project with everything that is included with the machine. Now, I said that this was a sewing and embroidery machine, so I want to show you the hoops that are included, and 4 hoops are included with the machine. I have the largest and the smallest on the table, and the 2 in between besides me. So that largest hoop is 9.1 by 11.8 inches. That is just the perfect size to do a full jacket back. That is 1 embroidery area, so there's no need for splitting designs. Just incredible that you're getting that large of an embroidery area. And just as important as how large can I embroider is how small can I embroider too. And our free arm hoop is this one right over here. And that one is 3.9 by 1.8. That is perfect for embroidering on cuffs and collars and pockets of all sorts. I absolutely love that free arm hoop. And then behind me, hanging on the wall, are the 2 that are in between. The 5.5 by 5.5. This is a really popular common size. And then the 9.1 by 9.1. I love using this on all of my quilt blocks. Just absolutely amazing. And you'll also notice that I have an additional plate on the table. So 2 stitch plates come with the machine, and I'm going to show you just how easy it is to switch those plates out. I mentioned that 2 stitch plates come with the Memorycraft 14,000. I have the standard stitch plate on the machine, but I wanted to show you the straight stitch plate. So you'll notice that there are 3 holes in this stitch plate: a center needle position, a right needle position, and a left needle position. And what I like is that that right needle position is not round, but oval. So it allows you to adjust your needle for a scant 1/4 inch or for other needle positions that you may want to specify. Now, I love how easily the needle plates come on and off of the machine. I am going to lock my machine and lift my foot, and that goes to extra high lift so that I could remove the plate. But you'll notice I have no screwdriver, no tool with me, because this is an easy off plate. With a push of a button, I am able to remove that plate And this one here is that zigzag plate with a wide opening, and the other goes on. I'm going to press it in place, and it lets me know that I have the straight stitch plate on my machine. So I get that nice indicator. So all of the plates are, not only do you get two, but they're censored plates. You will notice that only the stitches that I could use with this plate are available. Janome thinks of everything. Don't you just hate when you put a straight stitch plate on, select a stitch that isn't appropriate and break a needle? That won't happen anymore. So I love the fact that the plates are censored and the machine knows exactly which plate I have on the machine. And as easily as I put that plate on, I could switch back and forth between the zigzag plate and the straight stitch plate. And very easily that plate is going to come off, and I am going to put that zigzag plate on. It's going to give me my warning to make sure you're using the proper foot. And now all of my stitches are available to me. I absolutely love the censored plates. And again, I was talking about that package that you get with Janome. If you've bought a plate recently, a stitch plate, you know that this is a pricey item. I love that it's included in with my machine. I am going to move that off to the side and put my machine back together. I had spoken that you get the AccuFeed system in with the machine. And the AccuFeed system is Janome's built-in walking foot, meaning that I have feed dogs on the top as well as built into the machine. And let me show you how that works. What I am going to do is I am just going to sew ever so slowly so that you could see those upper feed dogs in action. And you will see them just walking and pulling and feeding my fabric. Look at how perfectly straight that is moving without me even holding that fabric. And I love the fact that I'm able to adjust my speed right on the front of the machine. So that AccuFeed system is absolutely wonderful. One thing that I also love with the Janome AccuFeed system, most built-in walking feet and walking feet in general, you're only able to do straight stitches. Well, with Janome's AccuFeed, I can use any of my decorative stitches that are built into the machine. And look at what a great selection of decorative stitches you have on the Memorycraft 14,000. I'm now going to come to the screen of the machine and I'm going to show you how easy it is to navigate and get to these decorative stitches. You'll notice that each one is in a boxed compartment, and when I touch my home screen, it allows me to get to my straight utility and then to all of my decorative stitches. Now, the one particular stitch that I love is in my pictograph section. And here is my pictograph section right over here. So when I touch that, it will bring up that section of the decorative stitches. And look at how beautifully large those icons are. Janome knew I put down my glasses and I could never find them when I'm in the middle of a project. So they made the icons so much larger to make it easier on the sewist. And I absolutely adore this little bow tie. And even with my built-in walking foot, I said that I could do those decorative stitches. regardless of the speed. And I am able to go from 400 stitches a minute all the way to 1,000 stitches a minute and everything in between. Now I want to make sure I complete and I don't show you a partially sewn bow tie. So I touched my locking stitch and that completed my pattern. So no more getting half of something sewn. Look at how absolutely beautiful and perfect that's stitched, even though I was using a walking foot, which generally you cannot use with decorative stitches. I just love that Janome has really thought of all of those details. Now, I mentioned that you get additional feet with that walking foot. So I am going to lock my machine for safety and raise my foot again. And look at how easily I am able to remove one foot and put another one on. And I'm just going to get that thread out of my way. And it just snaps into place, making it really easy to switch from one type of foot to another. Now the open toe makes it really nice and easy to see what I am stitching. And again, being able to use that upper feed dog along with that lower feed dog makes it absolutely wonderful. And I have that option of the narrow foot as well. And that narrow foot makes it really easy to do 1/4 inch piecing, to do large bulky items. I find this very handy. And the foot that you get that's interchangeable with that is a zipper foot. I love being able to add on zippers with the use of that upper and lower feed dog system, that dual feed system. Now I've switched to a standard sewing foot on my Memory Craft 14,000, but you may have noticed this wide, large opening. This from the needle all the way to the edge is 13.7 inches of throat space. Absolutely perfect for those larger projects, the quilts, the home deck projects, those big bulky tote bags and purses that you may be making. So I absolutely love that wide open area. And one thing, it's always the little things that get me excited on the machine. And one thing that I absolutely love is the light that pulls out. I just absolutely love that I could tilt and that I could adjust that. And that light is specifically where I need it, right at that needle, so that I could really see what I am doing. Now, I had mentioned to you that this machine could handle heavy, lightweight quilting fabrics. It takes you to all types of sewing. So I am going to put a single layer of cotton fabric. I am going to go to a straight stitch, and I am going to go from that single layer of fabric, sewing off my fabric onto a quilt sandwich. And look at how easily, with that superior feed system, I am able to navigate and move that fabric. Now, you may be saying, but what about those thick, heavy, bulky items? This is 12 layers of denim. Look at how thick that is in between my fingers. That's about 1/4 inch thick. And I always say that if it could fit under the foot, the machine could sew it. I have that extra high lift that I can make sure to get my item underneath my foot. I have not changed needles. I have not changed threads. And look at how effortlessly you could hear that bulk that it's going through. And I'm going to use my scissor button to cut my needle thread. and my bobbin thread, and it lifted that foot, and absolutely beautiful stitching back and front without adjusting a thing. As I said, I made no adjustments. Normally, when you go from very fine single layer fabric to something that thick, you're making tension adjustments, stitch length adjustments. You need to change a needle, but this machine really handles all types of fabrics beautifully. And on my quilt sandwich, no puckering. This is the bobbin side that I was sewing on. Here is that front side. Even with a standard sewing foot and the layers of fabric, look at how beautiful of a job that did. And I was talking about that superior feed system, and the superior feed system is that 7-piece feed dog system on the machine. And that just allows the fabric to feed effortlessly into the machine. And I'm going to show that one more time. And this is a snap-on foot. And I do have auto lift. So with that foot in the up position, I am able to touch my start button and it will lower the foot and just start sewing. Now look, with fingertips, look at how easily I am able to move that fabric. And I have almost a perfect circle here. Almost, I said. So look at how easily I was able to maneuver that fabric and how beautiful it kept that nice and flat and even going to that back side. No puckering, no movement because of that superior feed system that Janome is known for. Now, some of you may be quilters in the group, and I had mentioned this snap-on free motion foot. So let me put that behind some fabric so that you could see that. This is one of 3 of the snap-on free motion feet, and I'm going to put this on the machine, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up the machine to do free motion quilting. So on the screen, I want to tell the machine that I am going to free motion quilt and have the machine set this up for me automatically. And I love that I'm able to do that. I am going to touch that home button, and in my home screen, I have sewing applications. So I'm going to tell you what sewing applications is before I go into it. These are preset sewing options that when I tell the machine I am doing this type of sewing, it will automatically bring me to the stitch I need with all of the settings that I need in the machine to get optimal results. So when I touch sewing applications, I have a lot of different options. I not only have sewing machine options, but I have optional foot options. It's a lot of options. So with the foot icon, these are some of the optional feet that you can purchase in addition to the machine, and beading, ribbon sequence, piping, and it will set the machine up to do those functions. So I want to go to my quilting functions. And right over here, I have a quilting icon, and I want to do free motion quilting. And you probably didn't even hear that, but my feed dogs dropped automatically. I have the option of using the standard hopping foot, but that is not what I put on my machine. I put on my machine a snap-on foot. So by telling the machine what I've put on it, it will set itself up for perfect results with this foot. I am going to touch start, and that will allow me to raise my bobbin thread, and then it will allow me to continue and do free motion. And I am just doing a meandering design, but I love the fact that this foot does not hop. So if I were going around an applique, I could get very precise and really see what I am doing. And look at those perfect results. I was barely holding that fabric, and I am just getting beautiful results each and every time. So those are the snap-on free motion feet. And you're getting that echo foot, which is really nice because it's a cupped foot, perfect for going around appliques or bulky seams, as well as a closed toe and an open toe option for that foot. Just lots of different feet that I can go back and forth to, and beautiful snap-on options. So sewing applications is going to give me a few more options that I wanted to show you. And applique is one of them that I wanted to show you. I know I love to applique, and sometimes I just have a hard time remembering what those settings are. And I love the fact that my Janome 14,000 has that preset in the screen. So the most common applique stitches or buttonhole stitches are right up top. And then I have the zigzag stitch, and this is what I wanted to show you. But on the screen, you're going to notice an M and R, those two look the same. So it even identifies my starting needle position. So right now on my machine, my needle is in the middle. When I touch that applique stitch with an R, my needle is moved to the right-hand position, giving me a right needle position to start with my applique. Of course, this is all for preference, and I love the fact that they thought about that and put it in. But now my zigzag. When I do applique and I do want to use a zigzag, I don't want a standard zigzag. I want to go to a satin stitch. And remembering what those settings are, especially if you're new to applique, can sometimes be troublesome, and you have to go to that manual and look it up, which it is there, but I like that it's preset. So my width is set at 3.5 and my length is set at 0.35, the most common settings for doing satin stitching. And even with my satin stitching, I could follow a curve. I could really do some beautiful detail. And let me show you what a beautiful satin stitch that does. Look at how perfect that is. Absolutely stunning. And even though my width and length are preset, I am able to adjust that to get it to exactly what I need. So I love this bottom section of the screen. It's the two most common settings that you will change: my width and my length. And I have a plus and a minus. And I am able to adjust these as I'm sewing or at any point, whether I'm sewing or not. I love having those features in there. I am going back to a straight stitch. I've talked about the needle and whether it's a right-hand position, a left-hand position. And sometimes when I'm doing sewing, it is easier if I could move my needle than move my project, especially when I'm top stitching. This particular machine, the maximum stitch width is 9 millimeters. So I could do beautifully wide stitches, but I also have 91 needle positions. So right now my needle position is at 4.5, and I'm going to just lift up that fabric in the back and move my needle position so that you could see that. And I am moving that to the left. And now I'm going to move to the right. And I'm moving very quickly, or I could move one at a time where you barely even notice it. So 91 needle positions. And this is absolutely beautiful. Like I said, for me, I really like this for top stitching, because I can use the opening in my foot or my foot as a guide and get my needle to exactly where I need it to be. Having the right tools makes your projects excel to that next level. So now that we've spoken about some of the sewing features that are in this phenomenal machine, I'm going to talk about embroidery. So you'll notice I do not have any tools. I do not have anything out. I am going to show you how quickly and easily I can switch from embroidery into sewing. And I'm going to direct you to looking at the back of the machine. I love that Janome has a rolling linear arm and that the embroidery arm is in the back of the machine. It gave me my room to have all of my stuff both to the right and left of my machine. So with a push of a button, I am going to open up that embroidery arm, and that is step one to getting ready for embroidery. And then on my machine, I am going to tell it I want to toggle and I want to go from sewing into embroidery. Are you ready for this? Really, really easy. Here's my double machine icon, and with a touch of that button, it is going to switch from embroidery, from sewing into embroidery. And I am all ready to start embroidering. One of the features that I love with the Janome MemoryCraft 14000 is the resume mode. And this is my pop-up question on my screen. What resume mode is, and it's come in really handy just a few weeks ago, in fact. If for any reason in the middle of an embroidery design, the power goes out, or you need to stop embroidering and shut down your machine will remember exactly where you left off at that needle penetration point. So it will resume that last embroidery. Now, I don't want to resume my last embroidery. I am going to start something new. And the MemoryCraft 14000 has 350 built-in designs. Let me show you some of those. My icon for the flower will bring me into my embroidery designs. And I'm starting to look at them, and there are 9 pages of embroidery designs. As I said, 350 designs built into the machine. I have the option of viewing them by hoop size or by category. So let me show you what some of those categories are. And as you can see here, these are folders of designs, and I'm on page 1 of 4. So lots of different categories and lots of different types of designs. Here, I'm going to choose my cross stitch designs. Now, I may want to choose by size of design or hoop size in particular. I'm going to go to the very smallest of the hoops, that 3.9 by 1.6 or the FA10 hoop. When I choose that hoop size, this will only show me designs that will fit that particular area. And I'm going to show you a little bit about that FA hoop, the free arm hoop. I am going to move this onto the machine, and this connects right on that embroidery arm very easily. And it just locks in place. Now, I had mentioned that that was a free arm hoop, and let me tell you what that means. I can remove my storage tray and utilize the free arm portion of that embroidery machine and sewing machine to utilize this hoop. So if I were doing a tote bag, a pant leg, a sleeve, I could hoop that and utilize that open area of the machine and be able to use this hoop and embroider. This is something that is exclusive to Janome, and no other brand machine has this option. And that is because of how the embroidery arm is situated in the back of the machine. And I'm back to my home page of my embroidery screen, and I am going to show you the lettering options. The lettering options are the fonts that are built into the machine. There are 11 different fonts. I find that incredible. So various types of fonts, but one in particular that I wanted to show you is this Micro Gothic. This is a 5mm lettering. It is just the perfect size to recreate a logo or do lettering on a chest, a left chest pocket. And of course, all of the Janome embroidery machines have 2 and 3 letter monograms. So just a complete lettering option, and you'll be able to do just about anything your mind sets it to. So I love the fact that so much is built into the machine. Between all of the decorative stitches, the built-in embroidery designs, and the built-in fonts. Just a good review, 13.7 inches in that throat space, and even off to the left of the machine, just a nice wide area that you get. I think that you'll absolutely love the Memory Craft 14,000. Don't forget to reach out to your Janome dealer and ask them some questions about the 14,000. Make sure to ask about their phenomenal pricing, as well as any financing options that they may have. But most importantly, don't forget to tell them Alba sent you.
Well, hey, thanks, Alba. And what a great demonstration on that 14,000. And we got to thank Janome for being one of our sponsors. And guys, this machine, I can't say enough about it. If you've been looking for a top of the line, sewing and embroidery machine, especially if you're a Janome fan, this is the machine for you. I tell you, this is one of their top of the line machines, and we have got such a great price on it right now with a huge free bonus kit bundle. And it is got great financing, and it is $69.99. But we do have a call-in special for this. So we actually have a SewFest pricing on this, but you have to call in to get that special pricing. But the normal price that we sell it for is $69.99. With that free bonus kit, we have 60-month 0% interest financing, that SewFest financing available. It's about $116 a month with that normal $69.99 price point. But let me tell you a little bit about what you get with those bonus bundle. I tell you, we're going to throw in a border guide, the gathering foot, the ribbon sequence foot. You're going to get the AccuFill quilting kit, 2 packs of the denim needles size 14, 2 packs of the top stitch needles size 14, the binder foot, Ultra Glide, the AccuFeed ruffler, 1 pack of 10 bobbins, 2 packs of the universal needles size 14, all come with that free bonus kit. So it's a huge package. This thing is normally $9,000. It's $69.99. on our website right now, but we do have that call-in special. So guys, again, if you've been wanting the dream machine of your life, you wanting a high-end, beautiful machine, great features on this, sewing and embroidery, Janome, this is it for you. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have agents standing by. If you can't get through, we know the phones have been busy. They're telling us the phones are ringing off the hook over there, and some people are having trouble getting through. Kyle is going to be putting that Google Sheets link in the chat. So if you look over in the chat, he'll have that link. Just click on that link, put your name and your phone number and what the item you're interested in, and it gets updated real time in the call center. They will give you a call back. So if you get a call from 800 number, hey, we're not spammers. We're trying to give you a call back, so make sure you answer that phone. But again, it's 800-401-8151. Nick's team is standing by over there, and but I know they're busy. So Kyle's got that Google Sheets for you if you can't get through. Again, a great machine. And if you've been wanting a Janome, we're trying to make it easy for you to pull that trigger right now, especially with that great financing. All right, so let's continue the show. Let's keep moving on. And hey, we got Handy Quilter coming in, and guys, guess who we have coming with Handy Quilter? Did y'all guess yet? It's the Foxy Moxie Dancers.
Oh,
it's
you can't.
Kim and Christina. There they are, the dynamic duo from Handy Quilter. And the fans, y'all have got a huge fan club already. Our customers love y'all. They gave you a special name, and they're super excited to see y'all. And I know y'all are going to talk all about the Pro Stitcher.
We are. We're super
today.
excited. We love the Pro Stitcher. Kim,
yeah,
we actually did this presentation a couple days ago,
yeah,
and we stitched out a block.
We did.
And we're going to show you some cool tricks that we can do with the Pro Stitcher.
Yeah. Yeah.
But let's just talk about the Pro Stitcher in general, first of all.
Yep. Oh, and
oh, look, it's the Foxy Moxie gals.
Thanks, Deborah. It is. Only we're talking about the Pro Stitcher. We'll have to come up with a cute something to go with Pro Stitcher, huh?
Pro Stitcher.
The positive Pro Stitcher people?
We might need to think on that one.
Yeah. You guys will come up with a better name than we do.
Yeah. Let's see what names you come up with.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
That'll be the comments for today.
Let's go with the Pro Stitcher. So we've got the Pro Stitcher set up on the Amara here. You guys, I don't know if you remember on, let's see, what day was it? Tuesday that we talked about it?
Yes.
I think so. Tuesday we talked about the Pro Stitcher. And we stitched out this cute flower here, this purple flower. Christina trimmed around the edges, and we saved that design. So it's right there. You guys all see that right there. There's that gorgeous purple flower, Handy Quilter purple, that we stitched out. And we saved this design. So as a workspace, actually, with the area. So we're going to open that up and reposition it. So if we take a look here at the Pro Stitcher screen, I'm going to go to my workspace here on the ribbon and touch where it says Kim's Flower there. And it opened up my design. You can see that right there in the screen. And we'll kind of figure out where we are here. And you guys can see those orange crosshairs moving around on the screen. That represents my needle. So I'm going to put this right in the middle of my flower. I'll touch refresh so you can see all of the screen. And I'm going to move my design down there. Now, we have some really great tools to be able to do this. So I'll select the Modify tab, use Reposition, and then over here in the sidebar, I'll touch Start Point.
Kim,
that got it close, but no cigar.
Yeah, pretty close. Just so that our viewers know what's going on, let's reiterate to them the process of which buttons to push.
Okay.
The whole 1, 2, 3, so that they can follow along with us.
Let's do that.
Okay.
So we always pick one of the tabs up here at the top first. And you guys can see that little yellow circle just showing where I'm touching. So we always pick a tab first. And you noticed as I picked different tabs, the buttons on what we call the ribbon right below it change. And then I can choose the different buttons on the ribbon, and then that changes what's over here in the sidebar. So if I go back to reposition, I reposition the start point, but I'm actually going to touch center this time. So you guys can see that center one there. And it moves the design so that it is centered exactly on my crosshairs, which is right where I want it to be so that we can stitch around the edges of this. Now I want to move my area too. So I can actually select my area. So I'll go to my area, select my area tab. Remember, we always start with that tab first. That's our one. Then we're going to touch select on the ribbon and my area turns green.
What does that mean?
It lets me know that it's selected so that I know now that if I select my modify tab and I use a reposition feature, I'm using it on my area. So I'm going to use that center button again and pop that area right around my flower. Looks pretty good, except I'm going to touch my refresh button down here at the bottom so that brings everything back just nice and big on the screen. It's easy for me to see there. I'm done modifying my area. You can see that I've got everything lined up. So I'm just going to tap the screen to select my design. Now, we wanted to show how easy it is to use couching with the Pro Stitcher, which is really, really fun to do. Christina and I both like to play around with the couching feet. Christina especially, she has her really great crazy scrappy quilts that she does with it. Usually that's free motion though, but you can absolutely use the Pro Stitcher to stitch with the couching feet. So Christina's going to get this set up here. We'll talk a little bit about the couching feet for a minute. Here are, and actually we already have the couching foot on there, don't we? So this is our couching feet. So why don't you tell us about these?
Okay, so the couching feet are one of our many feet that are interchangeable on any of the Handy Quilter machines. It comes in a set of 3.
Right.
So these are color coded so you know which one is which size. And the size means, you know, how big the little circle is on the inside of that colored disc.
Yep.
And you choose the size of the foot depending on the thickness of the yarn that you're going to be using.
Right.
So for today, we are going to use the largest size foot,
which is this color
one.
Right here, the yellow one.
Yep.
And it's 3 millimeter.
3 millimeters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't ever ask me to remember that number.
Luckily, it's on the front there.
So then we've also got, let's show them the yarn that we're going to be using. It's back there.
We're going to be using this nice fluffy chenille yarn. We have found that this is yarn that you can have really great success with when you're couching. So
yeah, and it's nice and thick, so the thread will sit right in there. You don't really see the thread. Like we're going to be stitching with a neon green thread, and you're probably not going to see it much through that white yarn. But yeah, so couching is a lot of fun. I want to tell them just a quick project that they can do.
Yeah, let's talk about this.
And the Pro Stitcher.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about Pro Stitcher.
Yeah, exactly.
So one of my favorite things to do when I have a baby shower coming up or something really quick that I'm unprepared for, or even if I am prepared for it.
Yeah.
I like to put on my backing and my batting and then just put on a solid piece of fabric. I like doing flannel for babies.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of fun.
Soft and cuddly.
So I put a print on the bottom and then just a solid on the top and then a contrasting color of the yarn.
Yeah.
And
Something
I will
fun.
set up an edge-to-edge design and stitch out the entire edge-to-edge using the couching foot.
So wait, no piecing in this quilt.
No piecing.
Ooh, I like the sound of this. Just quilting.
Super quick,
just quilting.
super fast, and super cute.
It's a great idea. Yeah, I like doing those too. I love using a variegated yarn. That's fun. It adds a little more color to the design too. So yeah, it's a great one. So let's go ahead and get this started. So first of all, we have to start the pulling the thread through. So
let's bring up your bobbin thread first.
We'll do that. And I'm pretty close to I'm going to do just a little bit more repositioning here real quick.
Yeah, get that fine tuning.
Yeah,
down.
the fine tuning. We got to make sure that we're 100% exactly where we need it to be.
When I'm repositioning with the Pro Stitcher, I found that using a point where lines cross is the easiest way because it's easier than trying to find something on a curve.
Absolutely. So I just repositioned both the area and the design just really quickly based on being right where the start point actually is on the fabric.
And what feature did you use to do that?
So I used the modify tab, and then I used my reposition right there. And then I use these nudge buttons here, which actually are super awesome. It's a very small, it's 0.01. Is that 100th? Is that, I don't remember.
100. Yeah, but you can change that number.
You can change that number. I can actually tap inside there. And if I wanted to move it over exactly 1/4 inch, I could change that to 0.25. And then if I tap it, it will move over exactly 1/4 inch. So
the precision that you have with the Pro Stitchers is just really great. I'm going to change that back to the 100th of an inch where we're used to making those adjustments, but yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and tack down that thread just a little bit. And then to get started with couching, you just take and make a little loop around the thread. So I have this thread, I'm holding on to my bobbin and my top thread here. I've made a little loop through the thread that's still attached to the needle there. And then I'm going to do another needle down, needle up.
And we have lots of videos that are out that explain this in more detail.
And then, yeah, we do. And we just kind of wiggle it through. This yarn's a little bit fat, so, but it just gets it so that I can go ahead and pull this back and be ready to go ahead and start stitching. So first of all, I'm going to do a quick check and make sure that my speed is turned down low. I don't want this to take off super fast. So on my Pro Stitcher screen, I'm going to select my settings tab and then my OptiStitch where I select my speed. And actually this is set on just letting the software decide. We're going to slow it down a little bit because it wants to stitch as fast as it can to give me the very best stitch quality, which is really great when you're just doing regular quilting. When you're couching, we're going to turn this down to maybe about 33%. You think that sounds like a good number, Christina? I think it does.
I go a little bit faster at home because I don't have time.
This though, I don't want to risk having any kind of an issue.
When you're on live video, go slow.
Yeah.
Maybe let's put it down to 5.
Yeah. And I'm going to turn off. So I selected the Pro Stitcher tab, the quilt button, and then you can see here, I turned off my pull-up on, my tack stitches. I don't need those on. I turned off all of that stuff because I've already got this tacked down and ready to start stitching. So we'll just tap the run button. I'll verify my settings, make sure my needle is up, my nice little flashing symbol there, and then we'll touch proceed. And it's just going to go ahead and start stitching for me.
And I've noticed that you just have like a little puddle of yarn.
Yep.
The machine is just pulling that yarn through. You're making sure there's no knot going in there.
Exactly.
And the machine knows where to go. And look how it's just covering up that raw edge.
So such a great way to do the raw edge applique, give it a fun little finish on it.
I do have to say that when I was cutting out that flower, there was one section where it first started that I didn't get it all cut out because I couldn't reach that angle with the film or the camera.
That's okay.
I might have to snip that out later.
Yeah, we might have to do a little bit more trimming, but that's okay. And you can see that I'm just kind of moving the yarn, keeping it in front of where we're stitching so that everything will just be where it needs to be. But I don't want to pull or put any extra pressure on it. But look how perfectly that's stitching out. Isn't that fun?
And now you're seeing the screen and you can see how it follows along.
Yep.
It turns it yellow. That orange crosshair is the needle.
Yep.
You can see what's already been done.
Just stitching along. Now it's going to come and do the center here. Just go right around that center.
So one of the things that I want people to really realize is that you can reposition your design after it's been saved.
And that was, we showed you that really, I think I feel like we did a pretty good job of doing that. I'm going to actually clip my thread, or sorry, not my thread, my yarn. And then I'll do just a manual little tie off. And then I'm just going to go ahead and bring up my bobbin thread just the way that I normally do. And we're all good to go.
That looks fantastic.
Doesn't it look great? Yes. And then, okay, so I want to show how we can also, well, let's look at how we're doing on time. Should I stitch around the outside of
trace the area?
Trace the area? Let's trace the area.
Trace the area.
Okay. So
I'm going to move these scissors a little bit.
Pretty sure my area.
Are you going to couch it or are you going to just stitch it?
Let's just stitch it. Let's just stitch it. So we'll go, I'll select my Pro Stitcher tab, quilt on the ribbon there. We'll make sure that's selected. This time I am going to turn on my pull up and my start and end point. So it will tie off those stitches. Okay. And I'm going to select trace area. And when I do that is only going to stitch that area, which is that purple box around my design.
And we created that box when we set this up on Tuesday.
We sure did.
To represent the purple block of fabric that we had put on the fabric. Or on, fabric on the fabric.
The fabric on the fabric.
Oh, and we're still on slow speed.
So how about if I speed that up a little bit? It's nice you can actually make that change right on the fly. And actually my stitches per inch are at 15.
And the reason why it was at 15 was when you're couching, you want to have a smaller stitch
nice
length
tight
so
stitch.
that it catches that yarn really well.
Exactly. Exactly. And look, that just stitched right over that right there. You can't even see that bright thread through the
So this is a great feature if you are stitching blocks and you've set up the area really precisely and you want to stitch in the ditch.
Yep.
You can use this trace area and have it actually stitch in the ditch for you around your block.
Yep. And you guys can see there, we've got that nice stitch line around that equivalent to that stitch in the ditch. It's just that perfect. You can use the Pro Stitcher to do so many great things. So I'll go ahead and clip my threads here. And then what else did we want to show them today, Christina?
I think I'm going to pull something out of the hat and throw something at you.
Oh, no.
Let's see how long it takes you to change what you've got on your screen right now and set up an edge to edge for a 60 by 75 inch quilt.
So is this a race?
It's a race.
You want to
On
see
your
how fast I
mark?
can do it? Okay.
Wait, I need a timer. I don't have a timer. We'll just wing it. Maybe Blaine has a timer. On your mark, get set, go.
Okay. So File tab, clear all.
Okay.
Then I need to set up an area. I want to do my 2 corner. And what was the dimensions you gave me? 60
by 75.
Okay.
And normally if you're doing a real quilt, you'd actually move the machine to where you've got the quilt top to set it up.
So there's my area. Then File tab, design, open.
Oh, I should have given you a specific one that you'd have to find.
A specific design. Okay. I'm going to pick just a really fun one. I'm going to do these crayon edge to edge there.
Oh, that's
Repeat,
a fun one.
fill. Oh, this is an awesome one. Oops, no.
Oh, and I forgot to tell you, you have a small throat space.
A small throat space.
I'm just kidding.
Just can't. I'm like, Christina, you can't do this to me. Horizontal, stretch, baseline, file, save, workspace, save, yes, and Pro Stitcher, quilt, run. How fast is that? Yeah.
Woohoo! High five.
Totally.
Okay.
It doesn't take long. It doesn't
Yes.
take long at all.
You can set up those edge to edges really quickly.
Yep.
And then stitch it out. And while the machine is stitching for you, what are you usually doing?
I'm over at my other machine piecing or putting binding on a quilt, reading a book, staring off into space. No.
Doing your yoga moves.
Doing some yoga.
Yeah.
I love the ability that the Pro Stitcher gives me to multitask. Christina and I both, we've done some quilting for customers in the past too. And I love having the Pro Stitcher, being able to show my customers those designs and they know exactly what they're going to get.
Ooh, keyword, designs.
Designs.
What designs
Yes.
come with the Pro Stitcher?
Oh, you guys, the Pro Stitcher library is amazing. So I'll show you here on the screen. If we go to the File tab, Design on the ribbon, Open. So all of these folders here that you see here, all these folders here that have names on them, every single one of those is full of designs. And some of them actually have multiple folders inside the designs that have, or inside the folders.
Yep.
So there are so many designs.
I think the sell sheet says over 800 designs, but I think we've added some more since then.
We have. Actually, with the latest update that we just did, here we can cancel out of that. With the latest update we just did, 535, we now have over 1,000 designs that come with the Pro Stitcher.
So we're going to do a little math.
A little math.
We always tell ourselves no math on live TV. Okay, we're going to round numbers.
Okay,
though.
round numbers.
So generally, if you go on to websites to purchase designs, they're
Yeah.
usually about $15.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get them a little bit less, some a little bit more.
Right.
But let's say $10
$10.
to
Yeah.
be, no, actually, let's say 15
15.
because we got 1,000 designs. I think
Yeah.
we could do that.
I think we can.
So 1,000 designs at $15 each.
Yeah.
How much is that?
Why don't you do that?
I think that's 15,000.
I think you're right. I think you're right. That's actually, you could buy a Pro Stitcher for less than that.
Yeah.
Because
So
I know Blaine's got a really great deal for you guys.
that makes it worth it.
Exactly.
And also with Pro Stitcher, you get Pro Stitcher Designer, which is a software program that you can go in and create your own designs.
Yep.
You can manipulate existing designs. You can just play with it.
Yeah, it's
So,
it's
lots
awesome.
of fun.
Lots and lots and lots of fun. We love Pro Stitcher. Christina and I both use Pro Stitcher. We do free motion quilting. We do Pro Stitcher. It's so awesome. I think of the Pro Stitcher as the ultimate accessory for any handy quilter machine. So you can put a Pro Stitcher on the Simply, the Amara, the Forte, the Infinity.
Yep.
And also, if you have an Avante or a Fusion or even an HQ16 kicking around, you can put a Pro Stitcher on those.
Yep.
So Pro Stitcher goes on everything. We do have, just to put a little plug in, Pro Stitcher Lite coming out soon, which will go on the Moxie and the Simply.
Depending on which frame they
Yep,
get.
depending on the frame you have. So yeah, we love Pro Stitcher. We'd love to see any questions that you guys have about the Pro Stitcher, or if anybody's come up with a great name for us. Should we see if anybody's come up with a great name for us that goes with Pro
I
Stitcher?
haven't had time to think. We have to come up with something.
Hey, I don't know if they got any new
Telling me
names
there's
for
something
y'all or
there.
not. But I don't think that your original name is never going to go away. I think it's going to be
Yeah, I
stuck
think
there
so.
forever. But hey, I got to ask you, Kim, what is your favorite feature of the Pro Stitcher?
Ooh, that's a good one. I do love using Mark to be able to do like that stitch in the ditch. It's one of the features of Record. I love that one. I also love that you can save your designs and come back and you can do a whole layout. You can come back and work with it later, because it usually takes me a few days at least to finish a quilt. So
We didn't show them how to record.
we didn't.
Do you want
How
us to
about
take
you,
another
Christina?
minute, Blaine, or do you need to move on?
No, I was just, how about you? What's your favorite feature, Christina?
Oh, I like the run button. Just kidding. I like the skew feature.
Mm.
where
Like it
you can
all,
set
huh?
up a block and just one step plug that design right in there.
Yep.
Now, I always call it the joystick is what I call it. I don't know what it's called. But when you can, what was the official feature called?
So it's the Move. So
Move,
it's the
yeah.
Pro Stitcher tab, and then you touch Move. And I've got all the buttons here, which I can just touch, and you can see all the different directions that you can move the Pro Stitcher in. So you can move in all those different directions. You can just stitch a straight line. So yep, pretty fun.
That's one of the things I really like. When I'm at trade shows and I'm demonstrating that, I always demonstrate, the arrow buttons where you can actually, you can make it do the lines yourself and get straight lines, very easily. And then I also love that record feature. I think that's just awesome. But, one of the great things about the Pro Stitcher, and a lot of people, they're intimidated by it naturally because it's a computer and it's robotics. But the great thing I love about that is when you, actually run out of bobbin thread and you can go back and get the exact spot where it ran out and have a new starting point. So you can't even tell, it's seamless. So that to me is so awesome.
It is.
There are so many features. I think it's really hard to even just pick one that is our
I
favorite.
know.
So.
I have a different favorite one every day.
Yeah.
It's kinda like our
All right.
kids.
Well,
Our
hey, I'm
favorite
going to
one's
try to
always-
show everybody how they can buy this thing. And
Okay.
again, Kim, Christina, thank y'all so much for coming on the show. And we got to thank a big shout out to Handy Quilter for being one of our sponsors. But guys, this is the Pro Stitcher. And again, I think they showed you, or they were talking about all the machines that Handy Quilter have that go on. They pretty much go on all the big long arm machines that you can put them on. But Pro Stitcher also makes it for our King Quilter. So it'll work on our King Quilter. They have they make one that goes on the Baby Lock's long arm and Janomi's long arm. So if y'all have that Janomi long arm, Baby Lock long arm, if you have a King Quilter out there, or you have a Handy Quilter, this Pro Stitcher will work on it. Again, guys, this price is normally $17,900, almost $18,000. We have it for $10,995 on the show special. We are throwing in $500 worth of thread. It's a huge thread bundle. And with that, you're getting that King Tut Masterpiece, Fantastico, Magnifico, Omni, the Omni V, the Bottom Line, So Fine, and then you're getting the Superior Metallic Thread. A great, great thread bundle that comes with it. And hey, we have SoFest special financing for this. We'll finance this for you for 60 months, 0% interest. get those payments down about $183. So you can turn your existing long arm quilting machine into a robotic automated machine, which is unbelievable. And I think the ladies did a fantastic job of doing the demonstration and showing you all about it. But, 30 minutes, I promise you, they're just scratching the surface. And what we do here at Sewing Machines Plus, anybody that purchases a Pro Stitcher from us, you actually get free instruction on it. We do it all by Zoom. And so we do it virtually. You'll be able to get, instruction from our Pro Stitcher instructor. So that comes with it along, so that way we can teach you how to use your Pro Stitcher. So great package we've got together today. So if you've been interested, have been thinking about the robotics, hey, give us a call. If you have any questions, 800-401-8151. Talk to some of our sales agents. They are experts on the long arm machines, and they know the Pro Stitcher extremely well. And again, if you've been calling and you're having trouble getting through, Kyle will put that Google Links sheet up in the chat. You just click on that link. It'll take you, open up Google Sheets, put your name, your phone number, and just put in there, hey, I'm interested in the Pro Stitcher, and somebody will give you a call back. So great package today. And again, a big shout out to Handy Quilter for being one of our sponsors. But guys, I think we're ready to move on. And hey, we have Kimberly Dotson from OESD coming back up. And Kim, welcome back to the show.
Hey there, Blaine. We're close to the end, aren't we? Can you believe?
Oh my gosh, can you believe this week has flown by like it have? You've been here every single day with us, and it has just flown by, hasn't it?
It really has. I can't believe it's over, and I'm kind of sad.
Well, it's kind of funny. It's like we all, we prepare for these events for months and months ahead of time. And it's like all of a sudden the week is here. We're all excited. And then the next thing we know, it's over. And we're like, okay, how did it go by so fast? All this preparation, then it's gone.
It's like Thanksgiving dinner. You spend a week getting ready for it, and then you eat it in 15 minutes.
Exactly right. Well, that's the way we feel here. So, hey, we hope that everybody's enjoyed themselves. I know OESD, your products you've been showing have been super popular, and we've been getting tons of phone calls. I know that you and I spoke on the phone during the show, and you said that, even your customer service have been getting tons of phone calls, and people, excited about SewFest, excited about the pricing that we have together. And again, we have that exclusive price for the Spree Club, and you're going to tell everybody about the pricing, the Spree Club, and you're going to show a sneak peek. Is that correct?
I sure am.
All right, I'm going to let you get going.
All right, here we go. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about some of our blanks. I've mentioned them throughout the week, and you may have seen a few of them here and there. But I'm going to show you just some options, because sometimes it's really nice to have something that's just ready to embroider on. You know that it's been tested for embroidery. And so the first thing that I'm going to show you is our Start Here towels. These are great for embroidery, great for sewing, maybe add a little ruffle or some ribbon trim to them. They're 100% cotton, machine washable in cool water and low temperature dry. And we washed them before we put them out there. We washed them several times. We wanted to make sure that they maintained their shape and didn't shrink a lot on you, didn't have your design look puckered after you washed it. So they come in black and white. So those are a great item to have on hand to make some quick gifts. And then our apron, it's a full apron with an adjustable strap. The waist straps are 36 inches, so they fit really well. It's a cotton poly blend, so you don't have to worry about wrinkling. And of course, machine washable, really easy to embroider on. A great item. I love these blanks because they're just so quick. They're just ready to go for embroidery. And then we have garden flags. These come in two colors. One's kind of an oatmeal color, and then there's black. There are 2 flags in each package, and they are the sides are open so that you can embroider on both sides. So so each package has 4 possibilities for embroidery. I like to say it that way. So you can turn them around. So maybe you have Halloween decoration on one side, and then as soon as Halloween's over, you can just go out to your yard and spin it around, and you've got Thanksgiving on the other side. So really great flags, and they're weather resistant. And if you're using our Isacord thread, it's weather resistant, so they'll maintain and they'll look really nice throughout the season. And then we have our table runners. These also come in that black and that oatmeal color. They're about 36 inches long. They're ready to go. And so great for embroidery on as well. And then this is our one of our newest items. This is a pillow blank. It holds a 14-inch square pillow, and it's not sewn up on the sides, but it does have a zipper. So once you're done embroidering on it, and you can embroider on both sides, once you're done, you just have to stitch the sides together, and then that zipper, you can turn it right side out through the zipper and then insert your pillow. So once it's embroidered, you still have that, you can take the pillow out and you can still wash it if you need to. So another great blank. So all of the Start Here blanks are on our website. This morning, I talked about the greeting cards. They come in 2 sizes. They are tested for embroidery, and but not all embroidery. So we learned this morning, if you didn't watch this morning, I talked all about cards. You really do need to use a design that was made for cards. But these are tested for those designs. We have a lot of card designs. So if you're looking for designs that are ready to go on cards, you can get the cards from us and you can get the designs from us. We have a lot of options. So I also mentioned this morning when I talked that we have had so many calls, our customer service and Sewing Machines Plus customer service, wanting to know, okay, what were the bundles? And I really encourage you to go back and watch if you missed anything, because we really went into depth on how to use and create all these different types of projects. But just a little refresher, this is the freestanding lace and applique bundle. It comes with Badge Master and Aquamesh, which are both your water soluble stabilizers, and then the Stable Stick Cutaway, which helps maintain the structure of our freestanding items that you want to stand and look nice and tall and firm. That bundle is worth over $325. It comes with the 5 freestanding lace design collections, including the event exclusive collection, the floral little lanterns, only $99 for that entire bundle. And here is that event exclusive collection of those little lanterns. They are just adorable. And you get the pixie lights or the tea lights, get them to, looking bright and lit up, and they're really fun. So here's our applique bundle. The applique bundle comes with the fusible woven, which is great for keeping raw edge applique from fraying. It also comes with soft web, which is our fusible web, really fine to keep your applique designs looking nice and soft. And then the applique fusion fix is that's the one that makes your fabric turn into a sticker. So you can pre-cut your applique, stick it down in that placement stitch, and then keep embroidering, and you don't have to do any trimming in the hoop. The applique bundle comes with 3 applique design collections. It's worth over $170, and the event price, look at that, only $59.99. What an amazing price. And here are those 3 design collections, just a little, the garden appliques, mini applique quilts, and the wild and luminous appliques. And then the tiling scene bundle. The tiling scene bundle comes with all the different types of stabilizers that we use in tiling scenes. It comes with actually 2 rolls of heavyweight tearaway. We use a lot of heavyweight tearaway in our tiling scenes. Comes with a roll of medium tearaway and a roll of fusible woven to help you get your fabric prepped so that it's going to support those dense stitches that a lot of our tiling scenes have. That tiling scene bundle comes with 4 complete tiling scenes: Fresh Poppies, the Celestial Stained Glass, Dragon Sky, Autumn Morning Pasture. It's worth almost $280, that bundle. And look at that, only $99.99. So another great bundle. And then we have the Topper bundle. The Topper bundle is comes with all the different types of toppers. So we have a water soluble topper. We have a topper that goes away with direct heat. So those are great if you're doing towels or fluffy fabrics or knits. And then we also have top cover in there. And the top cover is a permanent topper that helps if you're having problems with your fabric shadowing through your design. So for example, if you had a black towel and you wanted to put a snowman on it, and sometimes when you do that, that black starts to shadow through that thread and your snowman will almost look gray. So you put the white top cover on there and that snowman is going to look bright and white. So the top cover comes in multiple colors so that you can match closely. You don't have to have it exact, kind of just stay in the same color family, but you can match closely to your thread to help prevent that shadowing through. It also comes with a roll of wash away tape. And that way, if you have to tape any top of your toppers down, you don't have to worry that the tape won't come out of that you can just get it wet and it will go away. The topper bundle is worth almost $220. And look at that, only $69.99. And then we have the specialty stabilizer bundle. That comes with a roll of Hydro Stick. That's a water activated stabilizer. So it is very, very sticky, more than just your typical sticky stabilizer. It comes with Fusion Fleece, which is great for mug rugs and little tote bags or coasters. Gentle Touch Backing is our product that you would cover your embroidery with when you're done to help it if you have maybe an article of clothing and you don't want it to scratch someone's skin. Sometimes those threads can be a little bit irritating on sensitive skin. So that is goes on after the embroidery and it stays there permanently to protect the skin. Comes with Fusion Seal, which is a fusible film that we use in that cards that is also in the card bundle. We use that quite a bit in cards or putting patches on things. And then Soft Web, which is our fusible web. That specialty bundle is worth over $260 and we have it for the event price of $129, and it does come with embroidery design collections. And here are the designs that it comes with. It comes with the Aquatic Adventures, In the Hoop Mug Rugs, Saltwater Game Fish, and Painted Floral Applique. So some great design collections that you'll be able to use all of those different products in. And then we have the card bundle, which I talked about this morning. So that comes with the Fusion Seal, some 5x7 cards, Stable Stick Tearaway, Medium Tearaway. Those are the two stabilizers that we use when we do cards. Some tearaway tape, and then the 4 design collections of the 5 design collections, the Cheeky Cards, Essential Sentiments, Applique Greetings, Redwork Greetings, and Stitched with Love. So the last bundle I will talk about is the ultimate. This is our essential stabilizers. These are your go-to stabilizers for most of your projects. It has a roll of Polymesh Cutaway. That's great for knits and other types of clothing. Ultra Clean and Tear, which is a medium tearaway stabilizer. Aqua Mesh is your wash away stabilizer. And Ultra Clean and Tear Plus is a sticky version of Ultra Clean and Tear. It has that adhesive coating on it. Your Heavyweight Tearaway for those stitch intensive designs, and Stitch 2.0, which is a wash away topper. So great if you're doing a lot of towels and things like that. It comes with the Best of 2020, and that bundle is worth over $530. And we have it just for the $179 with this event. And check out these designs. Zen bookmarks, freestanding quilted frames, Squeeze the Day, that's one of my favorites. Feathered Frills quilting, the Autumn Buildable Doilies, freestanding basket for all seasons. That's a lace basket that has elements that you can remove and change out for the different seasons. Reverse applique notebook covers, Thankful Harvest, Flowering Snowflakes, and Celtic Quilting. So some great designs come in that essential bundle. Then we have the Sparkle Vinyl bundle. That's only $99. You get one of each of the 10 colors that Sparkle Vinyl comes in. So great variety to get you started. That Sparkle Vinyl, remember, that is a vinyl that you treat like fabric. You can use it for applique. You can use it to make little zipper pouches. You can use it in any situation that you would use fabric. It just runs really smooth through your machine. Great to sew with. Okay, so I actually gave you all a little bit of a sneak peek to see not just a few of the October collections, but there were a couple of November collections in there that you got to see. And you probably noticed all the release dates, and some of them were released in August. So those are already available. But if you are joining the Spree Club, remember, you get to pick 5 collections to go with your Spree Club. So if you wanted the Midnight Manor or the Spiderweb Pumpkin Patch, you could pick those as some of the 5 collections, so you could still get those. But let's look at everything coming in October. So here's our first collection coming out in October, Classic Quilt Pantographs, 12 designs. These come in single run and triple run, depending on the look that you're going for. And look at these. They're edge to edge style, so you can do a quilt with your embroidery machine. So those are the classic quilt pantographs. Just some real simple designs, great for a variety of types of quilts. These origami gift boxes are adorable. These are perfect for this time of year because you could put gifts in there. Someone said, oh, gift cards or money or whatever. I said, how about diamond rings? I mean, I think that would be perfect in one of those gift boxes. So 3 designs. The instructions come with them and different sizes. So you can, depending on what you're giving someone, you can make the different design, different sizes. And then here's winter sentiments. So look at these cards. We talked about cards this morning, and here you go. Here's more cards. These are for all the different holidays that are coming up this season. So we've got Christmas, Hanukkah, everything's included there. And mini floral monograms. Look how cute these are. They're small designs, but great for, you know, if you want to put it on a little zipper pouch or maybe a little key fob or something, you know, just the perfect time for these to be coming out because they make a great addition to another gift that maybe you're making for someone. And of course, there's 26 designs. We got them all in there. And this is Shared Joy. This looks like hand embroidery. And so you can see that you could put that on cards or zipper pouches. Those are included. So just everything is ready for you to start making your gifts. And then those you could put on towels or a tote bag or something fun like that. And there's some cozies. So you could have a whole set ready to go. And then this is the freestanding candy cottage. Scissortail Stitches, our sister company, releases kind of like our Winter Village, but they do more the gingerbread style look every year. So if you started collecting the gingerbread type houses over the last few years, this is the next one in the series. And this one is so cute, and it even comes with the little matching trees that go with it. And the tiling scene Peace on Earth. OESD always does a tiling scene with Donna Gelsinger as the artist. This year it was Happy Snowman. And then Scissortail Stitches has been doing their tiling scene, and Shannon Roberts, who is a chalkboard artist, has contributed the artwork for this. And I think it's just absolutely beautiful with that chalkboard look and the poinsettias in the wreath. It just, it really is striking. And the nice thing with the Peace on Earth tiling scene is the stitches aren't really dense, so it does stitch together faster than the Happy Snowman does. And there it is. And the freestanding dreidel, this is really fun. If you like the freestanding structures, this is just a really cute and kind of a unique freestanding design. I'm really excited for this one. And so I've been mentioning all week that we are in the middle of holiday celebration. And so holiday celebration is our promotion that we do every September, October, and November, where you spend $79 and you get the design for that month. So in October, if you purchase from OESD or you go into Sewing Machines Plus and purchase $79 of OESD product, you will get this design collection. Now, if you're a member of Spree Club, you automatically get it because remember, Spree Club members get everything. So, so there are 12 designs. They're mug rugs and cozies that go with it. So look at this. You are getting in October, if you are in Spree Club, 9 design collections. What an amazing deal. And so Spree Club, just so you know, Spree Club designs the collections each month. The value is anywhere between $300 and $500. So Spree Club value over the year is over $4,000 by the time you add up everything that you get. So here's what you have to do to join Spree Club. You're going to get 6 to 8 collections every single month from OESD and our sister Scissortail Stitches. You're going to get all the collector sets. So remember, you're joining now. You're going to get all of those holiday celebration warm and cozy design collections. and then any other exclusive collections we come out with throughout the year. You are going to get all the projects with the step-by-step instructions. And then you are going to get to pick 5 design collections. So like I said, if you had your eye on that Midnight Manor or those spiderweb pumpkin patch, those were really adorable. You could choose those as 2 of your 5 collections, so you wouldn't feel like you missed out on something. So here's the what you need to do. So if you are a USB person, you love having the physical media, you would get to go. Now, if you are local to Sewing Machines Plus, you can go and pick it up in the store for $7.49, or for an extra $50 a year, you can have it delivered to your home. You'll always get your collections before they're released to everyone else. And then you also have the digital option. If you prefer to have your designs put in your My Design folder on embroideryonline.com, you'll get your collections on the first of the month. That's only $5.99. So the physical breaks down. If you divide it by 12, it's less than $65 a month. The digital is less than $50 a month. So, some of our design collections in 1 month cost more than that. Just one collection, and you're getting everything. So it's really the best value. So I know you may have lots of questions about Spree Club. Blaine and I will chat about it, and if you have any questions, but it really is a great value. Every single day, I tell you, it's your birthday every single month when you get Spree Club. So another reminder, join the Perfect Stitch with OESD. Join it. Give a shout out to Sewing Machines Plus. Tell everybody there what a great time you had at SewFest this week. And so you just go to the Perfect Stitch at OESD, do a search in Facebook, ask to join, you'll get approved. Make sure you agree to all the rules, because we hate denying someone. So there's several little questions and things that we ask, and then there's a little checkbox to agree. So make sure you do that. And then last but not least, I just want to thank all of you from the team at OESD. Like Blaine said, we've been getting calls in our customer service from Sewing Machines Plus SewFest customers. They have said that you've been calling in saying what a great time you've had watching SewFest this week. So I just thought, let's give a thank you to all of you. This is our team at OESD. This picture was taken last summer, and we are so grateful to Sewing Machines Plus. We are grateful to the customers. It's all of you that help keep us, working. And as you can see, we're a small company. We're there, standing there in Oklahoma City, where OESD was founded in 1987. So we just want to thank you, and thank Blaine and Sewing Machines Plus for inviting us.
Well, hey, Kim, great presentation again. And you've been a huge hit all week here, and our customers just love your product. And, again, I even saw some comments. People said they had never even heard of you before until this week. So we're so glad that you were part of SewFest. And it's been a pleasure working with you. And I know we're going to do some stuff in the future, so y'all keep a lookout for that.
Oh yeah. Blaine's got me on speed dial. We're gonna do amazing things together.
We sure are. And hey, I got to remind everybody again, if you need to get those designs, you're going to go to their website, and that's Embroidery Online,
Embroideryonline.com.
Embroideryonline.com, and you're going to use that coupon code to get 20% off anything they have on their website up until close of business, which will be 4 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday. And then if you want to get that Spree Club and get that special price, it's exclusive to Sewing Machines Plus, you have to call us to do that. And that's 800-401-8151, and you'll get that special price for the Spree Club, which we really encourage you to join that Spree Club and get those great designs coming to you every single month. So, Kim, appreciate you coming on. Great time. And I know that you and I are going to be doing some stuff pretty quick coming up in the future. And anyway, have a great day, and we're going to move on. All right, guys, we're still doing SewFest. We got one more presentation left, and then we're going to give some stuff away and announce our winners, and then we're going to announce that grand prize winner, so you don't want to miss that. So, guys, we have got Grace back in the house, and we have Nathan Ersnosnik coming in, And Nathan, welcome back to the show. Man, we're so happy you're here. You're muted.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, Blaine. I'm glad we're back. So it's been an amazing week. It's been a good, nice, solid week with so many things, right?
It has, and it's went by really fast. So it's amazing. You know, we were just talking Monday, you know, it's like, hey, it's the start of the show, and now it's Friday, and at a blink of the eye. And, you know, you forget about how many demos we've had. And I think there's been, if I recall, it's like 12 demos a day plus 2 education sessions per day. So it's been a full, you know, schedule each and every day.
Hey, Blaine, that is pretty amazing. And again, just kudos to you. I know that I'm the last one. Everybody's like, hey, like, can we actually skip Nathan and get to the freebies? So I actually feel fortunate because I get to hold everybody's attention for a little bit more. But Blaine, thank you to your staff in the back. Why don't you just share a little bit more? I know there's a lot that goes on. It's a pretty big process, right, for your team?
It is, you know, and, you know, we started this out back in March, and we did our Quilt Fest. And then we followed up in June with Hoop Fest, and now we do Sew Fest. And what, you know, everybody, you know, doesn't realize, it takes months and months of planning because, you know, just to make it work with like people like you yourself, getting your schedule lined up. And so it takes a lot of planning to get this done. And we're having to, you know, plan it months and ahead of time. And then, as you know, just like getting the machine specials, we have to work with you, you know, like forecast to make sure that we have product, you know, enough product to sell. We work with you on getting pricing. So there's a lot involved. And then in the, you know, the week of, it's like all hands on deck. You know, we have our call center people, you know, all in there, customer service, all this, you know, all the shipping people, and Kyle's whole team, the marketing team's here. And so it's a lot going on.
It is. And so I really appreciate that. I can let you share a few more things too, and then we can get into a couple other things. But Blaine, again, thanks for my point. Thanks for letting me be with you today, especially here at this specific spot.
Well, hey, you know, and we're glad you're here. And again, don't think that, you know, they're wanting to skip you, because I know Grace products have been just huge for our company. It's been huge on every show that we had. And I know from looking at the comments and things, the feedback has been super, super. And as you know, you've been seeing how many orders have been coming through. So you know, there's been a ton of True Cut products being sold and a ton of Grace products. So I'm ready for you to get on this next demo and see what you got.
Okay, well, wonderful. Thanks, Blaine. A shout out to all those sewers that are out there, /quilters, /embroiderists, crafters and hobbyists. You know, thank you for joining us. I've been looking at some of the comments. It's wonderful. A lot of people saying welcome back. Thank you again. I'm Nathan Erznosnik with the Grace Company. It's wonderful to be back with the wonderful audience and all of you. I can't help tell you more. If I were to say, you know, and ask our office and ask our president, what would the one thing that they would want us to tell you is they would just want us to say they appreciate everything that you're doing out there, the love and the passion that you have for your sewing, for your quilting. Our whole business is driven really around you. Part of our mission statement talks about enriching your lives, and our goal is to help to do so. And then we know that what you do is you also enrich the lives of others. And so we're really grateful to be a part of this experience here today. So with that, it's an interesting one. I'm in red. This is kind of my last go here today, and it's a sales finish, and it's a little bit different than some of the things. Now, in the event so far at SewFest, we've talked about a couple different things. We've talked a little bit about this awesome frame here to my left, which is called the Cutie frame. I've also, and we've had some brief discussions here about this frame called the Q-Zone hoop frame. And so I wanted to kind of take a slightly different angle and walk you through a little bit of a story behind these two and throw out some questions, get a little participation, and then really, again, let you know some of the last specials that we have that are something that you should take a hold of. If you've thought that in the past there might have been a reason to add to your machine with an accessory and give it a new best friend, that's kind of what we're going to look at. So one of the things I like to talk about is finishing your projects. And I'm going to say projects because it could be quilting. It could also be embellishments on different garments and fabrics. In fact, you know, we've had Angela Wolf on here in the past, and she's done some things. It's been really fun to see what she's been able to do with a hoop like this or a style like this. I've seen some of her jackets and some of her clothing, which has been really, really fun. So it's been fun to watch her over the past few years do many things. But it's really great because these are tools that allow you to manage fabric in different ways than you've thought about in the past. So finishing more projects is one of the key things we're going to look at. So is there a need to finish more projects? What about some of the difficulties you have? Have you struggled by pushing and moving the fabric through the throat of the machines? One fun example we had is with our one of our new educators, Janessa. She is a little bit new to quilting, and she's been using the systems like this, which we call free motion, which means the ability to move the machine over the surface of the frame, kind of like drawing with a pencil, okay? And she went then to try the process of pushing the fabric in the throat. And she was saying, I thought I was getting pretty comfortable, but when I sat down, she says, that's a whole other process. And you know that not only is it a process in the motion, it's the process in the size of the fabric, how it gets pushed into the machine, how you're trying to pull or puddle it. I have a great presentation I talk about on what the other tools are out there and what might be some of the considerations to have. But that's one of those big things, right? So pushing in the challenge of managing and handling the fabrics. One of the others is obviously getting those projects, your quilt tops, those other things done for the ones you love. I know that one of the most things that I've been most amazed with is you and how big your hearts are. I know that a lot of you do this because you love part of the process, and then really there's a lot of gifting that happens. And I've been the fortunate recipient of a few different quilts. And so one of the things we have found with a lot of the quilters and those people who are working on projects like this is they're finding a struggle in being able to get them done so that they can give them to the ones they love. And so really that's kind of one of my pieces I would transition. Those are some things we're going to talk about. How do we make that happen? You know, what I would like to say is let more loved ones love your quilts. And this is one of the tools that can do so. So I want to go ahead and introduce you. Again, this is the Cutie tabletop frame on my left. An amazing frame. It's newer this year. It is something that, what I love to say, doesn't require any space. We're going to talk a little bit more about this with the domestic machine system. On my right, I do have what we call our Q-Zone hoop frame. We do have two versions. This is our standard Q-Zone hoop frame. This one does come with legs and legs and the frames and the sets that you would need to in order. You can use domestics. Here, we're going to talk briefly about the 15 and why and who are you if you're this consumer, and then where and why might somebody move to this one here. So that's one of those things we're going to look at. Obviously, part of this process is helping you decide what you have in your space. We're wanting to make it easier for finishing those projects. And at the end of the day, in part of that process, and not only making it easier, we want to help make that almost effortless. And part of that comes by the way you can engage with these machines. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to kind of look over here at this camera over here and take a look at this Cutie frame for just a brief moment. Can you give me this camera here really quick for me on this one? So there we go. So sorry, there we are. So with this one here, what I wanted to talk about is a little bit on what this current setup is. So this is actually just a folding table. It's one that we have that fits in half. What we've done is it just sits on this table. So I'm going to kind of just lift this a little bit. This actually is not bolted down. The frame has a really nice base to it that makes it and keeps it in place. And then what we've done is, if you'll notice this fabric, we haven't done a lot of demonstration on something like this, but this fabric actually drapes over the side and is clipped on the surface. And we've talked a little bit about those clips, but I want you to kind of see. So the fabric drapes over the sides. And by the way, what that means is that there is no limitation to the size of the project that you can place on here. That might be a simple wall hanging. Maybe it's a little throw. Maybe it's a baby blanket. Maybe it's a queen size. Maybe a supersized king. That can all be done within the context of this system. A couple people ask and wonder, well, if that's the case and you have your machine, is it really something that's possible? I'm going to talk about a few different things that I wasn't able to get to regarding the Cutie here when we spoke earlier, to give you, again, a reason on why this would be something you probably should bring into your home as an accessory. Is the fabric, what happens on the fabric here in the throat of the machine is it actually drapes over the top of this rail. And let me go ahead and quickly cut this here. It drapes over the top. Here we go. And so I want you to kind of see this rail system. So the fabric lays over it like we do if we were to do hand quilting. And because it does so, that allows the fabric to be moved and manipulated anywhere we want. One of the things you can see is that I'm rolling this fabric up as it goes into the throat of the machine. And I love pointing this out because one of the things we have found from the question standpoint with customers is trying to understand not just a little bit about how this process works, but do I end up being a little bit more restricted, or do I end up being in a place that I actually can get more done with less time with less effort? And that is absolutely the case. So by clipping the fabric on and rolling this fabric up in the throat of the machine, this actually keeps that fabric from falling over into the machine's area, which is a really important part because we don't want to sew over the back of it or the top of it. So here we go. I'm just going to pull these up. And what this actually does by doing this, this actually causes it and allows us to end up with more physical space because the fabric is no longer embedding or stopping the machine from moving. So what happens is because this fabric is soft, we can actually move it to the front or to the back and increase our finished quilting space. So those are some really amazing things. Now this one I have hooked up to the foot pedal. I have the handles here in the front. The handles are adjustable both in and out. They can be angled. They can also be put around the back. I'm just going to go ahead, put the presser foot down. I'm just going to start quilting here a little bit, turn this on. And as you see, as we move and we sew, it is a very effortless process. I prefer to sit down on something like this, or you can get a table that you could be lifted up with that. But you can see how effortlessly that is. The machine as a whole, when we look at this, is super lightweight. It doesn't take any friction to move the machine around. So it doesn't take a lot of strength on our upper bodies, and it doesn't wear on our bodies. So take a look if we kind of come back here again. One of the things to think about is what had been some of the struggles. And I'm going to ask for a quick comment here, maybe in part of the notes. Have any of you completed or sewn maybe some straight lines on your quilt, or have done a little bit of a small design on something that you end up having to put up over your shoulder, right, as you were kind of working through that? I'm curious to see if anybody's ever experienced that. Give me a 1 in the comments. That process gets to be pretty arduous. And I'm knowing that that's the case. I hear that from quilters frequently because you have your stack, you've worked and you've tried it a couple times. You find that, man, that's a major process. So now you're looking at finding somebody who can quilt them for you, which is absolutely fantastic. The best thing about this is that the machine is not fixed to the carriage, so your machine can quickly be taken off of this. This cutie has been meant to be stowed, and you can put it in a closet, you can put it out in your garage, and it stays built. It's actually so easy because the rails lift right out. It doesn't take any tools once the frame has built to take the machine off, or to adjust the carriage, or to adjust the system at all. It literally is all done as it's been built into the system as a whole. So that's one of those really great things that you end up getting with part of this cutie. Now, the other thing here is this is an amazing product. We have found that once somebody decides that, again, they want to give their machine an accessory, a great accessory for your machine could be the cutie tabletop frame. If you do so, that over a period of time, you start finding that you might love quilting a little bit more because now you have the right type of tools and you want to put a set of legs. You can get a set of legs for this cutie tabletop if you've decided you want to find a home for that. Talking about that, this frame here is our Q-Zone hoop frame. This is the next level frame. So a lot of people will come, and if you know that you're interested in quilting as a process, as part of what that is, you can get something that does not require any space. Take it with you in your motorhome, take it on a trip, take it to the cabin, take it to a friend's house, share it, quilt on it with the floor. That's what this one allows you to do. When you know you have some space, then a lot of people move into this one. This frame, if you'll notice, is a little bit wider. This frame is 4 feet wide. You're going to need about 3.5 to 3 feet plus from front to back to use it. This frame is 4.5 feet. So this one does give us a larger quilting space. It also comes with the legs as part of the structure. I do have a set of casters. You can get casters as an option, and that lets you wheel it around. So that might be something you can consider. And then on this one, what I've done is I've put the 15-inch machine, which we'll briefly come to. One of the great things is that both of these can use your domestic machines. When you're ready, if you decide down the road that you're looking for a little bit more space, you want some built-in stitch regulation, and possibly even to computer automate something, the frames are built so that you can add those things to them. Selected machines have stitch regulation, or you can easily just swap out the machine. So you can take your domestic machine, take it off the carriage very quickly, go ahead and when you get your 15 here, you can go ahead and put your 15 and the 15 fits on either one of these frames. And so that's something that's really good for you to know as part of that process, as part of your personal development as you become more comfortable sewing and quilting. So ultimately what you do is you start somewhere here. Again, we're going to bring Blaine on in just a minute to talk about how amazing the special is and what the additional free accessories are that we're including for this event. It's a great, phenomenal special that we have for those that are interested. And then the other one is to consider if you have a little bit more dedicated space, this might be more of a permanent option. For just a few $100s more, you can move into something like this frame here. Obviously, the machines are a different story, and we'll come back briefly to kind of follow this up with a couple answers and some Q&As regarding our machines, and we'll talk a little bit about those. Blaine, I wanted to come back to you and see if you wouldn't mind just sharing with us what you have as part of that amazing special that we have right now for Sewing Machines Plus.
Hey, thanks, Nathan. But real quick before you go, I wanted to ask, I know there was a question up there. Somebody was asking, on that Cutie frame, will it handle a heavier type machine like say a Bernina 880 or the bigger type machines? Will it handle it okay?
I love that question, Blaine. The answer to that is absolutely yes. In fact, this Cutie frame will handle a machine up to 19 inches. The Qnique 19 works the same on this frame as the domestic machines do. So those Berninas, if you have anything, think about this. Think about your 8 series. If you might have a 7 series, and some of those 5s now have the stitch regulations, right? The BSRs. By the way, that can be activated just as easily. Now you actually have a stitch regulated domestic machine on an accessory you can pull out when you want to complete any quilt you want. So that's a fantastic question, Blaine.
Yeah, I thought you could answer that very well too.
Yeah,
that was
absolutely.
Great, because you think about how heavy those 19-inch quilting machines are. Most of your domestic home machines are going to be a lot lighter than that. So
yep,
I knew they would work on there. So let me tell everybody how they can get this, Nathan, and the great bundle we have put together for this. And great pricing, guys. And again, this is that cutie frame, and this is the one you can set it on a table. You can set it on, like a bar, any place, a flat surface you can have it. It'll sit there. And like Nathan said, it'll support up to that 19-inch, quilting machine. And so any domestic machine, the weight's not going to be a problem at all. This is $789, everybody. And we have a $600 free bonus bundle that we're going to throw in absolutely free with this. You're going to get those Start Right cloth leaders. That's about $160 value. The Gracie laser valued about $50 that'll go on it. And then we're going to throw in that Quilters Creative Design Pro. And that's about a $600 package. And what that is, that's going to help you. You're going to be able to use that to design your own panagrams and things. And so you can have panagrams to do. So a great bundle we've had put together. And this is going to fit. If you already got your home domestic machine, you're going to be able to put right on this and turn that thing into a quilting machine where you can quilt all the way up to a king size quilt. So great package. So let's go back to Nathan, and I want to see what else he's got showing us.
Yeah, Blaine, let me go ahead. I'm just going to pick up on some of that accessory bundle. Now again, think about this. I'm going to ask you, in the last year, in the last 2 years, again, if you have a quilting project that's unfinished, you want to finish it. It's been there. You might have 2 or 3 and you're like, oh, do I go pay the quilter? Do I do it on my own? And you're thinking, oh, in general, they're going to be $15,000. The answer is no. Blaine just showed you at $789, you can get this Cutie tabletop quilting frame. Again, oh, they're so big, they're going to take up space. They do not. And if you've been thinking about this and you're wanting to complete your own quilts, now is the time because of that. The other thing, again, that we're doing, let me grab these here and let's go a little bit more to our camera here on the side. I'll just kind of show this. This is the leader cloth, and this is a really fantastic. You might be asking, well, what is this for? If you think about your quilt, what we want to do is be able to get the top and the bottom of your quilt all the way into the machine so you can actually quilt from the very top to the very bottom. And what this does is it helps lead the fabric onto the rails, and so you can actually quilt every bit of your quilt without having to put another piece of fabric to extend it. These are specific to these hoop frames. They have a thicker type of what we call a soft rail. It's kind of like a rope that's in there that makes it very easy to roll and to manage your fabric. So this is one of those pieces that we're adding in. This is another fun one, and this kind of comes as part of a combo. This is a laser, and you might have heard, and if those of you who don't, I'll just briefly explain it. This is great for tracing any type of a pattern that you either want to put to the side or on these type of frames, we can use a back table, and then you can trace patterns this way. And so I don't know if you've maybe heard of pouncing. That's another method of putting a pattern that's on the fabric. You can quilt over it, but this allows you to trace it from a piece of pattern. This one allows you to design those at any size. So you can design whatever size, however wide you want, however tall you want, and then you have the laser as an accessory that allow you to quilt it. Both of these frames, as they come as frames, allow the handlebars to be used from both front and the back on the frames if you use a domestic machine. If you end up, and if we go back here, if you end up getting something like the 15, that's an option where you can get the rear handlebars. On the 15, it's one of those great things where you can look at a laser that gets used from the front a little bit differently. So those are some of those accessories that make this bundle unsurpassed. We've actually not ever run a frame with this kind of a bundle. So again, thinking about it, if you have a quilt or you're going to be doing a quilt and you don't want to have that hassle of the fabric, now's the time to get one. And it is going to be the best time, the best value of what you're going to find for the rest of the year. So think about that with the Cutie. I'm going to briefly step with the last few minutes I have over here to our 15. So let's go ahead and kind of look at this from the side again so I can kind of share a couple things. If you think about this, one of the things that we look at now is what is the size of this machine? This is our 15. This is the most popular mid-arm out there, literally in the market. We've had this now for several years. It's one of the most affordable, and there is a combo with the Cutie frame, and there's also a combo with the Q-Zone hoop frame that you can find at sewingmachinesplus.com. Incredibly affordable. If I were to tell you, it's probably starting right around the $4,300 mark. That is the frame and the machine. This machine is 15 inches when that is from the needle to the back. And then we end up with our handles and our buttons, and then this one's fully stitch regulated. So this one gives us the ability as well to fully utilize every inch left and right across the entire frame to help you finalize more of your quilts. With that, what I'd like to kind of bring up is a couple last pieces. I'm going to pull a part of this off. Some people want to understand a little bit more about part of the way this works. And if we go to this close-up here, our systems are created, and when we design it, if you can look at this, it's really interesting. It has these ridges in it. And the design of these, along with the material we use, allow it to be, one, very rigid. These are actually made out of polycarbonate, the same thing that safety glasses are made out of. So it's incredibly rigid and strong. That also keeps the spring for the life of your frame. And then these clamp over a square rail. And our rails are square so that they engage with the teeth. We can do this with an open hand, which is very easy. We can then create a little bit of a ratchet system to create tension on the fabric. Now, that's important for a couple reasons, and our frames are very unique in the way that they actually hold fabric. It's a patented design that we have here at Grace Company that engages with that ratchet and the rails that hold that fabric nice and in place. One is it gives you a great work surface. More importantly, I'm curious to see if anybody's ever done something on an embroidery system. If the hoop hasn't stayed tight, give me a 2. If anybody ever has done something on the embroidery on any kind of a hoop and you have found that if that hoop wasn't tight, that things started to move and to shift. I'm curious to see if that's the case. If that's the case, well, what happens if you want to add computer automation? If you add computer automation, which you can do, to either one of these frames, and for example, this is a little jukey here. We do have selected machines that you can add automation to. It's very important to make sure that that fabric stays locked in place and it doesn't move and it doesn't shift. So the unique patented design of these frames not only provide you with littler space or less required space to complete quilts, not only does it give you the ability to do free motion quilting, which is easier than pushing or pulling your fabric. Not only does it also give the ability for it to manage your entire fabric set, but it also holds the fabric in the right way that lets you use other accessories like computer automation that you cannot get on any other system. You cannot get it. And our automation is so smart that it knows you're on a hoop. I can put a king size quilt on there. I go up to the top left corner and I can tell at a start point, it literally knows how many of those patterns can fit into the hoop area. It quilts them all. It helps you mark it. It helps you move your fabric, and it continues to quilt. And you can quilt from the top to the bottom using automation on a frame like this. So kind of one of my last pieces I'd like to share here before we go back to Blaine is there's no limitation. And even if it comes to some of those more fancy, the add-ons like a computer automation, the systems that we build allow you to start where you're at. Think about this. Can you Are you at a place, can you move into something where you can at least get started with a QD? $789, that is incredibly affordable. I think that works for pretty much most people. If not, think about it, maybe save a couple pennies. If you've been thinking about it, now is the time to get it. Go ahead and get that because it doesn't limit where you can go. Start with your domestic. You love your sewing machine. Begin quilting and sewing. You'll probably find, we find there's two people. There's person A who does this and they say, this is it, I'm going to do 1 or 2 quilts a year. Quilter B or sewer B that decides to do projects starts to get in. They love the freedom. They love the motion. They love the management of the fabric. Pretty soon they're looking for what's next. And then that's what gets you in potentially into a larger size machine and potential accessories, maybe even automation. So with that, my last call to action is the red shirt is for a go. It's a hot sale. SewFest has been fantastic. We have phenomenal deals. Now's the time to get them if you've ever thought about them, especially with Sewing Machines Plus. With questions, you can feel free to call. They're professionals. They'll ask you the right questions. They'll help get you aligned with the right type of products. Hasn't been a better time. And so with that, Blaine, I'm going to come back to you one more time to talk about the amazing specials and quilters and sewers. Thank you for being with us. It's been wonderful to be a part of SewFest. And I know we're getting to the most exciting part here, which is some of the giveaway, but hopefully I gave you a little bit of inspiration on what you can do with a couple of these simple Grace Frame products.
Well, hey, Nathan, you know, I love those 2 products. And I think you just said it, you know, best when you were talking about you can start with something like that, not be intimidated, start with one of those. And the great thing about the QD or that hoop frame is they can start with their domestic machine. And, you know, if they're limited on space and storage area, that QD frame, they could store it under a bed. They can, you know, turn it up on its side and put it in a closet. And then, you know, they can use their domestic machine. And then the Q Zone, you know, if they decide later on that they really are getting into it and want to upgrade, they could go all the way up to your Qunique 19 and put on it.
Yep, the 19.
And then they've got a long-throated, you know, quilting machine, and then they could even throw automation on it. So to me, that is just, if you've been thinking about getting into quilting, you're making it extremely easy on anybody.
We are trying to make it as easy as possible. So making it hard to pass up.
Well, there you go. So I'm going to try to make it hard to pass up because I'm going to tell them exactly how they can get this and what the bundles we're throwing in with it. So if Kyle could put that overlay up for everybody so they could see that. Again, guys, we have got a fantastic bundle for you. This thing is $789 for this QD frame. You're going to get the $600 bonus that comes with it. That bonus is it's going to be those Start Right cloth leaders. You're going to get that Gracie laser, and you're going to get the the Quilters Creative Design Pro. And then for the Q Zone frame, it is $1,089, and you see it right there on your screen, $1,089. It has the dimensions. It's 54 inches wide by 37 inches deep. So if you got a spot in your house, you can put that, and it's got the same $600 bundle that comes with it. And you know, you're going to get the leaders, you're getting that Gracie laser, and you're getting that Design Creative Pro software with it. So again, guys, 2 great bundles on some machines that, you know, are frames that you can put your home machines on to get started in quilting. We have special SewFest financing for both of them, and we're trying to make it easy for you. So if you have any questions about that, hey, give us a call. It's 800-401-8151, or just go on the website and you can type in Grace Products in the search bar, and you're going to go to that product page and you can see all these frames. And you can type in QD in there and go right to it, or you can type in Q Zone hoop frame and it'll go right to those product pages that you can see directly. You can order these directly on the website, or you can give us a call if you want to work some special financing with our team. But 2 great ways to get into quilting and to use your domestic machines. We highly recommend these. These have been super, super popular and great sellers. So if you've been kind of on the fence and been thinking about something, hey, now's the time to do it. We're going to honor these prices all the way through till September 30th on these Grace products we've had on the show, all the way through September 30th to give you a little bit of time to think about it. But we're here for you if you need any questions answered. So guys, I think we have just come to the end of all of our product demonstrations for SewFest. And wow, what a week. So again, hey, I want to thank everybody that has presented. What some great presenters we've had all week, and just unbelievable. All the education people that came on the show, man, such good educators, such good sessions they did. And I want to thank our sponsors, if I could. we could not do this show without our great sponsors. And again, it's always one of those things, you have to have sponsors to make things, work like we're doing, especially with all the big prizes and things that are given away. But, Janome, Handy Quilter, Grace Company, OESD, Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Aero Cabinets, So Steady, Euro Notions, Daylight, and Juki. Thank y'all, big thank y'all to both all these companies for all the help, and then also helping us with the educations and the demonstrations. And we sure do appreciate what they do for us, and it's a great partnership. So anyway, well, hey guys, let's. I think rumor told me that Angela Wolf is already out on a boat somewhere. So let's see if we can go to Angela out in the middle of the lake.
Hi, rumor is correct.
So are you? Well, I see a dock behind you, so you're not out in the middle of the lake yet. So I was hoping we could catch you before you lost cell signal.
No, I couldn't miss this for the world, and I thought everyone would love to see what Southwest Michigan looks like. Blaine, this has been one of the best events ever.
Well, that's why I wanted you to come on and just to say a very big thank you to you, for helping co-host. You and Jane coming on and helping me out. As you know, I've been kind of a little crippled up, with my accident I had. I've had neck surgery and haven't been able to last very long. And so y'all were a huge help, and it's been great. And then the tube educational sessions you taught were just incredible. And I think everybody got a lot out of it. And I know you inspired a lot of people as well.
Well, I'm glad. I love to get people inspired to sew, regardless if they're beginner or advanced. In fact, I'm wearing a top that I taught on It's So Easy. If you want to learn how to sew it, it's on my YouTube channel for free. I had to pull that one out of the closet. Because Wynn said no go on the pajama pants.
Oh, that's funny. Well, hey, I got to ask you, if somebody's wanting to follow you, what is the best way to go? And just go to angelawolf.com, and then you have all the links there to all your social media?
Yeah, just go to Angela Wolf, and it's only one F. It's like the animal. And all the YouTube, Instagram, Fashion Sewing Club, everything's there. And in fact, Blaine, I will be posting something next week about a big giveaway that you have generously offered to donate a sewing machine to.
That is right. You're celebrating something special, aren't you?
Yes, we have hit 50,000 subscribers on YouTube. And of course, I say to Blaine, I got to celebrate and do a great giveaway. Are you in? He says, I'm in. And I was expecting like a bag or something, but no, he throws in a whole sewing machine and the extension table. Blaine, you're awesome. And the Wolf Pack and everyone else here loves you.
Well, you know what? That's a big celebration, and we're glad to celebrate with you. And we love the Wolf Pack. You have a huge following, and a lot of them shop with us, and we sure do appreciate it. And again, thank you so much. And I know you're getting out there, and you and Wynn are going to celebrate his birthday, and so we don't want to hold you up, but I sure just wanted to get you back on the air. And Jane was going to be on here with us, but she's right in the middle of a wedding in North Carolina, and it started right at this time, so she couldn't get her phone out to do it. So, but we sure appreciate what you do, and
I do not want to miss this giveaway. I cannot wait for the giveaway. I'm not leaving. I'm staying for this one. I'm not leaving. Right. I got to see who's winning. You are so generous with your giveaways, and this is the grand finale.
Yeah, we can't wait. And I'm anxious to see who won this contest. So anyway, thanks again, Angela. And y'all make sure you go out there and find her on her website and subscribe to her channels, and you'll love them. And I know she does a Brother Facebook Live just about every week as well. So there's a lot of information that she's out there, and y'all go out and subscribe to her YouTube channel. She's got a lot of content on there and a lot of things that will help you sew.
Thanks, everyone. And Blaine, thank you for this great event. I can hardly wait for your next one.
All right. Well, thank you, Angela. All right, guys. So we're getting down to the nitty gritty, aren't we? So I'll tell you what we're going to do is we're going to start out. I think we'll go ahead and announce our winners. What do y'all think, team? Announce our winners of the sewing contest. All right. So we're going to start with our sewing contest. And as y'all know, I'll kind of explain what happened. Everybody could submit either we had two categories. We had a garment contest, and then we had a home decor contest. and you basically, made one of those, and you submitted pictures, and we had some rules you had to follow, but you submitted the pictures, and then we opened it up to all the viewers that are watching now and the public to vote on their favorite one. And it basically came down to whoever had got the most votes in each category was our winner. And then we also had a second place. And whoever had the second amount of votes was our second place winner. And so we've put together a pretty good little prize package, and we have some winners. So our first category is the home decor category. And our second place winner, drum roll please, she's going to win a Baby Lock Zest sewing machine and a Baby Lock Vibrant serger. So a great little Baby Lock package we're putting together for our home decor winner. And our winner is, our second place for the home decor contest is Kimberly Wright. And you can see her entry right there on the screen. So congratulations, Kimberly Wright. You got to make you feel awfully good. Out of all these votes, you were our second place finisher on home decor contest. All right, so we're going to keep moving right along. So our first place person on the home decor contest, this person is going to win a Brother 3600D sewing and embroidery machine, a Sew Steady ruler work kit with the Quilt As You Go class series, and a great prize pack we have for that winner. And so our grand prize first place winner for the home decor contest with the most votes was Ella Bly. And there was her winning entry right there. So congratulations, Ella. And so that was I think they called it it was a cat tree, something like a cat tree. So it's made for cats, and y'all, it kind of looks like a castle type thing. That was just awesome. So Ella made that special just for the contest. All right. So our next category is the garment category, and which I think we had a ton of garments that were entered as well. And so our second place winner for the garment, they're going to get a Baby Lock Zest sewing machine and the Baby Lock Vibrant for second place. And our second place winner is Gino Doherty. So Gino Doherty, there it is right there. Y'all can see it. This was her entry in the garment category. And so congratulations, Gino. Great looking entry. And so that was awesome. A great gift. And so now we're going to announce our first place winner with the most votes in the garment category. They're going to win a Brother 3600D, a Sew Steady Ruler Works kit with that Quilt As You Go class series. And our winner, oh wow, Ella Bly. Ella won both categories. Oh my gosh. Wow, congratulations, Ella. That is incredible. So you can see her entry. She had the cat little castle, I call it, and then this gown. Wow, I can't believe she won both. That is awesome. So congratulations, Ella. Ella got the most votes in both categories with her entry. So that has got to make you extremely proud. And I think y'all heard me talk about Ella earlier in the show. Ella is such a sweet lady, and she's always on our broadcast. And I know that she had sent our crew some things a while back, and then she knew that I'd got hurt in my automobile accident, and she actually sent me some stuff through the mail, and I thought that was very sweet of her. So unbelievable. I'm so happy for you, Ella. That was awesome. So anyway, congratulations to our winners of our contest, the sewing contest. Well deserved. They were a lot of entries, and I'm going to tell you what, I think every one of you that entered should be very proud, because to me it takes a little bit of guts sometimes to put your work out there in front of everybody to see and be judged on it. And again, I think kudos to all you who did that, because I think that was just awesome, and we love that you participated. And we also love that everybody went out and voted, because that's what makes it fun, everybody getting out and vote. And so we had a huge turnout of votes, and we had a lot of participation in the entries. So thank y'all for that. All right, so we're going to keep giving stuff away. And again, we are going to give some prizes away, and then we're going to announce at the end our very special Dream Home Studio winner. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to give some of our tote bags away, and these are the colored tote bags that we have, and they are 8 different colors that you see, and those are about $49 on our website. You can buy them individually for $9.99, but we have a bundle that we have, and our first tote bag bundle is going to go to Rita Husbands. So congratulations, Rita, on your tote bag. And again, anybody who wins, make sure if you're a winner that you send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, to sewmachinesplus.com, and just, make sure you put your name, your shipping address, where you want it shipped to, and then just to help us out, a lot of times it's good just to put what you won down in there. Just say, I won the bag bundle. All right, so we're going to give another bag bundle away, and our second winner is going to go to Grandma J. So, Grandma J, give us an email and claim your prize, okay, for that second bag tote. So next, we're going to be one of our Sewing Machine Plus world famous sewing mats. We're going to give one of these away, and we're going to let you pick your color out of those 6 colors. You get to pick what color you want, and then we have 3 sizes available to pick from. You can pick your size. So make sure you just go on our website, in the search bar at the top, just put sewing mats in, or SMP sewing mats, and what'll happen is it'll come up where you can see the colors and the sizes that they come in, and just tell us what you want. But send us an email to contestplural@sewmachinesplus.com, and then you're going to put your name, your shipping address, and tell us what size and color you want. And the winner is Adalia. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Gutierrez. So Adia Gutierrez. Is that close? Adalia Gutierrez. If everybody knows me, y'all know I butcher names. I can't pronounce any names like that. So I apologize if I'm butchering your name so bad, but I think it's Adalia Gutierrez. So thank you, Adalia, and congratulations, and I'm sorry about the name pronunciation. All right, so our next prize we're giving away is from Grace, and it's one of those cutie frames y'all saw Nathan just demonstrated on, and what a great gift this is that we're giving away. Man, we're super pumped about this. And our winner is Shelly Williams. So congratulations, Shelly. Fantastic prize. All right. Is she won?
Yeah, she commented great prize.
Oh, she commented great prize. So congratulations, Shelly, on that. Again, Shelly, just send us an email to contest, plural, with an S on the end of it, at sewingmachinesplus.com, and just give us your name with your shipping address where you want it shipped to, and we'll get it shipped out to you. Okay, our next winner is going to be coming from OESD, and it's a Spree Club, and so that's a year subscription to the Spree Club. You'll be getting design packs in every single month for 12 months. What a great prize package this is. And our winner is Debbie Andry. So Debbie Andry. So congratulations, Debbie, on that. And again, Debbie, just shoot us an email to contestplural@sewmachinesplus.com, and we'll get that out to you. Let us know your name and shipping address. All right, guys, we're almost ready to give away our Dream Studio. But first off, I got to share some dates with you. So, make sure if you want to know what's going on at Sewing Machines Plus, you go to our website, and at the very top up where there's the events, tab up there, hit the events, and it'll show you what's going on. Also, a great way is just subscribe to our newsletter. Go down at the bottom of our website page, our homepage, and there's a place that you can sign up for our newsletter. That way it keeps you informed of all the things happening that's going on at Sewing Machines Plus. But a couple dates I want you to be aware of. So coming up, you still have time to register for the Home Sweet Haunted Home virtual event that we're doing. Candace Trevino, you saw her on the show this week. She's going to be teaching that class. She's a fantastic teacher. So if you want to go to that, you can have until Monday to sign up, and then we're shutting the signups up. That way we have time to ship you the kit. But there's still, you have Monday to sign up. You can go to our events page and do that. It's a great event, and it's their newest release, and you could still have time to make it in time for Halloween. So great event for that. Also coming up this Saturday, if you're local in Southern California, next Friday and Saturday. Next Friday, it's going to be down in our Mission Bay store in San Diego. And then Saturday, it's going to be in the San Marcos store up north, about 30 miles north of the airport. We're going to have our events. It's a kind of basically our new product party. It's like an open house. You're going to come in. We're going to have demonstrations going, showing all the brand new products that's been released by the manufacturers. So please come to that. You don't want to miss that. It'll be great. We have that on the events page as well, and you can go check that out and see what all's happening. And then, guys, mark this date down. You don't want to miss this. On November the 29th, we are going to have our Cyber Monday show. And this is a huge show. Cyber Monday is big. We're going to have some great specials. We are going to be streaming 8 hours all day long on that Monday, and we'll have nothing but nonstop deals that you can get on machines, and we'll have great instructors all day long, and it's going to be a super fast-paced day, and so we invite you to come and join that, and I think we'll probably be starting pretty early in the morning on that morning, probably about 8 a.m. Pacific time. So you don't want to miss that, and make sure you mark that on your calendars. And then also got to tell you all about our normal Thursday show. Every Thursday we have our regular Facebook Live and YouTube Live show, and I host it, and you can come and spend an hour with me. It starts at 10 a.m. Pacific time, and we always try to have a really good guest on. We always try to have great product specials. So always, come and try to join that, and remind yourself to come and check it out and hang out with me for an hour. So, Kyle, and Roger, am I forgetting anything?
Grand prize. If anyone wants to be on a TV commercial.
That is a good point. So if anybody local in Southern California, if y'all in San Diego area next Tuesday and you want to be part of a TV commercials, we're having a TV commercial shot in our Mission Bay store down in San Diego. And it starts at 8 a.m. On Tuesday morning. Y'all are free to come out. I think we're even going to be teaching some classes. We're going to have some drinks and snacks. And so we're going to have a big production shoot that's going on in our store. And so if you're local Southern California, if you're in San Diego area, we invite you to come out and be in the commercial and spend some time with us. So that's going on. So that'll be fun. So, all right, guys, I think we're time for the grand prize. But before I give it out, I got to say a huge shout out again to our sponsors. Guys, if it weren't for Janome, Handy Quilter, the Grace Company, OESD, Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina Aero Cabinets, So Steady, Euro Notions, Daylight, and Juki, this wouldn't be possible. And again, we appreciate all the sponsors and what they do. And we sure do appreciate all the educators that came on this week. And all the demonstrators that came on. It was a great week. And a big shout out to the Sewing Machines Plus crew. Kyle and his team have worked tirelessly for months planning this event. And then I got a big shout to Deb and Candace and their chat team that's been helping out on the chat all single week there. There's a good shot of them. Y'all wave at us. And they've been here all week and working extremely hard on trying to answer your questions. And then, Nick's sales team has been in the call center all week, answering the phones and trying to take your orders. And then Laura Cook in the customer service, her team has been on the phones helping. And then Randy, our warehouse manager, his whole team in the shipping department's been trying to get everything shipped out. So a big shout out to all of them for all the extra hours and all the hard work they've been working. So we couldn't have put this on without the crew. So anyway, and thank each and every one of you for joining in. I know it's been a great week, and it's kind of sad it's coming to an end, but hey, all good things have to end eventually. And hey, we're going to have another one. So y'all make sure if you enjoyed this, come back. Cyber Monday, we'll have another big event like this. And then I think we're going to have a countdown to Christmas show as well. That'll probably be about a week long. So y'all have to stay tuned and see if you get that. But we're going to move on to our Dream Studio winner. And let me tell you what this person is winning. This is one heck of a package, I'm telling you. What a great package. This person, the Dream Studio winner, is going to win a Janome MC8200 QCP sewing machine. They're going to win a Qnique by Grace 15R that's on the hoop frame. So you're going to win one of those hoop frames with that 15R on it. You're going to win a Handy Quilter Capri sit down on one of those Insight tables that has that stitch regulator built into the table. I mean, great prize. You're going to win the Aero Cabinets Bandicoot bundle. You're getting that cabinet with a Kiwi storage and a hydraulic chair. You're getting a So Steady Wish to Quilt package with the travel bag and the quilt as you go classes. And last but not least, you're getting that Daylight Slim Light 3 lamp for it. And so a great prize package. And so whoever wins this, we're getting ready to pull the name out for all week. Everybody's participation, we sure do appreciate it. But whoever wins this, make sure you email us to contestplural@sewingmachinesplus.com. And, make sure you put your name and your shipping address and your phone number, because we're going to have to call you to arrange all this stuff getting delivered to your house. But anyway, make sure you do all that. And our winner is Kim Cribbs. Congratulations, Kim. And so that is awesome. And I love seeing our winners do that. So I hope Kim is watching right now and chimes in and lets us know that she saw her name. And but if she's not, and y'all know her, make sure you give her a call and tell her that she needs to go back and watch the replay. But anyway, everyone, thank y'all so much for making Quilt Fest so awesome. And it has been a ton of fun. It has went by extremely fast. And again, we had such good demonstrators and educators all week. And anyway, I would like for everybody, if some of the crew's still here, y'all come up here and everybody helps. We got only about half our team here today. Here's Kyle Rogers coming up, Lauren's coming up, and Candace is coming up. So y'all come and get on my left shoulder here. And but it takes, this is only about half the team that's it's normally here. They all kind of walked out the door and scattered out. But when it got done, but again, guys, you see it, this is just small people that, small percentage of the people that's been helping all week. And so we sure do appreciate it. And Deb is running late. She's just walking in. And Deb is, been on chat with everybody all week. You're not even, oh, there she is, sneaking in. And, but we sure do appreciate everybody here. And again, thank y'all so much. And we hope you'll tune in on the next one. And until then, y'all be safe out there, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.